Chapter 2299. Qiuyu couldn't stand it any longer, and he pulled Luo Bing's arm and said, "Sister Bing, don't make a fuss. The city lord's master is busy preparing for tomorrow's ceremony, so he probably won't see you." "I'm not making a fuss. I just want to buy these things," Luo Bing said stubbornly. Yang Kai shook his head, took the herbs, and put them in his space ring. He then handed over the corresponding amount of source crystals to the shopkeeper, turned around and walked out. He didn't want to waste any more time with these two people. "Don't go," Luo Bing shouted, but it was to no avail. When she saw that Yang Kai was about to leave, she quickly pulled Qiuyu and pleaded, "Brother Yu, help me stop him. I must buy these herbs today." "Forget it." Impatience flickered in Qiuyu's eyes. He had almost reached the limit of his patience, as he had to accompany this ignorant little girl to make a fuss. However, Sky Crane City was quite powerful, and the Sky Illumination Palace wanted to get closer to it. So every time he came to Sky Crane City, he would accompany Luo Bing. It won't be good if the city lord's master learns about this. What's not good about it? I can take anyone I want in Sky Crane City, and I'll take responsibility for anything that happens, Luo Bing said arrogantly. Moreover, isn't he with the Thousand Leaves sex people? We can ask him what he's plotting in coming to the city. Sigh. Qiuyu sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to agree to her request. Moreover, he also wanted to know the relationship between Yang Kai and the Thousand Leaves sect. He knew that there was no one called Yang Kai in the Thousand Leaves sect. However, at the city gate, Yi Jinghan had said that he was a member of the Thousand Leaves sect. Qiuyu couldn't help but become vigilant. He nodded and said, "Fine, but if the city lord's master asks about this, I won't mention you. Brother Yu, you're the best." Luo Bing revealed a happy expression. Qiuyu's face became stern, and he shouted in a low voice, "Elders, I'll have to trouble you." It was unknown who he was talking to. Luo Bing stood there with a smile on her face. She stared at Yang Kai's back, hoping that he would be taken down. She imagined that this fellow would be tortured by her, kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, and obediently hand over the medicinal herbs with both hands. However, as she watched, she could no longer laugh, because Yang Kai walked out of the shop, then turned around and rushed into the crowd. Then he disappeared. He ran away. Luo Bing shook Qiuyu's arm and reminded him. Qiuyu was also stunned. He shouted into the void, "Two elders, what's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. The two old men from the Third Order Dao Source realm who had come with him at the city gate appeared together. However, both of them were sweating profusely. His face was slightly pale, and he had a look of lingering fear. "Why aren't you attacking?" Qiuyu asked angrily. He felt that he had lost face in front of Luo Bing, and was in a bad mood. The two old men looked at each other, and one of them said, "Young master is wise. It's not that we don't want to attack, but that we can't." "What's going on?" Qiuyu's face darkened. The old man said, "I can't explain it, but when we were about to attack, we felt an inexplicable sense of danger, as if, he said. A frightened expression appeared on his face. The other old man said, "It seemed that if we attacked, we would have immediately collapsed." "Are you kidding?" Qiuyu opened his mouth wide and stared at the two old men in disbelief. The old man who spoke first said, "Young master, we have followed you for many years, and we have never refused your orders. However, this time, there is something fishy." "That's right. Please forgive us, young master," the other old man said. Qiuyu looked at them for a long time, then said bitterly, "Are you saying that this lad is a wolf in sheep's clothing? He might be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm?" Qiuyu couldn't help but gulp when he heard this. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his face turned pale. The two old men were both powerhouses from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although they were old, their cultivation was purer and stronger. Only someone from the Emperor realm could suppress them in an instant, and make them afraid to attack without leaving a trace. Qiuyu couldn't help but feel weak when he thought about how he had provoked a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. His legs trembled, and he couldn't even stand properly. No. The old man who spoke first shook his head. "That lad is young, so he can't be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. Moreover, We have carefully scanned him with our divine sense. He is indeed a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. Then, does that mean that the Emperor realm is secretly protecting him? Qiuyu was shocked again. That's not it either. That feeling didn't come from a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. The other old man shook his head. Qiuyu gulped and said, "Are you two mistaken?" The old man who spoke first said, "Young master, don't you believe us?" "That's not it." Qiuyu quickly waved his hand. "But there must be an explanation for this, right? Could it be that that lad can easily defeat you too?" The old man sneered. "With his cultivation, he is still 100 years too young to defeat us." Luo Bing, who was standing at the side and listening to their conversation, interjected. "What are you talking about? That person has already run away. You two old fogies are really useless. Brother Yu is so good to you." Qiuyu's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Luo Bing and said, "Shut up." Luo Bing was startled. Ever since she met Qiuyu, she had never seen him treat her like this, and she had never seen him get so angry. Moreover, she was wrong just now, so she couldn't accept it. She shouted hysterically, "Are you scolding me? How dare you scold me?" Qiuyu snorted coldly. "These two old men treat me like an elder, so you can't humiliate them." Luo Bing's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She gritted her teeth and glared at Qiuyu bitterly. Then she pounced on him and punched him, shouting, "I hate you! I hate you! Brother Yu is the worst! I hate you so much!" After punching him for a while, she turned around and ran out of the store. In the blink of an eye, she rushed into the crowd and disappeared. "Young master, why aren't you chasing after her?" One of the two old men's expression changed when he saw this. Qiuyu snorted coldly and said, "This little girl is spoiled, so let her reflect on herself for a while." "But if Miss Luo has an accident?" the old man said worriedly. Qiuyu didn't take it seriously and said, "She is the daughter of the city lord's master, so who dares to do anything to her in Sky Crane City? I'm afraid that she has already run to the city lord's mansion. I know her character, so you don't need to worry too much." Hearing this, the two old men didn't say anything else. "As for that lad, he deserves more attention," Qiuyu said with a grave expression. Qiuyu's expression was solemn. "This kid might have some secrets. I really want to know where he came from." "Young master, you can rest assured. I will go and investigate," one of the old men cupped his fists and said. Then his body flickered and disappeared. On the streets of Sky Crane City, a young girl was weeping, and she wore a heartbroken look. She was running amok in the crowd, and many people were cursing her. Luo Bing was heartbroken. Not only was she disliked by a strange man, but she was also humiliated in the store. Then, she was scolded by Qiuyu, who she regarded as her best friend. She had never suffered such grievances since she was a child, and she was filled with grief. She couldn't stop crying, and her eyes became red and swollen after a while. She cried as she ran, and she looked back from time to time. It seemed like she was expecting something, but she didn't see anyone chasing after her. She became even sadder. She felt that she was the most miserable person in the world, and no one could be more pitiful than her. After thinking about it, she felt that the main culprit was the young man with the despicable face. If he hadn't refused to give her the herbs, she wouldn't have been humiliated, and she wouldn't have been scolded by Qiuyu. Thinking of this, she cursed Yang Kai in her heart. She swore to herself that she would teach him a lesson the next time she saw him. Luo Bing didn't know how long she had been crying, but when she came back to her senses, she discovered that she was lost. Although she was the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord, and she had grown up in this city since she was a child, every time she went out, she would be escorted by guards. So she didn't need to worry too much. She just needed to be happy, and someone would take her home after she finished wandering around. The place she went to was the most prosperous district of Sky Crane City. But at this moment, she discovered that her surroundings were desolate. The streets were narrow, and the air was unpleasant. She was surrounded by a nauseating odor, and there were many disabled people begging on both sides of the street. There was even a sloppy beggar covered in filth, who was catching lice under the sun. He threw one into his mouth and took a bite. It was crunchy, and he ate it with relish. Luo Bing quickly turned her head, and she felt nauseous. At the same time, she asked herself in her heart, is this still the prosperous Sky Crane City? Don't tell me that I ran all the way to some nameless small town? Luo Bing was startled by this thought. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to find her way home. Her mood, which had just calmed down, fell again, and tears of panic flowed out of her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly saw two men walking in front of her. She looked like a drowning person who had just caught a life-saving straw. She quickly wiped her tears and ran over to them. She shouted, "You two, wait a moment." When the two men heard her, they stopped and turned around to look at Luo Bing. When they looked at her, their eyes lit up. Luo Bing had an outstanding appearance, and she had a graceful figure. She had lived like a princess for many years, so she had a natural temperament of a superior. Although she was crying at this moment, she still looked pitiful. It was no wonder that the two men couldn't take their eyes off her. And they swallowed their saliva secretly. Usually, any woman with a little status or beauty wouldn't come to Sky Crane City. But a goddess had come here today, so how could the two men not be moved? Chapter 2300. As they scanned her with their divine senses, they discovered that she was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. They looked at each other and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. One of the plump cultivators put on a smile and pretended to be mature and reliable. He asked softly, "Little girl, why did you call us? Could it be that he was lost?" Ha 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 ha. Luo Bing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at the plump cultivator in surprise and asked, "How did you know? This young lady is lost. I don't know how to get back." The plump cultivator was stunned. "I was just making things up. Did I really hit the jackpot?" Looking at the delighted look on the girl's face, it didn't seem fake. He immediately understood that she was the kind of person who didn't know anything about the outside world. He coughed dryly and put on a compassionate look. "Little girl, don't be afraid. With the two of us here, no one will hurt you." Luo Bing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Relieved, she smiled and said, "That's great. I knew things weren't that bad." Her smile was like a spring breeze and 100 flowers bloomed. The two cultivators were stunned. They couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Their blood was boiling. "You two hurry up and send this young lady home. I will reward you when I get back." Luo Bing regained her previous arrogant attitude in the blink of an eye and shouted at the two cultivators. The two looked at each other. The thinner cultivator smiled and said, "Good, good, good. We will send you home. Please follow us." Luo Bing nodded and said, "Lead the way." She didn't ask them whether they knew who she was. They didn't know where her home was. She followed the two cultivators and walked deeper into the alley. The two of them didn't seem to have any intention of talking. They just kept walking forward. Luo Bing, who was following them, seemed to be in a good mood. She forgot all her previous unhappiness. She even hummed a tune as she walked, looking like a happy lark. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Luo Bing gradually realized that something was amiss and stopped in her tracks. Luo Bing turned her head to look around, and discovered that this place was even more desolate than the previous place. Moreover, she couldn't see a single person in the surroundings. The houses had collapsed, and the walls were in ruins. It seemed like a ghost town. This scene made Luo Bing panic, and she asked in a trembling voice, What is this place? Didn't I ask you to send me home? Why did you bring me here?" The two cultivators in front heard him. At the same time, he stopped and turned his head to look at Luo Bing with a sinister smile. No matter how stupid Luo Bing was, she realized that something was amiss. The two people in front of her didn't seem to be good people, and they didn't intend to take her home. What do you want to do?" Luo Bing was so scared that her face turned pale, and she took a few steps back. However, he tripped over something. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Panic and pain welled up in her, and she immediately burst into tears. Ha ha ha. The fat cultivator sneered as he walked towards Luo Bing step by step. His gradually approaching figure put great psychological pressure on Luo Bing, causing her heart to beat so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. "This young lady is warning you not to act recklessly. Otherwise you'll be dead." Luo Bing bit her red lips and threatened them with the words that she thought carried the most weight. However, things had already reached this point, so how could the two people let it go? The thin cultivator laughed and said, "Little girl, you're very interesting. Do your parents know that you're so naive?" The fat cultivator laughed even more lecherously. He said, "Scream, scream. In this damned place, even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will care about you." As he spoke, the fat cultivator had already dashed in front of Luo Bing and reached out to grab her slender neck. Luo Bing screamed in horror and pushed her palms up. The Saint Chi in her body surged, and she struck out with a powerful blow. However, she was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, who didn't like to cultivate since she was a child. Her current cultivation was only possible with the help of a large number of precious treasures. The Saint Chi in her body was impure, and she wasn't familiar with the move she was using. Both the fat and thin cultivators had reached the Origin King realm, so when faced with this move, the fat cultivator only needed to wave his hand casually to break the other's move. Immediately after, he patted Luo Bing's shoulder twice with lightning speed. Luo Bing went limp and couldn't muster up any strength. Her meridians were blocked and her cultivation was suppressed. She could only watch helplessly as the fat cultivator reached out and pulled the belt of her clothes and slowly undid it. "No. No." Luo Bing cried and begged. The fat cultivator was stimulated by this weak cry. His nostrils flared and his eyes turned red. He swallowed his saliva and said, "This girl's voice is really enchanting. The heavens have eyes to let us brothers meet such a stunning beauty." The thin cultivator was also burning up. At this moment, he rushed to the front of Luo Bing's head and pinched her little face. He looked like he couldn't stop himself and said, "Your skin is so soft and smooth. I wonder which family's young lady you are. Ha ha ha, we are lucky." When Luo Bing heard this, she didn't know where she got the strength to shout, "I'm the daughter of the city lord's master. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, if my father finds out, you will die." As soon as she said this, the fat and thin cultivators froze and their faces turned pale. The fat cultivator's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wiped the sweat off again and again. He couldn't stop wiping it off. He said in a hoarse voice, "No, no way? The daughter of the city lord?" The thin cultivator was also frightened. He looked at Luo Bing and said, What's your name?" Luo Bing looked at them coldly and said through gritted teeth, "My name is Luo Bing." When the fat and thin cultivators heard this, they felt a chill from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They couldn't help but shiver. After looking at Luo Bing seriously, the fat cultivator said in a trembling voice, She really is the daughter of the city lord's mansion. I saw her once from afar. It's over. It's over." The thin cultivator couldn't bear this huge blow and fell on the ground. His eyes were blank and he couldn't stop muttering. The fat cultivator was also shivering. He quickly withdrew his dirty hand that was undoing Luo Bing's clothes. He looked at Luo Bing, as if he wanted to squeeze out a flattering smile but couldn't. His expression was uglier than crying. When they found out that the young girl in front of them was the daughter of the city lord's master, they were scared out of their wits. They thought that Luo Bing was just a lost little girl. They didn't expect her to have such a powerful background. If they had known that she was the daughter of the city lord's master, they wouldn't have dared to do this even if they had the guts. Luo Bing's eyes lit up when she saw this. She shouted, "Are you scared now? If you don't want to die, send me back to the city lord's mansion obediently." The fat cultivator knelt down in front of Luo Bing and kowtowed to her. His head was bleeding profusely after a few kowtows. He said, "My brother and I were blind and offended Miss Luo. Miss Luo, please be magnanimous and forgive us." The thin cultivator seemed to have come back to his senses at this moment. He crawled over and kowtowed as well, begging for mercy. Luo Bing looked at them in disgust and snorted coldly, "Send me back to the city lord's mansion and I'll spare your lives." "Really?" The fat cultivator was delighted when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at Luo Bing with a joyful expression, as if he had survived a disaster. Luo Bing said, "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll punish you for what you did to me just now." She tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said, I'll ask my father to lock you up for 8 to 10 years. The fat and thin cultivator's expression suddenly changed. They stared at Luo Bing with a strange expression. What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyeballs out? Luo Bing glared at them fiercely, as if she had the situation under control. Big brother. The thin cultivator poked the fat cultivator and whispered, Is this little girl? Is her brain damaged? If her brain wasn't damaged, how could she threaten others before she got out of prison? Anyone with a little common sense wouldn't do this. The fat cultivator nodded seriously and said, I think so too. I pity the city lord's master for having such a daughter. What should we do now? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the fat cultivator's eyes. He said slowly, What else can we do? We might as well go all the way. As he said this, a trace of murderous intent appeared on his face. The thin cultivator thought for a while and nodded. That's the only thing we can do. Although the two of them spoke softly, Luo Bing heard them clearly. She thought that there was hope for her to get out of this, but she didn't expect things to turn out this way. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them were not only going to take advantage of her, they were even going to take her life. She was so scared that her little face turned pale. She said in shock, What are you doing? Don't do this. If you send me back to the city lord's mansion, I won't punish you. It's too late. The fat cultivator sneered. Since he had already made up his mind, he wasn't so afraid anymore. Although the city lord's master wasn't someone to be trifled with, this place was deserted. As long as they cleaned up after the incident, they might not be able to be traced back to them. He crawled down and half-knelt beside Luo Bing. The delicate fragrance of her virginity lingered at the tip of his nose, making his whole body hot. He puckered his big mouth and pressed it against Luo Bing's red lips. He said vaguely, You're so beautiful. If I can fuck you once, I'll have no regrets even if I die. Get lost. Don't. Luo Bing kept twisting her head, trying to avoid his disgusting face. However, her cultivation was sealed and her movements were restricted. How could she do that? She could only watch as his big mouth got closer and closer to her. She could almost smell the unpleasant smell in his mouth. Luo Bing's mind went blank. At this critical moment, what appeared in her mind wasn't her doting father, nor was it Qiu Yu, who obeyed her every word. Instead, it was Yang Kai's annoying figure. If it wasn't for him, how could she have encountered such a hellish nightmare? Chapter 2301. Since you can die with no regrets, then you can go to hell. Just as the fat cultivator was about to kiss Luo Bing, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The fat and thin cultivator were already filled with lust and passion. At this moment, when they heard someone's voice, they jumped up like birds startled by the twang of a bow, their hair standing on end. The fat cultivator stood up abruptly, but before he could see who was speaking, he suddenly saw a fist flying towards him. Saint Chi surged on the fist, containing a ferocious move. It kept enlarging in front of his eyes, blocking out all the light. The fat cultivator wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't. The other party's cultivation seemed to be much higher than his. Pung. A muffled sound rang out, accompanied by the fat cultivator's miserable cry. His fat body was directly sent flying, and in midair his entire head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Red and white matter splattered in all directions. Ah! The sudden change made the thin cultivator scream, but before he could react, his brother had died tragically in front of him. He hurriedly raised his head to take a look, only to see that a burly man with long hair had appeared in front of him at some point in time. That burly man seemed to have fought with someone, as his entire body was covered in blood. Half of his face was swollen, and his eyes were full of blood. It was a ghastly sight to behold, and no one dared to look directly at him, especially when this fellow's one eye was white without a single trace of black. It was even more chilling. You. Who are you? The thin cultivator scanned with his divine sense, and found that the other party was actually a third-order origin king. His heart sank. He and the fat cultivator were only first-order origin kings, but the other party was 2 minor realms higher than them. Although the burly man with long hair didn't seem to be in his best condition, judging from the power of his punch that killed the fat cultivator just now, The thin cultivator was no match for him. "I'm the one who will send you on your way." The burly man with long hair snorted coldly. His tower-like body swayed slightly on the spot, and suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, the thin cultivator immediately shouted, "Friend, let's talk nicely. We have no grievances with you. Why are you attacking us directly?" Although he said so, he immediately summoned his defensive artifact, which turned into a light curtain to protect his body. The voice of the burly man with long hair suddenly sounded behind him. It was extremely cold, like the summons of the Grim Reaper. "What's there to talk to scum like you who bullies others? Go to hell." As he spoke, a machete suddenly appeared in his hand. When he poured his Saint Chi, the machete let out a tiger's roar, and a huge phantom of a tiger's head appeared on the blade. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the thin cultivator. The thin martial artist turned pale with fright and shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Although his cultivation was lower than the other party by 2 small levels, if he really fought with his life on the line, he felt that he still had a glimmer of hope to escape. The reason why the fat martial artist was killed by a punch was only because of a moment of carelessness. This was because he hadn't even summoned his artifact. He was sure that he wouldn't be killed by a single blow, but the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The opponent's machete chopped down with an irresistible force. It directly broke through the burly cultivator's defense and cut into his body. Impossible. The thin cultivator was stunned. He looked at the huge wound on his chest that spread from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. He raised his head to look at the burly man with long hair and said bitterly, "Are you a Dao Source Realm master?" Just now, he had clearly sensed the aura of a Dao Source Realm cultivator descending upon him. The machete in the opponent's hand was obviously a Dao Source grade artifact. That was why it could easily break through his defense and give him a fatal blow. Why ask a dying man? The burly cultivator snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted out of the thin cultivator's body like a fountain. His whole body was split in half, and all his internal organs were exposed. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Luo Bing lay on the ground, trembling violently. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her teeth were chattering. She turned her head and retched. She had been pampered since childhood. When had she ever seen such a bloody and cruel scene? The strong visual impact was too much for her to bear at once. After retching for a while, she vomited all her bile. Luo Bing felt better. She turned her head to look at the burly man with long hair with a face full of gratitude. She asked in a trembling voice, Are they dead?" The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. For some reason, a trace of disgust flashed in his single eye. He didn't intend to answer. He just snorted coldly and put away his machete. Then he walked in front of Luo Bing and stretched out his hand to poke her body a few times. Luo Bing's sealed cultivation was suddenly unsealed, and her Saint Chi started flowing through her meridians again. She stood up shakily and looked at the corpses of the fat and thin cultivators with a look of horror on her face. She quickly looked away and covered her mouth with her hand, retching again. The burly man with long hair didn't say a word. He just stood there and looked on coldly. After a long while, Luo Bing raised her head and looked at the burly man with long hair. She said, Thank you. She thanked him profusely and sincerely. After all, if the burly man with long hair hadn't shown up suddenly, she would have suffered a tragic fate. She had never encountered such a crisis before. At that critical moment, she kept imagining that someone would show up and save her. Someone had really come to save her. Even though this person looked somewhat frightening and had a ferocious appearance, Luo Bing didn't know why she wasn't afraid of him. His tall and sturdy body, which was like an iron tower, gave her an indescribable sense of security. Luo Bing couldn't help but imagine that if she could be sheltered by his broad wings, she wouldn't suffer any misfortune in the future. This was a feeling that her father and Qiuyu had never given her. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly beat faster. A strange feeling slowly grew in her heart. What's your name? Luo Bing looked at the burly man timidly and asked softly. The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. Luo Bing felt a chill run down her spine, and she quickly lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at him again. Chaihu. The burly man with long hair suddenly blurted out these two words. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing was delighted. She raised her head and smiled. So it's Brother Chai. My name is Luo Bing, and I'm the daughter of the city lord. Have you heard of me? After she said this, she was startled. This was because she had never called another man so intimately, except for Qiuyu. However, in front of this burly man, she naturally called out that name without feeling uncomfortable at all. Instead, after she called out his name, she actually felt a sense of joy deep in her heart, as if she had done something amazing. What's wrong with me? Luo Bing's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. I know who you are. Chaihu replied calmly. He looked away, as if he didn't want to frighten her with his terrifying face. That's true. I don't come out often, but since Brother Chai lives in Sky Crane City, you must have heard of me. Luo Bing pursed her lips and smiled. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment before she said, Brother Chai, I'm lost. Can you take me home? She looked delicate and weak. Moreover, she had just been frightened, so her face was still pale. Her face was still a little pale. Any man who heard this would probably not reject her. Chaihu nodded and said, Sure. Luo Bing was delighted and said, Thank you. However, it's not today, Chaihu added in a cold voice. The smile on Luo Bing's face froze. She looked at Chaihu in a daze and said, Brother Chai, what do you mean? Chaihu said, I need Miss Luo's help. Please come with me. Luo Bing was startled as she recalled how the two men had treated her a moment ago. Her face, which had regained some color, turned pale again. She retreated while shaking her head and saying, Are you going to treat me the same way as those two? You're thinking too much. I won't hurt you. Of course, you have to cooperate with me obediently. Chaihu reached out to grab Luo Bing as he spoke. No. Luo Bing shouted loudly. However, Chaihu's cultivation was much higher than the two men's, so how could she resist? She was subdued in an instant. Luo Bing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Today's series of encounters were more ups and downs than anything she had ever experienced in her life. She didn't expect that she would drive a wolf from the front door and face a tiger from the back door. She continued to beat Chaihu's arm and shouted, bad guy, you're all bad guys. Chaihu didn't move and just said coldly, Don't blame me for being impolite if you continue to move. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing's body stiffened. However, she quickly opened her mouth and bit the back of Chaihu's hand. She bit him hard and soon, blood gushed out of Luo Bing's mouth. Even though her mouth was filled with the smell of blood, she still didn't let go. Chaihu was a third-order origin king cultivator. If he really wanted to break free from Luo Bing, he only needed to exert a little bit of strength to shatter her teeth. However, for some unknown reason, Chaihu didn't do so. He just stared at Luo Bing, who was biting the back of his hand and continuously swallowing his blood without letting go. She was instinctively trying to protect him. A complicated look flashed across his eyes before he let out a sigh and gently chopped at Luo Bing's neck. He had a good grasp of his strength and Luo Bing only let out a groan before she fell down. Although she was unconscious, 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Chaihu bent down and picked her up. His body flickered and disappeared from his original position, leaving behind only the remains of the fat and thin cultivator. Heavenly puppet building. When Yang Kai returned, he saw Yi Jinghan anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door, constantly looking outside. Upon seeing Yang Kai, she heaved a sigh of relief and went up to him. Young Master Yang, where did you go? Yang Kai replied, I just took a walk around. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Jinghan and said with a smile, What's wrong? Were you worried that I would leave without saying goodbye? Yi Jinghan waved her hand and said, No, it's just that I didn't see any trace of young Master Yang. I asked around but no one replied. Yang Kai said, Don't worry, I won't break my promise to you. I wanted to inform you before I left, but it seemed like there was more than one person in your room, so I didn't disturb you. Ha. Yi Jinghan's face flushed red and she spat. Hateful. She stamped her foot and ran into the inner hall. Chapter 2302. The next day, in the city lord's mansion, decorated with lanterns and colored banners, was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of Sky Crane City's City Lord Luo Jin's concubine marriage ceremony, and guests from all over the world had come to congratulate him. Carriages filled with congratulatory gifts streamed into the City Lord's mansion's backyard under the guidance of the City Lord's mansion's servants, where they would be recorded and categorized into different categories before being stored in the warehouse. Everyone in the City Lord's mansion was beaming with joy, as if they had just gotten married. At the entrance of the City Lord's mansion, 2 rows of handsome servants and beautiful maids welcomed the guests, all of whom wore smiles on their faces and behaved courteously. Whenever a guest arrived, the master of ceremonies would announce their sect, attracting the attention of everyone present. After entering the City Lord's mansion, someone would lead the guests to the inner hall, where they would be seated in different positions according to their status. The representatives of the powerful sects who were at the peak of their power were naturally seated at the front, followed by the lower-ranked sects and families. The further they were seated, the lower their status. No one dared to raise any objections to such an arrangement, as everyone was well aware of how powerful they were and how important their sects and families were. The City Lord's mansion's arrangements had definitely been made long ago, so they naturally wouldn't cause any displeasure. Yang Kai followed the Thousand Leaves sex group to this place and looked around curiously. This was the first time he had attended someone else's wedding, and even though it was just a concubine marriage ceremony, it was still a major event that would affect his entire life, so he found it rather novel. This lively and festive scene reminded him of Su Yan and Xianing Chang, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu, and the others. Yang Kai blamed himself in his heart. When he had left the Homeland Star's territory, he should have held a proper wedding and let them experience the happiness of being a woman. Now that he thought about it, he felt like he owed them too much. He didn't want to come here today, but Yi Jinghan had invited him several times, and Yang Kai didn't want her to think too much about it, lest he left without saying goodbye. So he simply followed the Thousand Leaves sex group. Du Xian and the others also brought some congratulatory gifts from the sect. Although they were not very precious, there were still a lot of them. Before they came in, they had already been loaded in the carriage and handed over to the servants of the City Lord Mansion to put them in the back hall. Then, under the guidance of another servant, they entered the inner hall where the ceremony was held. The inner hall was quite large, and even with over 100 tables set up, it didn't seem crowded. By the time the Thousand Leaves sect group arrived, the inside was already bustling with activity. The experts of various sects and clans were either drinking by themselves or gathering in groups of 3 to 5 to talk loudly and laugh heartily. This kind of occasion was a good opportunity for many forces to bond with each other and improve their communication. The servant leading the way led Yi Jinghan and the others to a table in the middle of the room. He smiled and said, "The master's seat is right here. Please wait for a moment. The ceremony is about to begin." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. When the wizard heard this, his face flashed with a trace of annoyance. He grabbed the servant's collar and said in a low voice, "Our seat is here? Are you sure?" This table wasn't located at the front, but rather at the back of the middle. Aside from the Thousand Leaves sect, the rest of the dozen or so tables here were all from small families and sects. Each of these families and sects might only have a single Dao Source Realm cultivator. They were comparable in strength to the few great families in Maplewood City. Although the Thousand Leaves sect didn't have a master from the Emperor Realm, they had quite a few Dao Source Realm cultivators. It was impossible to arrange for them to be seated here. Even if they weren't seated at the front few tables, they wouldn't be far off. Such an arrangement was obviously a form of contempt and humiliation. The servant was startled by the wizard Ma and said in a panic, "This lowly one is only responsible for leading the guests to the corresponding table. I don't know anything else. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life." "Wizard Ma, let go." Du Xian furrowed his brows and ordered indifferently, "Brother." The wizard Ma seemed like he still wanted to say something, but Du Xian signaled him with his eyes. He turned his head and looked around, only to see many people staring at him with wide eyes. His actions had attracted the attention of many people. "Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come." Du Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, the wizard Ma gritted his teeth and released the servant's collar, but he still wore an indignant look on his face. Let's sit down first. How can we let others look at us like this? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and took the lead to sit down. The other Thousand Leaves sect disciples also sat down quietly, but all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. The wizard Ma gritted his teeth and said, Brother, senior sister, they're clearly trying to embarrass us. How can you endure this? Du Xian glanced at him and said, So what if we can't endure it? Are you going to destroy this place or kill that old fart? The wizard Ma muttered, I didn't say that, but there are so many people here, and they've arranged for us to sit in such a backward position. They're clearly doing this on purpose. Yi Jinghan said, This is their territory, and it won't do us any good if we cause a ruckus here. Du Xian snorted coldly. Luo Jin has already predicted that we'll swallow this loss. Remember the humiliation we've suffered today, and we'll pay it back double in the future. The wizard Ma wore an indignant look, but he knew that there was nothing he could do to change the situation. However, the strange gazes and whispers from the surrounding cultivators made him feel as if they were mocking him and his group. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and his whole body felt uneasy. Right at this moment, Du Xian suddenly poked Yi Jinghan's arm and said in a low voice, Someone has been watching you ever since you came in. Who is it? Yi Jinghan wore a puzzled look as she turned her head to look around, only to see Qiuyu sitting at the table in the front. Sure enough, he was staring at her with a burning gaze. She hurriedly scolded, Don't talk nonsense, he's not looking at me. Du Xian chuckled. If he's not looking at you, then who is he looking at? Junior sister Yi is a peerless beauty, so how can that little bastard Qiuyu resist your charm? Yi Jinghan's face flushed red as she said in annoyance, You're becoming more and more improper. You're the eldest brother, so you should set a good example for others. Du Xian couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. Yi Jinghan looked at him with a sweet expression. How could she not know that Du Xian was jealous? At this moment, Wu Ma suddenly interrupted. That bastard actually sent someone over. Du Xian and Yi Jinghan turned their heads to take a look, and they saw an old man, who had always been by Qiuyu's side and was protecting him, walking towards them at a moderate pace. Du Xian furrowed his brows. What's this brat trying to do? Yi Jinghan snorted. Why bother with him? We'll return to the sect after this ceremony. I don't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. As she spoke, the old man arrived in front of their table and cupped his fists. Sorry for disturbing you. Since he was a senior, Du Xian couldn't show any displeasure, so he cupped his fists and replied, Senior Li, you're too polite. He paused for a moment before asking, May I know why Senior Li has come here? The old man surnamed Li replied calmly, I've been ordered by my young master to invite someone over. Upon hearing this, Du Xian couldn't help but look at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan said impatiently, Go back and tell your young master that I don't have the time. The old man surnamed Li looked at Yi Jinghan with a strange expression and said with a faint smile, Young sect master, you're overthinking things. My young master isn't here to invite you, but to invite this little brother over. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai. Yi Jinghan's face flushed red and she asked awkwardly, Invite him over for what? Du Xian and the others also wore stunned expressions. Like Yi Jinghan, they all thought that the old man had come here to invite Yi Jinghan over. After all, Qiuyu had always been interested in Yi Jinghan, but who would have thought that the situation would be so dramatic that Yi Jinghan couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation? The old man surnamed Li said, My young master didn't say anything, so I don't know. He just asked me to invite this little brother over. Upon hearing this, everyone cast their gazes at Yang Kai. The corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching when they saw him. At some point in time, Yang Kai had placed a fruit platter on the table in front of him, and was holding a spirit fruit in each hand, stuffing them into his mouth and eating them with relish. There were even a few spirit fruit pits on the table in front of him. No one knew when he started eating, but in just a short while, he had already eaten almost half of the spirit fruits. The way he ate and wolfed down the spirit fruit made him look like a reincarnated ghost who had been starving for hundreds of years, leaving the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples dumbfounded. Moreover, because the old man surnamed Li had suddenly come to this table, many people were looking over curiously. Upon seeing the way Yang Kai was eating, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh with disdain in their eyes. They all thought that this guy was probably a country bumpkin who hadn't seen much of the world. A plate of spirit fruits was enough to make him make a fool of himself. The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples felt uneasy. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's face was burning hot and she poked him lightly, hinting for him to restrain himself. Yang Kai turned his head and stuffed an unknown spirit fruit into his mouth. His mouth was filled with saliva as he chewed on it. He then passed the fruit platter to Yi Jinghan and said, "Do you want it? If you want it, just take it." The corners of Yi Jinghan's mouth twitched and her face became even redder. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't notice this and passed the fruit platter to the other Thousand Leaves sect's disciples, saying, "Don't stand on ceremony. It tastes pretty good, and you can even increase your cultivation if you eat more of it. These spirit fruits should have been picked not long ago and are very fresh and delicious." The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know Yang Kai's background, and they didn't know why Yi Jinghan had brought him along with her. When they saw him acting so shamefully, they all turned their heads away and acted as if they weren't familiar with him. Cough. Du Xian coughed lightly and said, "Young Master Yang, this Senior Li is looking for you." "Where did this Senior Li come from?" Yang Kai asked. "What Senior Li?" "Little brother, we meet again." The veins on the old man surnamed Li's forehead bulged. He had been left standing there for a long time, and Yang Kai had treated him as if he didn't exist. He was still a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so he was naturally annoyed. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him, grinning. "So it's you. What are you doing here instead of following Qiuyu?" Chapter 2303. My young master would like to invite you over. He has something important to discuss with you. Old Man Li suppressed the displeasure in his heart as he spoke in a deep voice. "I'm not going." Yang Kai refused without even thinking about it. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The surrounding cultivator spectators who were watching the commotion widened their eyes as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They wondered who this guy was in Thousand Leaves sect to be able to act so arrogantly, even daring to refuse Qiuyu's invitation. This caused the originally noisy inner hall to suddenly fall silent for a moment. Old Man Li also did not expect Yang Kai to refuse so straightforwardly. His old face instantly turned sullen as he spoke in a deep voice. "Little brother, it seems that your hearing is not that good despite your young age. This old man will say it again." Yang Kai chuckled and interrupted him. "I won't go even if you say it 100 times. Can't you see that I'm busy?" As he spoke, he picked up another spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Old Man Li's face sank as he said, "Little brother, you better think carefully before you answer." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "What's wrong? Are you threatening me? This is the City Lord's Master's concubine ceremony. If you dare to cause trouble here, do you believe that I will report this to the City Lord's Master and have him throw you out?" His shout was quite loud, causing the guests who were further away to look over curiously. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Old Man Li's forehead as a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washed over him. Although he wasn't really afraid of Luo Jin, if he were to do something against his will in front of everyone and bully the weak, it would definitely damage Sky Illumination Palace's reputation and reputation. Yang Kai continued chewing on his spirit fruit as he spoke in a muffled voice. "You're not young anymore. You often make people angry. Have you lived your entire life like a dog?" Pooh. Yi Jinghan had originally picked up a cup of water to take a sip to hide the joy on her face, but upon hearing this, she immediately spat it out. "You." Old Man Li flew into a rage. Yang Kai snorted, "Stop with the you and me. If Qiuyu wants to talk to me, tell him to come over himself. Let's get this straight. He's the one who's looking for me, not the other way around." After saying that, with a look of disgust, he muttered under his breath, "He's really sick. I don't know where his sense of superiority comes from." Then he continued to struggle with the fruit platter in front of him. "Brat, you're good. This old man will remember you." Old Man Li was truly enraged. He flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. He was, after all, an elite of the Third Order Dao Source realm, and was highly appreciated by the Sky Illumination Palace Lord. Today he had been humiliated and reprimanded by a young man in public. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he couldn't help but teach Yang Kai a lesson. However, he naturally remembered today's humiliation in his heart. When the concubine ceremony was over, he would teach Yang Kai a lesson. After Old Li left, Wizard Ma immediately looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. With a face full of excitement he said, "Brother Yang, I like you so much." Yang Kai shuddered and looked at Wizard Ma with a pale face. He swallowed his saliva and said, "I'm only interested in women." Wizard Ma's expression immediately became awkward as he said, "Brother Yang, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say, what you did just now was too satisfying." Since entering the city yesterday, Wizard Ma had been suppressing a belly full of anger, but he had seen the scene just now. He felt great in his heart. The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had many misgivings and couldn't act as freely as Yang Kai, so they could only endure the humiliation. However, Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much and could do whatever he wanted. Although Du Xian also had a look of satisfaction on his face, he was still a little worried. After all, Yang Kai had humiliated Old Man Li in front of everyone, so he didn't know if Sky Illumination Palace would let the matter rest. Furthermore, Sky Illumination Palace was in cahoots with Sky Crane City, so if they were to do something on their way back to Thousand Leaves sect, they would be in big trouble. Just as Du Xian was feeling worried, he felt a pair of gentle hands holding his. He raised his head and saw Yi Jinghan looking at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She said in a low voice, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Young Master Yang has his own reasons for doing things." Du Xian's expression changed. Although he didn't know why Yi Jinghan had such confidence in Yang Kai, he was still affected by it. He nodded slightly and relaxed in his heart. On the other side, Old Li returned to Qiu Yu's side and whispered in his ear for a while. Qiu Yu raised his head and looked in Yang Kai's direction. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly getting up. He was actually walking towards them. The expressions of the people from Thousand Leaves sect changed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Yang Kai was still chewing on his spirit fruit, letting out a crisp sound. After a short while, Qiu Yu brought the two old men to Thousand Leaves sect's table. Du Xian immediately stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Brother Qiu, this is the place where the City Lord's master is taking in his concubine. The ceremony is about to begin. You aren't here to offend the City Lord's master, are you?" Qiu Yu looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to have a few words with Brother Yang." Just a few words? Du Xian furrowed his brows. He really couldn't understand why Qiu Yu didn't hesitate to come here personally to have a chat with Yang Kai. After all, from what happened yesterday, these two didn't know each other at all, so what kind of grudge could there be between them? Qiu Yu patted Du Xian's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He then walked over to Yang Kai's side and gave the Thousand Leaves sect disciple sitting next to Yang Kai a meaningful look. That Thousand Leaves sect disciple frowned, but still gave up his seat. Qiu Yu patted the folding fan in his hand and put it away. He then sat down next to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, right?" Yang Kai didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Brother Qiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your gaze is unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is dark red. I'm afraid that you're about to face some bloody disaster." Qiu Yu was stunned for a moment before the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered. Brother Yang is also good at reading people's faces and is proficient in divination. Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "No, it's just that there's death qi lingering around your body. You're definitely going to face some misfortune today." "What a joke," Qiu Yu sneered. "Today is the City Lord's master's concubine taking in his concubine, so the sky is filled with joy. How could there be any misfortune?" "It's up to you to believe it or not." Yang Kai curled his lips. Qiu Yu furrowed his brows and said, "Brother Yang, how do you think we should deal with it?" "Quickly pack up your things and get out of here," Yang Kai said casually before he looked at Qiu Yu disdainfully. "Do you need me to teach you such a simple matter?" Qiuyu was left speechless. He rubbed his forehead and said, "Stop fooling around. I came here to ask Brother Yang a question." "What is it?" Qiuyu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was obvious that he was using a sound transmission secret technique. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan, and the others couldn't help but become curious. They didn't know what question Qiuyu was going to ask Yang Kai. After they observed him carefully, Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. He revealed a sly smile and said, "You didn't go back? Brother Qiu, you're in big trouble now. Can't you lower your voice?" Qiuyu gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay." After he spoke, he transmitted his voice to Qiuyu. "That young lady called Luo Bing didn't go back after she went out with you yesterday? Are you sure about this?" Qiuyu nodded and said, "I went to look for her last night, but her personal maid said that she didn't come back. I went to look for her again today, but I still couldn't find her." Yang Kai said with a smile, "The city lord's master doesn't know about this, does he?" Qiuyu said, "If the city lord's master knows about this, it'll be terrible. The city lord's master has 14 concubines, but he doesn't have any children. He only has one daughter. He treats her like a treasure. If he knows that Luo Bing is missing, Sky Crane City will be turned upside down. How can we sit here with peace of mind? If she's missing, shouldn't you look for her? Why are you asking me?" Yang Kai wore a puzzled look. "It's because Luo Bing followed you when you left the shop yesterday," Qiuyu replied. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He said, "Brother Qiu, what do you mean? You make it sound as if I abducted Miss Luo Bing. It's good that you didn't. I just hope that she can come back safely today. If so, I will let bygones be bygones. But if she loses even a single hair, I will make the person who hurt her taste the world's torture," Qiuyu said with a cold look in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Brother Qiu, you are threatening the wrong person. After I left the shop yesterday, I went back to the Heavenly Puppet Building. I didn't see Miss Luo Bing. You can verify this with the Heavenly Puppet Building's people. You can also ask the Thousand Leaves Sex people. Moreover, I just came here, and I don't have any enmity with Sky Crane City. Why would I make trouble for Miss Luo Bing?" "Really?" Qiuyu's gaze turned grave. Yang Kai snorted and said, "If someone really provokes me, I will make him face the consequences. Do you think that I will do such a despicable thing as abducting someone's daughter?" Qiuyu's expression changed and he said, "Okay, I believe you. Although I have only met Brother Yang a few times, I know that Brother Yang is a straightforward person. You shouldn't be so despicable. But Brother Yang, if you have any news about Luo Bing, please inform me. I will be very grateful." Sure. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Farewell." Qiuyu cupped his hands and was about to stand up. Yang Kai pushed him back into the chair and sat him down. "Brother Yang, what do you want?" Qiuyu asked with a frown. "Nothing much. I just want to ask Brother Qiu for a small favor." Yang Kai chuckled. His smile was filled with evil and treacherous intent, which made Qiuyu's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. "What is it?" Qiuyu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai said, "Brother Qiu, can you help us change seats?" Qiuyu asked doubtfully, "Change seats?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and said with a smile, "The lighting here isn't good. I don't like it. I want to change to a brighter place." The corners of Qiuyu's mouth twitched and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it with his hand and said, "Then where do you want to change seats?" Yang Kai pointed and said, "I think that place is pretty good. That table is also empty." Qiuyu's face darkened and he asked, "Do you know who is sitting there?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "In short, it's a table for people to sit there." No, I can't do that." Qiuyu quickly waved his hand. Yang Kai's face turned cold and he said, "Brother Qiu, you aren't a good friend. I readily agreed to help you with the matter you entrusted me with. Why are you making excuses when it's my turn to ask you to help me with a small matter? Don't you have any code of brotherhood?" Qiuyu's eyes widened. He thought to himself, "What code of brotherhood do I have with you? Moreover, what you promised me just now was just a perfunctory reply. Where is your sincerity?" Chapter 2304. Qiuyu sighed and said, Brother Yang, aren't you making things difficult for me? Yang Kai smiled and said, Don't treat me like an outsider. This is just a small matter for you. It's not like I'm asking you to take off your clothes and run around naked. Just tell me, do you want to change? Qiuyu's face twitched as he looked at him and said, So what if I change? So what if I don't change? Yang Kai chuckled and patted Qiuyu's shoulder, wiping the juice on his hand on his clothes. If you change, we'll be good friends. You'll be good, I'll be good, and we'll all be good. If you don't change, this young master will have to find the city lord's master to have a good chat and ask about his precious daughters. Enough. Qiuyu's face turned cold and he slapped Yang Kai's hand away, glaring at him and saying through gritted teeth, You're threatening me. Am I? Yang Kai blinked. Brother Qiu, you've misunderstood. I'm just negotiating with you. Qiuyu said angrily, I knew I shouldn't have asked you for information about Luo Bing, you despicable person. Yang Kai said with a smile, Young man, don't get angry so easily. It's harmful to your body. Qiuyu looked at him coldly for a long while before he turned around and left his seat. He went to a man who looked like a steward and whispered a few words to him. The steward frowned when he heard this, and he seemed to be in a difficult position. He even glanced at the Thousand Leaves sex group and shook his head slightly. However, no one knew what Qiuyu said to him, but the steward nodded and agreed with an ugly expression. After a short while, the steward went to the Thousand Leaves sex group and cupped his fists. Master, we've been busy today. The servants seem to have neglected something, and the master's seat isn't here. Please change seats with this old man. Please forgive us if we've neglected you. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan and the others were stunned when they heard this. They didn't know what the steward was up to. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists towards the steward. Thank you for your trouble. While speaking, he signaled to Yi Jinghan and the others with his eyes. Although everyone was still confused, they were still at a loss. However, they still stood up. Under the steward's lead, they walked directly to an empty table at the very front. Under the steward's arrangement, they sat down in order. After making the necessary arrangements, the steward left. Yi Jinghan turned to Yang Kai and asked, Young Master Yang, what's going on? What did you tell Qiuyu? She knew that with Thousand Leaves Sect's current strength and relationship with Sky Crane City, it was impossible for them to receive such treatment. The only explanation was the secret conversation between Yang Kai and Qiuyu. After all, Qiuyu had gone to look for the butler after leaving. Soon after, their positions would be swapped. Du Xian and the others also looked at Yang Kai curiously, expecting him to give an answer. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's nothing. Brother Qiu and I feel like old friends at first sight, so when we meet again, we have a heart-to-heart talk. He felt that the city lord's mansion was too negligent. That's why I took the initiative to suggest changing your table. No one believed him. Yi Jinghan said. Only a fool would believe you. Yang Kai said, Brother Qiu is a pretty good person. Many of the guests were secretly shocked when they saw this change. After all, everyone had some understanding of the relationship between Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City. But at this moment, Thousand Leaves Sect had suddenly been moved to the front of the table. This small change inevitably made many people suspicious, and they secretly wondered if Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City had reconciled. If that was really the case, then they would have to reconsider whether they should express their goodwill to Thousand Leaves Sect. The atmosphere in the inner hall suddenly became strange. The members of Thousand Leaves Sect were also restless. They could feel many strange gazes directed at them from all around, making them feel uncomfortable. As time passed, the empty tables and chairs in the inner hall were gradually filled by people who came later. The noisy atmosphere in the inner hall gradually returned to normal. At a certain moment, someone suddenly shouted, "The city lord's master has arrived." As soon as this shout was heard, the entire inner hall quieted down, and everyone looked in the same direction. A man wearing a red robe walked out with a joyful smile on his face, and cupped his fists in all directions. "Greetings, City Lord's Master. Long time no see. The City Lord's Master is even more elegant than before. I'm so envious. Congratulations to the City Lord's Master for marrying such a beautiful lady." The master is really a role model for our generation. On this joyous occasion, I wish the city lord's master good health, a prosperous martial path, a continuous line of descendants, and an everlasting family. Guests from all around congratulated him with smiles plastered on their faces, trying their best to flatter him. The man wearing the red robe was also exchanging pleasantries with a carefree smile on his face. Is that Luo Jin? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and asked Yi Jinghan in a low voice. Yi Jinghan's face sank and she nodded. That's him. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. If you didn't mention it, I would have thought that he was Luo Jin's father. This was also the first time that Yang Kai had seen the city lord of Sky Crane City. He had assumed that since this guy could take in 15 concubines, he would be full of energy and would not look too old, even if he had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm. However, the person in front of him was an old man with sparse white hair. Although he had a good cultivation, his vitality was weak and it was obvious that he was in his twilight years and had no hope of advancing to the Emperor realm. The crimson robe he wore accentuated his age even more. Whose girl is this? She must be blind. The wizard Ma shook his head and felt sad for the woman who was marrying Luo Jin today. Shut up. Be careful of your words. Du Xian glared fiercely at the wizard Ma and said in a low voice, It's not like you don't know that none of Luo Jin's concubines willingly married him. The wizard Ma snorted. It's because he has done so many bad things like bullying men and taking women that he has never had a child. Good and evil will be repaid in the end. You're still talking. The wizard Ma curled his lips. All right, I won't talk about it anymore. The atmosphere was lively and festive. After a long while a voice shouted out, The auspicious time has arrived. In an instant, the sound of wind instruments rang out. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air. It was as if the roof was about to be lifted. Luo Jin's face emitted a red glow as he straightened his clothes and looked towards the door with a smile on his face. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, all of them with smiles on their faces and eyes filled with anticipation. There seemed to be a melodious tune coming from outside, accompanied by the sound of music. A wedding procession gradually entered everyone's sight. A woman dressed as a matchmaker walked at the front, twisting her plump, bucket-like waist and wearing a sweet smile on her face. Beside a four-sedan chair, she slowly made her way over, trying her best to show off. Behind the sedan chair, there were boys and girls following behind, continuously scattering petals from the baskets in their hands. Everywhere the sedan chair passed, the petals paved the way, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. After the flower baskets, there were 2 rows of boys and girls, each carrying a lantern, following behind the sedan chair. On top of the lanterns, there were various festive words such as 100 years of bliss and a happy marriage. After that, it was the wedding procession. All of them were girls, and all of them were weeping like pear blossoms in the rain, as if they were part of the bride's family. The short journey took a full 10 minutes before the sedan chair arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. Drop the sedan chair. Someone shouted, and the sedan chair landed steadily. The matchmaker stepped forward and lifted the curtains of the sedan chair, extending her hand inside. Immediately after, then a white and softy came up to him. Just this small hand alone was enough to cause the eyes of countless men to light up. Her jade-like hand was white and flawless, while her skin was as white as snow, appearing so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. It caused people's imaginations to run wild, as they secretly thought that a person with such jade-like hands would definitely be an enchanting beauty. However, this person was about to become Luo Jin's 15th concubine, causing people to wring their hands in pity, envy, and jealousy. Immediately after, a large red embroidered shoe extended out from the sedan chair, landing on the red carpet at the entrance. Only then did a dazzling and beautiful figure appear in everyone's line of sight. The bride wore a phoenix coronet and a red veil on her head. Her wedding dress was embroidered with a golden phoenix spreading its wings, while the phoenix coronet that was adorned with pearls and jade covered her face that caused people's imaginations to run wild. At this moment, countless people were cursing in their hearts. The phoenix coronet and red veil on the bride's head seemed to have the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. Impressively, they were extraordinary artifacts. All of the divine sense released by the cultivator, who wanted to secretly check on the bride's appearance, was blocked by an invisible barrier, making it impossible for them to see what was happening inside. Luo Jin seemed to know what everyone was thinking at this moment, as he glanced left and right. After giving a silent warning, he finally smiled in satisfaction. Yang Kai also curled his lips fiercely at this moment. Just like everyone else, he had secretly released his divine sense in an attempt to see what the bride looked like. However, he did not expect to be obstructed by the artifact. The artifact's power was extraordinary. If he had forcefully activated his divine sense, he would have been able to break it open and see what the bride looked like. However, this was a concubine ceremony after all. If he really did so, he would definitely attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he only gave it a try and did not try again, instead choosing to quietly observe. At this moment, the bride was being supported and led by the matchmaker as she walked step by step towards the inner hall. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her figure was faintly discernible under the wedding dress. This woman had a beautiful figure, and was definitely a graceful person. As Yang Kai observed her, he suddenly furrowed his brows, as if he had sensed that something was amiss. However, he was unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. More importantly, the palpitations and irritability from yesterday suddenly surged up again, causing him to furrow his brows. He turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and the others, only to see that they did not seem to have noticed anything. However, the scene before him seemed to have stimulated some kind of desire deep in Yi Jinghan's heart. At this moment, she looked at the bride walking step by step towards them with a look of expectation in her beautiful eyes, as if she was fantasizing about the day when she would be able to wear such a phoenix coronet and red veil, and marry the person she loved the most. She stole a glance at Du Xian, her small face turning slightly red. Not long after, the group finally arrived at the inner hall. The matchmaker handed the ribbon in her hand to Luo Jin, and said with a smile, "Master, I'm handing the bride over to you. You must treat her well in the future." Luo Jin laughed heartily. "I definitely won't let her be bullied in the slightest." The matchmaker said, "The bride is so lucky. Why is my life so hard? I haven't met a man like Master." The group burst into laughter, causing the lively atmosphere to reach its peak in an instant. Chapter 2305. Within the inner hall, Luo Jin held onto the bride's ribbon as he gave a faint smile, before turning around and walking inside. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up from the table to the left of Yang Kai and the others. With a faint smile, he walked towards the two of them and stood in front of them. The sound of the wind instruments and the silence of the gongs and drums made the scene solemn and dignified. The old man smiled. This old man is extremely honored to be able to witness this marriage for the city lord's master. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "On such a beautiful day, the two of you have tied the knot and brought about the union of Qin and Jin. I hope that the two of you will love each other dearly in the future, and live a long and happy life together. Do the two of you agree?" Luo Jin smiled. "This Luo agrees." The old man nodded, before turning towards the bride and asking, "What about you?" The bride's body trembled slightly, before a sweet-sounding voice rang out from within the phoenix crown. "I." As those words rang out, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as the uneasy feeling in the depths of his heart grew even more intense. He felt that he should be extremely familiar with that voice. Before he could continue trying to figure out exactly who that voice belonged to, a trembling voice suddenly rang out from somewhere within the inner hall. "I don't agree." As those words rang out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone turned to look towards the source of the voice, wondering which reckless person actually dared to embarrass the city lord's master in front of so many experts. Anger filled Luo Jin's face as he turned his head and roared, "Who dares to do such a thing?" His face was so malevolent that it was practically distorted. Today was the day of his marriage ceremony, a joyous occasion. However, he never expected that it would be ruined at such a crucial moment. Dense killing intent involuntarily rose in his heart. A chilling glint flashed across his eyes. Carefully examining the source of the voice, he snorted coldly. What's wrong? You have the guts to ruin this king's plans. Yet you don't have the guts to stand up and admit it? A guest immediately shouted from the side. Obediently stand up and apologize to the city lord's master, and perhaps we can spare your life. If you dare to be stubborn, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Luo Jin replied. Today is this king's wedding day, and this king doesn't want to take anyone's life. Obediently stand up, and this king won't make things difficult for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly stood up from somewhere in the crowd. That person's entire body was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible for others to see her true appearance. However, judging from her tall figure, she was clearly a woman. Take him down. Seeing this person stand up, Luo Jin waved his hand fiercely. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Several city lord residents' cultivator immediately charged towards that person. The woman stood there. She didn't seem to panic at all. Just as those people were about to rush in front of her and capture her, she suddenly lifted the black veil on her head, revealing her true appearance. Under everyone's gaze, all of them suddenly widened their eyes and were flabbergasted. His face was filled with disbelief. Ah, this, young miss. The cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was rushing towards the woman was originally aggressive. They were prepared to capture this woman and bring her to a secret place to punish her. However, when they saw her appearance, their expressions changed drastically. They withdrew their attacks in midair and landed on the ground in a sorry state. They were all dumbfounded. This was because they discovered that the person who had ruined the concubine ceremony at such a crucial moment was none other than the city lord's mansion's young miss, Luo Bing. Qiu Yu suddenly stood up and looked at Luo Bing with a stunned expression. He never expected that Luo Bing had been in the inner hall all this time, and had even ruined the city lord's master's ceremony. He had just separated from Luo Bing yesterday, and she was still fine at that time. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Luo Bing would do such a thing in just one night. For a moment, the inner hall was completely silent. Everyone looked at Luo Bing with strange expressions, not knowing what she was up to. Bing. Luo Jin's body shook as he stared at Luo Bing with his eyes wide open. Why did you? Before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice. Who bullied you? He saw that his precious daughter's eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried for a long time. Furthermore, her voice was hoarse, so he didn't immediately recognize Luo Bing's voice. He instinctively thought that someone had bullied Luo Bing. Qiu Yu quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, fearing that Luo Bing would say his name. He thought that Luo Bing was acting like this because of him. No one bullied me. Luo Bing pursed her red lips. Is there really no one? Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. There really isn't anyone. Luo Bing shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, Father, I have something to ask of you. Luo Jin sighed and said, We'll talk about it later. You should go back to your room and rest first. He was furious in the depths of his heart, blaming Luo Bing for not seeing the big picture, and damaging his dignity and face in front of so many powerful people. He just wanted to finish the ceremony quickly and ask Luo Bing what was going on. However, Luo Bing didn't seem to want to listen to him obediently. She just shook her head and said, No, I have to ask you for this now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. Luo Jin shouted in a deep voice, his face filled with anger. Luo Bing's body trembled instinctively, as if she was afraid. However, her gaze was firm as she continued to look at her father with a pleading look. Luo Jin looked at her and immediately knew that he couldn't persuade her. He could only sigh and smile at the guests. Everyone, please don't make a fool of yourself. My daughter has been spoiled too much by this king, so she was a little mischievous. I hope she didn't spoil everyone's mood. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but relax. They had long heard that Luo Bing was doted on by the city lord master, but they didn't expect that it was to the extent that she dared to cause trouble during the ceremony. They all expressed that they didn't mind, looking very considerate of Luo Jin. Luo Jin looked at Luo Bing and said, Tell me, what do you want from me? You chose this time. If it's too difficult, let's see how I'll deal with you later. Although his words were threatening, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, it wasn't a real threat, but a show of doting. The guests also laughed kindly, praising the city lord master's fatherly love. Luo Bing bit her red lips and pointed to Luo Jin's side. Your daughter wants to beg you to let her go, father. When she finished speaking, the inner hall, which had regained some of its festive atmosphere, fell into a strange silence once again. Many guests opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe their ears. However, some people knew that today's matter would be a little difficult, so they felt somewhat uneasy and secretly observed Luo Jin's expression. The smile on Luo Jin's face stiffened and slowly disappeared. The gloomy expression on his face was so cold that it seemed like a layer of frost could be scraped off, while his eyes gradually filled with anger. After a while, Luo Jin said, Bing, go and rest. You're probably too tired. He had thought that his daughter had objected to the marriage just now because she wanted to take the opportunity to threaten him and make him agree to some difficult conditions. He had been fully prepared for it, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Luo Bing was really opposed to the marriage. How could Luo Jin agree? No matter how much he doted on Luo Bing, he wouldn't let his bride go in front of so many people. If he really did that, where would his face be? Where would his dignity be? He probably wouldn't be able to manage Sky Crane City and become the city lord in the future. Father, promise me. Luo Bing begged. Impudent. Luo Jin shouted angrily and looked at Luo Bing with resentment. It seems that I have spoiled you too much in the past, which made you lose your sense of propriety. Go back to your room and don't take a single step out of it without my permission. Father. Luo Bing cried. I didn't do it willingly, so why do you have to force me to do it? Please let her go. Hiss. The sound of people inhaling cold breaths rang out. Although everyone knew in their hearts that none of Luo Jin's concubines were willing to marry him, it was fine for them to keep this matter to themselves, as no one would point it out. However, if they were to bring it out in front of everyone, the atmosphere would be completely different. However, the person who said it was Luo Bing. All the cultivators in the inner hall felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. They had a strange feeling that a storm was coming, which made them feel uneasy. If you let her go, I will stay by your side in the future. I will be filial to you and listen to you. I won't cause any trouble in the future. I will be obedient. Luo Bing was still crying and begging. Luo Jin's face twisted and turned ashen as he shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Bing said, I'm not talking nonsense. I know who she is and why she wants to marry you. Just let her go. Luo Jin said angrily. What are you looking at? The young lady has lost her mind. Quickly take her away and take good care of her. Hearing his order, the cultivators in the city lord's mansion, who were at a loss, moved again and rushed towards Luo Bing. However, right at this moment, a person sitting beside Luo Bing suddenly stood up and grabbed her by the neck. Looking around at everyone with his white eyes, he snorted coldly, I'll pinch anyone who dares to come over. The faces of the city lord's mansion cultivators who had rushed over turned pale with fright. They fell from the air once again and scrambled to get out of the way. The other guests who had come to congratulate the city lord's mansion opened their eyes wide once again. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that today's ceremony would have such undercurrents and twists. It's him. A frown appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at the one-eyed brawny man who was holding Luo Bing hostage. A thoughtful look flashed across his face. He still remembered that he had bumped into this brawny man in the restaurant yesterday. That fellow seemed to be called Chai Hu. At that time, he had left the restaurant early because he had gotten into a conflict with another group of people. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this Chai Hu fellow would actually sneak into the ceremony and even dare to hold the city lord's mansion's young lady hostage in front of everyone. However, this person's cultivation was only at the third-order origin king realm. Even if he had Luo Bing in his hands, his fate would still be worrying. Thinking about this, Yang Kai turned to look at the bride standing beside Luo Jin. Ever since he saw this bride, he had a strange feeling. At this moment he saw the bride's tender body trembling, as if she was struggling against something. Chapter 2306. one-eyed Chai who had one hand around Luo Bing's slender neck, while the other was pressed against her back. Saint Qi surged within his body as he prepared to take action at any moment. The guards of the city lord's mansion looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with embarrassment and resentment. With their young miss as a hostage, they did not dare to act rashly, for fear of angering Chai Hu and injuring Luo Bing. If that were to happen, they would not be far from death. In their anxiety, they all looked towards Luo Jin, waiting for his instructions. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he sent a signal with his eyes. The guards understood his intentions and quietly spread out, surrounding Chai Hu in all directions to prevent him from escaping. As for the table of guests that Chai Hu and Luo Bing were sitting at, they had already scattered and fled the moment Chai Hu stood up and held Luo Bing hostage. Old man Luo Jin, if you still care about your daughter's life, tell them to behave themselves. Chai Hu's single eye radiated with a malevolent luster as he roared towards Luo Jin while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Luo Jin snorted coldly, before raising his hand slightly to signal for the guards to remain calm. Only then did he look towards Chai Hu and say, "This king seems to have seen you somewhere before." Chai Hu sneered, before replying with ridicule, "I'm just a nameless junior. City Lord Master would naturally not remember me." Luo Jin replied, "Regardless of the grudges between you and this king, it has nothing to do with my daughter. If you let her go, this king will promise to have a good talk with you." Chai Hu laughed heartily. "Have a good talk? What's there to talk about with a despicable and shameless person like you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Luo Jin replied, "Looks like you've been holding a grudge against this king for a long time. Binger's words were also due to you threatening her, right?" Hearing his words, looks of understanding appeared on the faces of the surrounding guests. No wonder Luo Bing was able to embarrass her father in such a situation. It turned out that she had been forced by someone. If that was the case, it would explain why Luo Bing was unable to see the bigger picture. "If you say so." Chai Hu snorted coldly, not having any intention of defending himself. "He didn't force me." Right at this moment, Luo Bing suddenly interrupted. "Father, I said those words myself. I said those words myself. Let that girl go. What did she do wrong?" Hearing this, Luo Jin's face abruptly sank. The expressions of the surrounding guests were also very colorful. They really couldn't understand what was going on in front of them. Luo Bing was being held hostage by the one-eyed brawny man, and her life was in his hands. So, why was she still speaking up for him? Luo Jin took a deep breath, before speaking out in a deep voice, "Bing, don't be afraid. Father will save you." After he finished speaking, he looked towards Chai Hu once again and said, "Sir, you're so daring as to sneak into the ceremony and hold this king's beloved daughter hostage. Exactly what are your intentions?" Chai Hu gave a cold laugh before replying, "Master City Lord, why do you need to ask when you already know the answer? Others don't know why I'm here. Don't you know?" Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Why don't you state it clearly? If it's possible, why not accept it? As long as my daughter is safe, I am willing to pay any price." He spoke righteously and sternly, and his expression was solemn. The surrounding guests cheered and praised him. Someone immediately said to Chai Hu, "Friend, you're being too impulsive. The City Lord Master has always been diligent in city affairs and loves his citizens. He has an excellent reputation, and young Lady Luo Bing is also innocent, pure and kind-hearted. Why can't you speak nicely? Do you have to make it so difficult for everyone? Listen to me. Release young Lady Luo Bing, and the City Lord Master will definitely not make things difficult for you. That's right. Release young Lady Luo, and everything can be discussed. Release her quickly. Otherwise, even if the City Lord Master doesn't blame you, we'll still teach you a lesson." A commotion broke out in all directions. Some people tried to persuade Chai Hu with kind words, while others used malicious words. Chai Hu seemed to have become much more nervous. He tightened his grip on Luo Bing's hand, causing her to have difficulty breathing and her face to turn pale. "Shut up, all of you!" Chai Hu suddenly roared. He was currently in prison, and was surrounded by enemies. His nerves were already tense, and hearing the shouts coming from all directions made him even more vexed. If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll strangle her to death immediately. I'm a man of my word. Chaihu roared as he glared with his only eye. Seeing this, the guests didn't dare to utter a single word. All of them shut their mouths, afraid that they would really infuriate this irrational fellow and hurt Luo Bing. Luo Jin's face sank as he roared, "Speak. What exactly do you want this king to do?" Chaihu turned his head and glared at Luo Jin. "Release that person beside you. Who are you referring to?" Luo Jin asked despite knowing the answer. Chaihu roared, "If you dare to be so shameless, I'll immediately take your daughter's life." Luo Jin's face changed slightly. "Sir, by doing this, are you trying to steal the bride?" Chaihu sneered. "She didn't want to marry you, so how can I steal the bride? I'm only here to save her." Luo Jin said, "You didn't ask her, so how do you know that she didn't want to marry you?" Chaihu said, "How could she be willing to marry you? You're dreaming." Luo Jin smiled. "You must have misunderstood something. Although this king doesn't know you, you and my wife should be friends, right? This king truly admires you for doing this for your friend. Since you're my wife's friend, you're also this king's friend. How about this? You ask my wife if she's willing to marry this king. If she says no, this king will immediately release you and won't force you. How about that?" Hearing this, Chaihu's face changed a few times, as though he didn't dare to believe his own ears. Hesitating, he asked, "Are you serious?" Luo Jin smiled. How could this king lie in front of so many guests? After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Or are you saying that you're only here to cause trouble and ruin this king's reputation? If that's the case, this king will definitely not let you off easily." Someone replied, "That's right, we're all willing to testify for the city master." "Brat, you're not purely here to cause trouble, are you? If that's the case, you're really too despicable." Chaihu's face turned gloomy as he remained unmoved by the shouts coming from all directions. After muttering to himself for a while, he nodded. "Fine, I'll believe you this once." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the bride and spoke in a deep voice. "Fifth sister, you've also heard what the city master said just now. Tell me, are you willing to marry him? Or are you being threatened by him? Don't worry, if you're really being threatened by him, your fourth brother will save you even if I have to risk my life. This king is eternally grateful for your painstaking efforts on behalf of my wife." Luo Jin gave a faint smile, his expression calm. "Shut up." Chaihu roared. Luo Jin smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the new bride, who had stood motionless by his side, and had not said a single word even when Chaihu had caused trouble, had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards her, wanting to know what kind of answer she would give to this matter. Under everyone's gazes, the bride's delicate body trembled slightly for a moment, before Yuer's voice rang out from behind the red veil. "I am willing." "What?" Chaihu's body shook as he instantly turned sluggish. He had never expected to hear such an answer. However, that voice was undoubtedly his fifth sister's, and not someone impersonating her. For a moment, he was actually unable to accept such an outcome. Luo Jin looked at him and smiled. "This king should understand now, right? This king and my wife felt like old friends at first sight, and fell in love with each other. If not for that, this king wouldn't have married her." "Big brother Chai." Luo Bing turned her head and looked at Chaihu blankly. She couldn't understand why the situation was different from what Chaihu had said. After all, Chaihu had told her that the bride was being forced to marry her father. However, she had heard a completely different answer from the bride. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Chaihu yelled. Luo Jin's face darkened as he shouted, "This king has already given you enough face. On account of the fact that you're my wife's friend, I'm not willing to make things difficult for you. I hope that you'll know what to do." "That's right. Friend, please stop pestering us endlessly. Otherwise, it won't look good for everyone." "That's right. If you let young lady Luo Bing go, I believe that the city lord's master won't really make things difficult for you. Everyone can sit at the same table and enjoy the banquet. Wouldn't that be great? You should know when to stop, brat. If you want to die, this old master doesn't mind sending you on your way." The surrounding guests started to clamor once again, as their impression of Chai-Hu was extremely bad. That's impossible. Chai-Hu continued to nag. It's impossible for fifth sister to marry you willingly. She must have been forced by you. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, It must be big brother, second brother and the others, right? Brat, what exactly are you talking about? The surrounding crowd was bewildered. However, Chai-Hu laughed heartily towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder. It was extremely carefree, as though he had figured out something and untied the knot in his heart. After a long while, he suddenly looked towards Luo Jin and gritted his teeth. You're really sinister, old man. You actually used big brother and second brother to force fifth sister to marry you. If you don't want your daughter's blood to be spilled here today, you'd better listen to my orders obediently. Luo Jin was enraged as he shouted, You dare to go back on your word? Chai-Hu sneered. What's the point of keeping my word with a despicable person like you? No matter what, I must take fifth sister away today. Whoever dares to obstruct me will die. As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand. Luo Bing cried out in alarm. Luo Jin turned pale with fright and hastily said, Wait! Are you going to let her go or not? Chai-Hu shouted. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water, as though a storm was about to arrive. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became extremely oppressive. After gnashing his teeth for a long while, he said, Since you're so suspicious, I'll let my wife explain it to you in detail. As he spoke, he glanced at the bride beside him. Hearing this, joy appeared on Chai-Hu's face as he shouted, Fifth sister, come here first. After hesitating for a moment, the bride walked towards Chai-Hu, step by step. This brat is probably going to be out of luck. At a nearby table, Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly muttered in a soft voice. The members of the Thousand Leaves sect were originally beaming with joy as they watched the show unfold. Regardless of the reason behind Chai-Hu's actions today, and regardless of the final outcome, it had already damaged Luo Jin's reputation. In the future, today's matter would be discussed everywhere in the tea houses and wine shops. Those who didn't know the truth would definitely think that Luo Jin had done something to bully men and women, which would damage his prestige and image. Chapter 2307. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, the Thousand Leaves sect members turned to look at him suspiciously with blank expressions on their faces. With a grin, Yang Kai replied in a low voice, City Lord Master looks so confident. How could he not have made any preparations? Du Xian's expression changed slightly, as though he had thought of something, before replying in a low voice. Young Master Yang means to say that he's prepared to. Yang Kai shook his head, indicating for him to wait and see. On the other side, the bride wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil walked step by step towards Chai-Hu. Looking at her, joy could be seen in Chai-Hu's single eye as he spoke out. Fifth sister, please stand to the side and support me. I'll get this old fart to release Big Brother and the others. After that, we'll fly far away and never return to Sky Crane City. Without saying a word, the bride obediently walked to Chai-Hu's side and stood there. Sir, you've caused such a ruckus in my city lord's mansion today and ruined this king's face. Do you think you can leave? Luo Jin gave a cold snort as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. Where there's a will, there's a way. Chai-Hu replied with a sneer. Luo Jin gave a deep smile. This king feels that it's better for you to stay. Chai-Hu's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. In the next instant, a palm pressed down on his back, causing a surge of power to surge into his body, causing his entire body to shake violently as he was sent flying. While in midair, he turned his head back to look with eyes filled with disbelief. When he saw exactly who had taken action, his eyes were filled with grief and despair. Bang! Chai-Hu landed on the ground, smashing the tables and chairs. However, under that palm, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury, so the moment he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish, swish, swish. The experts of the city lord's mansion rushed over in an instant, a few of their palms pressing down on his back. Power surged from their palms, yet they did not release it. After all, today was the city lord master's wedding ceremony. so it was truly inappropriate for blood to be spilled. If not, Chaihu would have been a dead man by now. After being subdued, Chaihu staggered about, appearing to be unable to stand properly. Looking at the new bride with an expression of extreme pain, blood flowed out of his mouth as he cried out in grief, "Fifth sister, why?" The person who had launched a sneak attack on him and seriously injured him was the bride he had come to rescue. Until now, he still could not believe that this was true. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was Chaihu stunned, even the surrounding guests had their mouths wide open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Only Luo Jin had a faint smile on his face, as though he had already expected this to happen. Yang Kai suddenly stood up. His eyes burned as he looked at the bride. His expression kept changing. Demonic chi? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and covered her red lips with her hand. She exclaimed in a low voice, "Is this bride from the monster race?" Although the moment the bride made her move just now was extremely short, the power she displayed was very different from origin energy. It carried a pure demonic yuan chi aura. Although there were human cultivators who cultivated demonic arts or secret techniques that allowed their strength to be close to demonic yuan chi, they would definitely not be this pure. From this, it could be seen that this bride was not from the human race. Instead, she was a member of the monster race. It wasn't that the monster race didn't exist in the star boundary. It was just that the monster race would rarely move about in the human race's territory. Even if they did, it would be extremely rare. Furthermore, they would do their utmost to conceal their whereabouts. After all, they were from different races, so it was inevitable that people would have thoughts of betrayal upon seeing a member of the monster race. Like Yi Jinghan, there were quite a few people who had noticed this, causing them to look curiously at the new bride. Furthermore, from the energy fluctuations radiating from the new bride when she made her move, she was shockingly a cultivator from the first-order Dao source realm. "Young Master Yang, what's wrong?" Du Xian hastily asked upon seeing Yang Kai's strange expression. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he continued to stare fixedly at the new bride, his body trembling slightly, as though he had discovered something incredible. "Take him away and keep a close eye on him. This king will have a good chat with him after the ceremony." Luo Jin waved his hand as he gave the order. The few city lords' mansion guards nodded their heads, before taking action to seal Chaihu's cultivation and detain him. "Don't!" Unexpectedly, a tender cry rang out at this moment. In the next moment, everyone saw Luo Bing, who had escaped from Chaihu's clutches, rushing straight towards Chaihu. Sending a flurry of punches and kicks at the few guards, she pushed them away with all her might. Opening her arms wide, she stood in front of Chaihu, shaking her head as she shouted, "Don't come over." Her stance of wanting to protect Chaihu caused the guests to be flabbergasted, as they were completely unable to understand exactly what she was thinking. After all, everyone had seen Chaihu using her as a hostage. Now that she had escaped, shouldn't she be hurriedly distancing herself from Chaihu? Why had she walked right into their trap? "Bing, what nonsense are you making?" Luo Jin was furious. He had been greatly angered by his daughter today, as she had repeatedly contradicted and disobeyed him. Furthermore, she even wanted to protect the safety of the person who had ruined his ceremony. How could he not be furious? "Father, Big Brother Chai saved my life yesterday, so he's my benefactor. Please don't make things difficult for him," Luo Bing pleaded with a sobbing tone. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed as he said, "Benefactor?" Luo Bing replied, "That's right. I was in danger yesterday, and it was Big Brother Chai who saved me." "Yesterday?" Luo Jin frowned as he said in a cold voice, "Didn't you go out with young Master Chiu yesterday? Why did this person save you?" Luo Bing shook her head. "I'll explain everything to father in detail. Don't make things difficult for him for now. Let him go." Upon hearing her words, Chiu Yu's face instantly turned pale. In a flash he appeared before Luo Bing, extending his hand to grab her arm. "Little sister Bing, don't make trouble. Didn't the city lord's master say not to hurt him? Be obedient." Luo Bing shook her head and said, "Then let him go now." A sliver of impatience flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he said to Chiu Yu, "Young Master Chiu, my daughter doesn't know any better. Take her away to rest. Qiuyu nodded. I'll obey the master's orders. As he spoke, he extended his hand and patted Luo Bing's body, causing her to immediately fall limply to the ground. Although she was still conscious, she was powerless to move. Qiuyu picked her up by the waist and carried her towards the rear hall. After being injured by the bride, Chaihu appeared as though he had lost his soul, remaining unmoved by everything that was happening before him. It was only at this moment that he clenched his teeth and spoke out with his only I read. Fifth sister, tell me, exactly why did you do this? Did you really willingly marry this old fart? Luo Jin sneered. This king has already given you enough face. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame this king for being impolite. A guest at the side shouted out. City Lord Master doesn't need to be too benevolent. This person's crime is unforgivable. That's right. The bride and City Lord Master are deeply in love. They have been cultivating for 100 years, and they have been cultivating for 1,000 years. They are a match made in heaven. How can a despicable person like you break them up so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chaihu roared with all his might. Stubborn. Luo Jin snorted coldly before roaring. Then you can watch carefully from the side. See if my humble wife is willing to marry this king. After saying that, Luo Jin turned his head to look around, before saying with a dark expression, Are there any other friends who don't agree to this marriage? Step forward, and this king will give you a satisfactory answer. Today he had been disrupted by someone, causing him to lose face. Therefore he wanted to regain his dignity by establishing his authority. As he said those words, his face was filled with killing intent. Who would dare to step forward and contradict him? City Lord Master must be joking. There will always be a few people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. There's no need for Master to pay attention to them. That's right. It's really not worth it to let such people spoil our mood. Let's continue. Let's continue. Only then did Luo Jin's expression turn slightly more amiable as he snorted coldly. Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, so this king doesn't want to get angry. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, feel free to speak frankly. He looked around, only to see that everyone was smiling apologetically. A voice suddenly rang out, causing the relaxed atmosphere to turn tense once again. Quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked towards the source of the voice, thinking to themselves that there really were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to disagree even at such a time. Luo Jin's expression turned solemn as his fury was written all over his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the side. At the table closest to the front, a youth stood up with a grin on his face, before raising his hand. I have a small opinion. I hope that City Lord Master won't get angry. Someone from Thousand Leaves sect. He's actually a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect. Don't tell me that he's here to add insult to injury? That person looks unfamiliar. Is he really from Thousand Leaves sect? How could he be fake? Didn't you see him sitting together with Yi Jinghan, Du Xian and the others? This is going to be interesting. Whispers rang out, and when everyone saw that the person who had spoken was actually sitting together with a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, they immediately understood that today's matter had become even more complicated. After all, Chaihu was just a single person, and he had failed in his attempt to steal the bride, and ended up being injured instead. However, if Thousand Leaves sect were to get involved in this matter, then the two great forces would definitely shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war. This was a matter that would affect the entire region within a few 100,000 kilometers. At the entrance of the hall, Qiuyu was just about to leave with the incapacitated Luo Bing in his arms, but when he heard those words, he stopped abruptly and turned around. When he saw who had spoken, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Why is it this brat? He's too unruly. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had just stood up, while her hand accidentally touched her red lips. She didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly decided to join in on this matter. Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Du Xian's expression also changed slightly, as he instantly realized the seriousness of this matter. Although they knew that young Master Yang wasn't a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, the others didn't. Everyone was sitting at the same table, so the others would definitely make their own guesses. Yang Kai standing up to oppose this marriage would make others think that he was acting on behalf of Thousand Leaves sect. Once such a misunderstanding occurred, they might not be able to leave Sky Crane City. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on Du Xian's forehead. It's a private matter. It's purely a private matter. Yang Kai smiled at the two before raising his head to look at Luo Jin. Luo Jin was clearly at a loss, and after looking at Yang Kai for a while he asked, "Is your excellency also from Thousand Leaves sect? Why have I never seen you before?" What puzzled Luo Jin even more was that this group of people from Thousand Leaves sect was actually sitting at the table closest to the front. What was going on? Chapter 2308. Would you believe me if I said that I'm not from Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin with a grin. Beside him, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had pained expressions on their faces as they continuously wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads, appearing nervous and uneasy. Seeing this, Luo Jin frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Then, how should I address your excellency?" Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, a minor realm lower than him, Yang Kai didn't look that old. With such a cultivation at such a young age, Luo Jin couldn't underestimate him. Just in case, Luo Jin felt that it would be better to inquire about the other party's origins first. Yang Kai didn't look at Luo Jin when he said that, instead focusing on the reaction of the bride. He said in a clear voice, "High Heaven Sect." Yang Kai. High Heaven Sect? Which sect is that? There's such a sect in our southern territory? Why haven't I heard of it before? Perhaps it's a sect from some other territory. With how big the world is and how many sects there are, it wouldn't be strange if you haven't heard of it before. The surrounding guests started to whisper amongst themselves, with even Yi Jinghan and the others frowning in thought. However, none of them had heard of the High Heaven sect, so they couldn't help but feel extremely curious. After hearing Yang Kai's introduction, the bride's body suddenly trembled, as though she had received some kind of shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling increasingly certain that his guess was correct. When the bride had taken action against Chai Hu earlier, Yang Kai had felt that the energy fluctuations coming from her were somewhat familiar, as though she was someone he knew. Now his guess was even more certain. Clearly, Luo Jin had never heard of a sect like the High Heaven sect, so he frowned and asked, "Does little brother Yang have any objections to this king's wedding ceremony? Why don't you share them with this king?" Yang Kai grinned. "Actually, I don't have any objections. It's just that I'm more curious about the bride's appearance. If City Lord Master doesn't mind, can you allow the bride to lift this veil and let us see that peerless face?" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. They thought, how could a bride take off her veil before entering the bridal chamber? On the day of every woman's wedding, they would only enter the bridal chamber after the ceremony. Only then would the bridegroom lift the veil. This was the custom, this was etiquette. If this custom was broken, it would bring misfortune to the family. If the bride could be magnanimous on the day of the wedding, what was the use of the red veil? Although everyone knew this in their hearts, to be honest, they were also very curious about the appearance of the bride. They all wanted to see her face. It was just that no one had the guts to say it out loud at this time. Now that they heard Yang Kai say so, they were secretly looking forward to it. Luo Jin's eyes were filled with dignity as he stared straight at Yang Kai. After remaining silent for a long while, he gave a laugh. "This little brother Yang is truly humorous. You must be joking with me because the atmosphere was too tense. This old man appreciates little brother's good intentions." As he spoke, he cupped his fists slightly in acknowledgement. However, his eyes were filled with threat, as if he was saying that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if Yang Kai continued to pester him. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Kai smiled. "City Lord Master has misunderstood. This one is not joking. I really want to see what this bride looks like." The smile on Luo Jin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He continued, "Everyone knows that the City Lord Master has good luck with women. He has 14 beautiful concubines, all of whom are tall and thin. He enjoys the good fortune of having one in his left and one in his right. However, no one knows what the city lord's wives look like. Every time they go out, they cover their faces with black veils, with guards opening the way for them, making it impossible for others to see their true appearances. However, I believe that everyone knows that the city lord's wives are definitely heavenly beauties. Only such appearances are worthy of the city lord master's prestige. Hearing this, Luo Jin laughed. You flatter me, little brother. He secretly thought to himself, so this brat isn't looking for trouble, but is here to flatter me. If that's the case, it's not like I can't cooperate with him. Right now, this is already the 15th city lord's wife. City lord master can't keep hiding her, and keep everyone in suspense, right? Yang Kai winked at Luo Jin. Why don't we take advantage of this time when all the guests are gathered and let everyone feast their eyes on her? That's also a wish of mine. If that's the case, we'll definitely be able to bask in City Lord Master's good fortune. Who knows, we might be able to be like the Master and enjoy endless luck with women. Don't you all think so, everyone? Although the guests didn't interrupt and only listened quietly, there were quite a few people who revealed looks of anticipation, as if they really wanted to see what the bride looked like. Luo Jin smiled. Little brother, this Luo's wives and this Luo are in love with each other and are a match made in heaven. If you want to have good fortune with women, this king seriously recommends you to make a trip to this city's 1,000 gold wine pavilion. You'll definitely be able to get what you want there. There are many beautiful ladies there. As soon as he said that, the surrounding guests all burst into laughter, as they were all convinced by Luo Jin's humor. However, there were some people who understood the meaning behind Luo Jin's words. Could it be that he was implying that this king's wives weren't ladies from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, and that they weren't people who could be looked at as they pleased? If they dared to continue being long-winded, that would be the same as insulting this king. So don't blame this king for getting angry. Alright, the auspicious hour is almost over. Let's continue with the ceremony. Luo Jin waved his hand, preparing to end this farce that he couldn't stand. Yang Kai took a ferocious step forward and said in a deep voice, "What if I want to take a look at the bride?" Luo Jin turned around and stared coldly at Yang Kai, before saying in an indifferent tone, "Little brother, go back and sit properly." "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yi Jinghan was on the verge of going crazy. She had absolutely no idea why Yang Kai would provoke Luo Jin time and time again at this critical juncture. She could clearly see Luo Jin's impatience and anger, and knew that if this continued, there would be no way to resolve this matter. "Young Master Yang, please come back." Du Xian also spoke out to persuade him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at them, before replying in an indifferent tone. "This is my personal matter. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave now. However, don't point fingers at me." Du Xian frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. On the other hand, a flustered expression appeared on Yi Jinghan's face as she waved her hand. "That's not what I meant, it's just that." Yang Kai did not wait for her to finish her sentence, before leaving his seat and walking towards the bride step by step. His steps were neither fast nor slow, while a leisurely expression appeared on his face. Looking towards Luo Jin, he said, "City Lord Master, if I can't see the bride's appearance today, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well tonight. City Lord Master, can you please fulfill this wish of mine? Has this brat gone mad?" On the other side, Qiuyu hugged Luo Bing as he stood foolishly in his original position, while a myriad of expressions appeared on his face. He was truly unable to understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. After all, from their previous encounter, Yang Kai was not someone who would pester endlessly. Chai Hu, who was originally filled with despair and being suppressed by the City Lord's mansion's experts, suddenly had his eyes light up. Looking at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, he appeared to have found a life-saving straw in his despair. Struggling, he shouted out, "Little brother, help me take her away. She's just confused for a moment. You must take her away." "Impudent!" Luo Jin roared out explosively as he looked towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. "Brat, I think that you're here to pick a fight on purpose." While walking towards the bride, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "City Lord Luo, you're wrongly accusing me. I just want to take a look at the bride. If you don't agree, then I can only do it myself." Luo Jin roared out furiously, "Take him down." Following his order, a dozen cultivators suddenly appeared from all directions, pouncing towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. Among them, there were even 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, one from the left and one from the right, forming a pincer attack. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the expressions of the numerous guests changed as they retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. There were even quite a few people who looked towards Yang Kai with looks of pity on their faces, secretly feeling that this brat's brain was damaged. He actually dared to cause such a ruckus during the City Lord's Master's wedding ceremony. Wasn't he courting death? In the blink of an eye, the dozen cultivator pounced towards Yang Kai, with the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters taking the initiative to attack without the slightest bit of mercy. In an instant, Source Qi erupted within the hall as energy surged. However, in the next moment, a series of banging sounds rang out, mixed with miserable cries. All of the cultivator pouncing towards Yang Kai were sent flying back, smashing heavily into the walls of the hall, causing holes to appear one after another. "What's going on? What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Waves of exclamations rang out as the guests from all directions simply did not dare to believe what they were seeing. Some people rubbed their eyes repeatedly, yet were still unable to change the result that was imprinted in their eyes. The dozen or so cultivator, including the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, had all been sent flying back in an instant. It was impossible for them to perform such a comical action for no reason, so the only explanation was that they had been sent flying by Yang Kai. However, more than 90% of the people present were unable to see exactly how Yang Kai had made his move, only faintly seeing Yang Kai's figure sway for a moment. Only a few people from the 3rd-order Dao Source Realm narrowed their eyes, revealing solemn looks on their faces as they saw Yang Kai's extraordinariness. The same was true for Luo Jin. He originally thought that Yang Kai was just a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but who would have thought that he was actually hiding his strength. In an instant, Luo Jin realized that he was in big trouble. After repelling the dozen or so cultivator from the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai still had a calm and collected look on his face, as though nothing had happened as he continued to walk towards the bride. "What are you all in a daze for? Attack together!" Seeing that the situation was bad, Luo Jin roared out. In the next instant, even more City Lord's mansion masters flew out and pounced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look around, a chilling glint in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "If anyone else dares to come forward, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As soon as he said this, many of the cultivator pouncing towards him could not help but reveal looks of hesitation, as they were afraid that they would hand over their lives here. However, with Luo Jin watching from the side, they could only grit their teeth and push their strength, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack Yang Kai. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai was standing was enveloped by a multicolored brilliance, as surging energies collided with one another, causing intense sounds to ring out. The entire hall shook, as though it would collapse at any moment. Chapter 2309. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the point of collision, wanting to know how Yang Kai was going to deal with such a dangerous situation. However, to their great disappointment, Yang Kai did not manage to escape, nor did he move in the slightest. "Young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan's expression changed drastically as she cried out. With his 2nd-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, it was impossible for Yang Kai to defend against such a ferocious attack. She felt that Yang Kai was most likely dead. Luo Jin sneered as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. After a short while, the energy dissipated, revealing a gigantic crater where Yang Kai had been standing. However, there was not a single trace of Yang Kai. Where is he? Where did he go? Is he dead? Have they been reduced to ashes? That makes sense. This little brat is here to make people laugh, right? He's all bark and no bite. With so many cultivators from the City Lord's mansion taking action together, even the 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivators would die without a doubt. How could this little brat block them at such a young age? He's definitely going to die without a burial ground. Seeing this, everyone could not help but start to discuss amongst themselves. Some felt pity for Yang Kai's untimely death. Some mocked Yang Kai for overestimating himself, while some immediately started to flatter Luo Jin and flatter him endlessly. A faint smile hung on Luo Jin's face, but a faint feeling of uneasiness was growing in his heart, causing his entire body to feel uneasy. On the other hand, Chai Hu's face had turned ashen, and he was unable to regain his senses for a long while. At the other table, Du Xian's face had also turned deathly pale as he continuously swallowed his saliva, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Only after a long while did he wake up from his stupor did he roar, "We have to hurry up and leave, before it's too late." Yang Kai was already dead. Although Yang Kai had no relationship with Thousand Leaves sect, he was still sitting at the table with them. However, he had been sitting at the same table as them just now, so it was inevitable that some people would misunderstand. This was especially true for Luo Jin, as he might take this opportunity to cause trouble for the Thousand Leaves sect and forcefully detain them here. If Luo Jin really did so, he would have a good reason to do so, and would not be blamed by others. Thinking of this, Du Xian immediately panicked. As he spoke, he hurriedly grabbed hold of Yi Jinghan, intending to sneak away while everyone's attention was on them. However, Yi Jinghan didn't move at all, and just kept looking around with her beautiful eyes. "Yi Zi, what are you doing?" Du Xian panicked. Yi Jinghan replied, "Young Master Yang won't die. It's impossible for him to be killed so easily." Du Xian didn't know where her confidence came from. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "He is already dead. What are you still looking for?" Yi Jinghan replied, "I've seen young Master Yang's abilities before. How could he possibly die just like that?" After all, Yang Kai had promised her that he would return to Thousand Leaves sect with her to repair the Trans-Realm Spatial Array, as this was related to the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect. How could Yi Jinghan not be attentive? Before seeing Yang Kai's body, she felt that Yang Kai was definitely not dead. So what if he's powerful? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Du Xian tried his best to persuade him. "I believe in him." Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and continued to search the void. All of a sudden, she seemed to have discovered something and stared intently in a certain direction. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Du Xian and the others were stunned. Following her gaze, they saw a master from the city lord's mansion standing there. He seemed to be a second-order Dao Source Realm master, and was one of the people who had participated in the attack on Yang Kai. However, at this very moment, a faint phantom image had appeared behind this person's back. This phantom image gradually solidified into Yang Kai's appearance. Du Xian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he said in a trembling voice, "He's really not dead?" The depths of his heart throbbed. Just how strong was this person? How could he escape from such an attack without anyone noticing? Not only was he not dead, he was completely unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. Many divine senses covered the hall. The few masters from the Third Order Dao Source Realm seemed to have not let down their guard. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, they detected him. In an instant, several pairs of eyes turned towards him. Upon seeing Yang Kai's figure, Luo Jin's face changed drastically as he roared, "Boy, what are you trying to do?" Yang Kai poked his head out from behind the Second Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Looking at Luo Jin with a sinister smile, he waved his hand in front of him, causing a concealed space principle fluctuation to appear, before quickly dissipating. After doing that, he spoke, "I've already said it. If anyone dares to take action against me, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he said those words, Luo Jin inexplicably shivered as an extremely uneasy feeling started to spread in his heart. Right at that moment, the second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator in front of Yang Kai suddenly fell forward. Before his body landed on the ground, blood spurted out from his neck as his head flew high into the air. Cries of alarm rang out from all directions as countless people looked at Yang Kai in horror, retreating continuously to put some distance between them. The person who had just died was a famous master in Sky Crane City. He had always been Luo Jin's right-hand man, and was a Vice City Lord level master who governed Sky Crane City together with Luo Jin. However, such a master had been silently killed by Yang Kai. From the blank look in his eyes before he died, it seemed that he did not realize what had happened until the moment of his death. Everyone was shocked. Just how powerful was this young man to be able to kill a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator so stealthily? Even the person who had been killed did not notice it? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin and said calmly, "I'm sorry to let City Lord Master see blood on such a big day, so I hope that no one will stop me." After saying that, he walked towards the bride, who had been standing motionless all this time. Along the way, everyone unconsciously opened up a path for him, while the cultivator from the City Lord's mansion slowly retreated with ugly expressions. No one dared to disturb him. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water as he stared at Yang Kai's back, his eyes flickering with thick murderous intent. This young man named Yang Kai had caused a huge commotion during today's ceremony, so his prestige would definitely be greatly damaged. If he could not save his face, how could he establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future? However, several second-order Dao Source Realm Masters were unable to do anything to him, so he was afraid that only he could subdue him. Thinking of this, Luo Jin glanced at a certain spot in the crowd without anyone noticing. Over there, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the bride with a complicated look on his face. He reached out to grab the bride's red veil and said, "Excuse me." The surrounding guests all opened their eyes wide. On one hand, they wanted to know how the situation would develop, but on the other hand, they were also curious about the bride's appearance. Yang Kai had caused such a commotion because he wanted to see what the bride looked like. He had even not hesitated to offend the City Lord's mansion and kill a Vice City Lord. Because of this, even those who were not curious about the bride's appearance became interested. For a moment, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if everyone was holding their breaths, waiting to witness this crucial moment. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to grab the red veil, the bride in front of him suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. At the same time, monster chi surged from her delicate body, and she sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. The palm contained an extremely powerful energy. "Be careful!" Chai Hu roared out fiercely. He had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the bride just now. If not for that, how could he have been captured so easily with a hostage in his hands? Seeing this unforeseen event, Yi Jinghan cried out in alarm. The palm strike was extremely powerful, and Yang Kai did not dare to block it due to his apprehension for fear of injuring the bride. As such, he allowed the jade-like hand to strike his chest. Feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, he was sent flying backwards. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he flew through the air, while his internal organs churned. At this moment, Luo Jin had already arrived behind Yang Kai without anyone noticing. Suddenly, he summoned a jade scepter-like artifact and sent it smashing down heavily towards Yang Kai. At the same time, a malevolent grin appeared on his face. "This king will send you on your way." As his words rang out, the jade scepter smashed into Yang Kai's body. Radiance blossomed from the scepter as it radiated with an extremely mysterious power. In an instant, a black hole appeared in the air and devoured Yang Kai's body. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's entire body was torn apart. Having succeeded in his attack, Luo Jin laughed heartily. "This is the result of disobeying this king." The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear as they stared at the jade scepter in Luo Jin's hand. It was as if this artifact was an extremely powerful artifact. However, in the next instant, the smile on Luo Jin's face froze, as he suddenly discovered that not a single drop of blood flowed out from Yang Kai's shattered body. Instead, it started to distort under his gaze, before dissipating like smoke. An afterimage. Luo Jin's expression changed greatly, as he never expected that such a foolproof sneak attack would actually fail. "So it was you who messed around." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, causing the surrounding guests to jump in fright. Their expressions changed greatly as they retreated backwards. By the time they turned their heads to take a look, they saw Yang Kai reaching out to grab a middle-aged man by the neck with a sneer on his face. The crowd did not seem to recognize this middle-aged man, and upon seeing his misfortune, they could not help but reveal looks of sympathy, as they did not know why Yang Kai had targeted him. This middle-aged man had a cultivation of the first-order Dao source realm, and his strength was pretty good. However, after personally witnessing Yang Kai killing the Vice City Lord, how could he dare to resist? His body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Little brother, let's talk things over properly. What's the meaning of this?" Yang Kai exerted a bit of force, causing creaking sounds to ring out from the middle-aged man's neck as he sneered. "Stop acting in front of me. Tell me, exactly how did you manage to control the bride?" Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly, and panic filled his eyes as he tried his best to cover it up. I don't know what you're talking about." "You know what I'm talking about in your heart. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to obediently dispel that secret technique. If not, you'll never be able to dispel it." The middle-aged man instantly panicked as he shot a pleading look towards Luo Jin. Upon hearing those words, the despairing Chai, who seemed to have realized something, struggling to crawl up, he looked towards Yang Kai and said, "Friend, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 23:10. A faint smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at Chai, who with some sympathy. Instead of answering his question, he asked, "Are you feeling very sad and desperate? The person that you risked your life to save actually attacked you from behind. How does that feel?" Chai, whose face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with his single eye. Yang Kai replied, "She didn't take action of her own accord." Chai, who was shocked as he clenched his teeth. "Are you saying that she was controlled by someone?" As he spoke, he shot a hateful look at the middle-aged man that Yang Kai was holding in his hand, killing intent surging from his face as he asked, "Could it be that person?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. "You finally understand." A vexed look appeared on Chai, whose face as he replied, "I should have understood long ago. I should have understood long ago. How could fifth sister attack me from behind? Damn it. I should have understood long ago. Why am I so stupid? I, Chai, who am the stupidest person under the heavens." As he shouted, a look of guilt and self-blame appeared on his face. "Big brother Chai." Luo Bing's face was covered in tears. It was unknown whether it was due to the shock or something else, but she rushed forward and pushed away the cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was holding Chai Hu down. She then opened her arms and stood in front of Chai Hu like a mother hen, shouting, "Big brother Chai, leave. I'll stop them." She didn't know why she would do such a thing. Before she met Chai Hu, she was still the princess of the city lord's mansion. She was pampered and cared for, living a carefree and happy life every day. However, in just a single night, she felt as though she had matured a lot. When she saw Chai Hu's heartbroken and self-blaming expression, she felt an indescribable heartache. Her body couldn't help but take action. She simply didn't think too much about it. Luo Jin flew into a rage, his eyes spewing flames of fury as he glared fiercely at his daughter. He never expected that his obedient and well-behaved daughter would actually do such a thing in front of so many people. She had even gone as far as to protect the evildoer who had ruined his marriage ceremony. He felt as though the world was spinning as a raging inferno started to burn in the depths of his heart. "Father, let big brother Chai leave. I beg you, he is my savior. You can't hurt him." Luo Bing knelt on the ground, weeping and begging bitterly. A complicated emotion surfaced in Chai Hu's single eye as he stared blankly at the delicate figure before him, while his heart was filled with complex feelings. The expressions of the surrounding guests also changed as they stared at the weeping Luo Bing. His heart was filled with respect. "Lady Bing, well done." Yang Kai laughed from the side and gave Luo Bing a thumbs up. He couldn't help but look at her in a new light as he shouted, "Don't worry, your big brother Chai won't be hurt today. I guarantee it with my life." Luo Bing heard this. His eyes lit up as he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Really? Are you sure?" Yang Kai said solemnly. "I promise." Luo Bing wiped her tears and said happily, Thank you, thank you. Take him away quickly. Big brother Chai's cultivation has been sealed by them, so he can't leave by himself. You are so powerful, so you can definitely take him away." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "That won't do. I still have things to do. I'll take him away once I'm done. He paused for a moment, before continuing with a faint smile. Of course. If Lady Bing wants to leave with us, you can come with us. Me. Luo Bing was startled upon hearing this. She turned her head to look at her father, before looking at Chai Hu behind her. With a sad smile, she said, Forget about me, I have to stay by my father's side. Luo Jin closed his eyes and said in a pained voice, Bing, if you don't return to your room and continue to spout nonsense here, your father won't have a daughter like you anymore. He had had enough. He felt that he had spoiled Luo Bing too much, which had led her to do such a disgraceful thing today. The pain in his heart was far greater than the anger he felt when Yang Kai and Chai Hu disrupted the ceremony. Luo Bing's tender body started to tremble as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked pitifully at her father, tears flowing down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Luo Jin had never been so strict with her, nor had he ever said such heartless words to her. This caused her to be unable to accept it for a moment, causing her to become completely dumbfounded. As for you two, although Luo Jin was furious at his daughter's reckless actions, he couldn't bear to look at Luo Bing when he saw her in such a state. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he said fiercely, None of you can leave today. Activate the array. As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord's mansion suddenly buzzed, and a surge of energy surged. A layer of solid light curtain suddenly appeared outside the entire city lord's mansion. Clearly, some kind of array had been activated, sealing off the entire city lord's mansion. That's exactly what I wanted. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Now, before this matter is resolved, none of you can think of escaping. This brat is crazy. He's really crazy. He actually dares to offend the city lord's mansion by himself. I wonder where he gets his confidence from. He's still young and full of vigor. It looks like he's going to die here. Why do you care so much? Just watch the show. A flurry of discussions rang out as the surrounding guests retreated far away from the scene, leaving a large empty space in the center, leaving only Yang Kai and the middle-aged man he had subdued. Tell me, what method did you use to control the bride? I don't have much patience, so if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll kill you right away. Yang Kai's palm pulsed with source chi as he stared at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man's cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm, which was one level lower than Yang Kai's. When he heard this, his expression changed greatly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He said in a trembling voice, Little brother, you must have misunderstood. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and made a small cut on his arm. Pooh, a soft sound rang out as the man watched his arm fly out from his body, exploding into a bloody mist in midair. In the next moment, dark red blood spurted out from the wound on his arm like a fountain. Ah, my arm! The middle-aged man cried out miserably. Due to the pain, his face seemed to have twisted together. This is just a small warning. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer next time, your head will fly out. A chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said coldly, No matter what method you use to control the bride, I believe that as long as you die, the bride will be able to escape, right? The middle-aged man's body trembled, his face filled with fear and shock. As he shouted out, he shot a look in Luo Jin's direction, only to see the latter shaking his head slightly. Clenching his teeth, he shouted out, Kill me, it's useless even if you kill me. If I die, the bride will definitely die as well. As his words rang out, the surrounding guests instantly went into an uproar, while Luo Jin's face sank and turned incomparably ashen. Although the middle-aged man did not directly reveal any information, his words were enough to explain some things. If not for the bride not agreeing to this marriage, why would Luo Jin want to control her? If she was truly willing, there was absolutely no need for him to do such a thing. In other words, she was truly being forced to marry Luo Jin. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chai Hu's single eye suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance as he grinned foolishly, appearing as though the knot in his heart had been untied. Seeing him so happy, Luo Bing could not help but giggle, causing her to look extremely beautiful. You want to lie to me? Yang Kai snorted coldly before speaking out in a sinister voice. Do you know the price of lying to me? I'm not lying to you, the middle-aged man shouted out. Everything I've said is true. Yang Kai stared coldly at him, but was unable to see any trace of lying in his eyes. Nodding his head, he said, Good. Since that's the case, remove that secret technique. Hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on the middle-aged man's face, as he shook his head continuously. Do you want to die? Yang Kai roared out fiercely. The middle-aged man replied, If I don't remove it, you won't dare to kill me. However, if I remove it, I'll definitely die. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. If he did not remove the secret technique, Yang Kai would naturally not take his life out of fear of harming the innocent. However, if he removed it, not to mention whether Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river, even Luo Jin would definitely not let him off. Today, Luo Jin had already lost all of his face. If the middle-aged man's actions were not to his liking, how could Luo Jin take things lying down? He had a heart of tolerance for Luo Bing, and was helpless against Yang Kai. However, he would definitely turn this middle-aged man into ashes. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, What a good plan you've made. The middle-aged man gave a miserable laugh. I was forced by the circumstances. I hope that little brother will not blame me. Then tell me, exactly what kind of secret technique is that? Yang Kai asked once again. The middle-aged man timidly glanced at Luo Jin, only to see the cold expression on Luo Jin's face, causing him to hurriedly avert his gaze. It looks like you're determined not to cooperate with me. Fine, I won't take your life, but I can chop off your limbs. Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand to do the same. Wait. The middle-aged man was so frightened that his face turned pale. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but he shouted out loudly upon hearing this. What else do you have to say? Yang Kai asked in a stern voice. The middle-aged man hesitated for a long while before clenching his teeth and saying, That wasn't a secret technique. It wasn't a secret technique? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Then what method did you use to control the bride? The middle-aged man cried out. I can't tell you. Little brother, please let me go. I can only tell you this much. I have elders and children in my family, and I also live in Sky Crane City. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was a possibility that she was Chiyu, which was why he insisted on seeing her face. He had deliberately mentioned the words High Heaven Sect in order to test the new bride's reaction, and the new bride's reaction was indeed as he had expected. It was at that moment that he confirmed the guess in his heart, though he was stopped by Luo Jin. It was just some trouble. Now that he saw Chiyu's face, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt excited in his heart. That day in the Starlight Corridor, he and the other 5 Third-Order Origin Kings were separated due to some unforeseen circumstances. Even Lu Yen and the stone mongoose Xiao Zhao's whereabouts were unknown. After such a long time, he was only able to find Lu Yen by chance and let her return to his side. However, he did not know where Xiao Xiao and the others were. Yang Kai had always been worried about them, and did not know how they would survive in this unfamiliar star boundary. However, the star boundary was vast and he had no connections or backing, so he was powerless to inquire about anything. This time, it was simply a miracle that he was able to meet Chiyu in Sky Crane City. If he hadn't promised Yi Jinghan that he would make a trip to Thousand Leaves Sect, he definitely wouldn't have shown himself in Sky Crane City. If Yi Jinghan hadn't received a message from Yi Hen asking her to attend the ceremony, he would have missed out on Chiyu. All kinds of coincidences had led to today's coincidental meeting. Life was really unpredictable, and the heavenly way was constant. For a moment, Yang Kai sighed. Brat, what are you calling her for? Luo Jin could not bear such an insult, and after a moment of indifference he suddenly roared. Chai Hu was also shocked and looked at Chiyu in astonishment. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, Fifth sister, she has a son? Chiyu stood there quietly, unable to move, but her cheeks flushed red. She glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if she was blaming him for speaking without thinking and ruining her reputation. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Chai, you've misunderstood. Senior Chi-yu has an adopted daughter. An adopted daughter. Upon hearing this, Chai-hu smiled and said in a carefree manner, "It doesn't matter whether she's an adopted daughter or a biological daughter. In any case, you're a family with us." Yang Kai said, "This Yang has seen Brother Chai's actions. On behalf of mother-in-law and master, this Yang thanks Brother Chai for your assistance." After saying that, he cupped his fists and bowed. Waving his hand, Chai-hu said, "Fifth sister is imprisoned, so this is something this Chai should do. Little brother, you should take a look at how to remove the seal on fifth sister's body." Nodding his head, Yang Kai shot a look at Chi-yu and said in a deep voice, "Excuse me, senior." As he said that, he grabbed Chi-yu's white and tender wrist, before sending the source chi in his body into her meridians. Chi-yu's tender body trembled slightly as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Previously, she had been covered by the red veil, and was unable to see what had happened outside. She could only sense that Yang Kai had fought with quite a few people. At this moment, upon sensing the purity and density of Yang Kai's source chi, shock could not help but appear on her face as she secretly admired him. She was now a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so she naturally knew the disparity in strength between two realms. She could clearly sense that the source chi in Yang Kai's body had already been completely transformed, and was no longer something that she could compare to. Thinking back to the time when they had first arrived in the star boundary, her cultivation was still higher than his by a small realm. However, when they met again today, he was already far ahead of her. Only a short span of 2 to 3 years had passed since then. Chi-yu was extremely curious as to exactly what Yang Kai had experienced in such a short period of time, to actually be able to grow to such an extent. Just as Chi-yu was secretly shocked, Yang Kai had already sunk his consciousness into investigating. After a short while, Yang Kai frowned slightly as he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, it's not a secret technique, nor are there any traces of a seal." Hearing that, Chi-yu continuously shot glances at Yang Kai, as though she wanted to tell him something. However, she was unable to release her divine sense, nor was she able to open her mouth to speak. She was completely powerless to do anything, causing her to become as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Luo Jin observed all of this from afar, sneering without the slightest intention of interfering. It was as though he had complete confidence in the methods used by the middle-aged man, and felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai to dispel them with his current abilities. What the hell is this thing? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he carefully examined it, not letting go of even the slightest bit of suspicion. The other guests also looked around curiously, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of dread towards the middle-aged man. They had all personally witnessed how powerful Yang Kai was. However, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still unable to find a way to control the middle-aged man. From this, one could see how strange the middle-aged man's methods were. If one were to interact with such a person, one would definitely have to be on their guard. If not, once the middle-aged man used such a strange method to control them, they would turn into walking corpses. Exactly what method did you use to control the bride? Seeing that Yang Kai was unable to figure out anything after busying himself for so long, Yi Jinghan could not help but ask out of curiosity. Hearing that, the middle-aged man shook his head continuously. "Don't ask me, I don't know anything." How could he dare to reveal any clues? His entire family was in Sky Crane City, and once he revealed this secret, it would bring disaster to his family. Luo Jin would definitely not let him off so easily. What a coward! Yi Jinghan spat out. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, but he was powerless to refute, and could only remain silent as he looked towards Yang Kai with fear and dread. All of a sudden, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something and his expression changed. His divine sense sank into a certain part of the dantian on Chi-yu's abdomen, and carefully investigated it. After a short while his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Puppet sprout? It's actually a puppet sprout?" As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man's mouth fell open as he looked at Yang Kai in shock and exclaimed, "How can you recognize this thing? This thing has long gone extinct, so it's impossible for anyone to recognize it." Chapter 23:12. Puppet Sprout, ranked 52nd on the Earth ranking. Thin and hairy. It was born in a dark place 30,000 meters underground, and was extremely difficult to find. After connecting with its owner, it could control others for its own use. Some information he had read in the exotic insect scripture flashed across Yang Kai's mind, and he quickly recalled how to restrain it. This was all thanks to the insect enslavement bracelet left behind by the insect emperor, which contained the exotic insect scripture. If not, with Yang Kai's knowledge and experience, he would definitely be helpless in this situation. The puppet sprout wasn't ranked high on the exotic insect rankings, and was almost at the bottom of the rankings. Although it had thin and hairy, making it hard to detect, and the person it planted with would become like a puppet that would obey orders, it had some other drawbacks that caused its ranking to not be high. After knowing how to deal with it, Yang Kai hurriedly immersed himself in searching through his space ring, and after a short while, he found a few herbs. Many guests looked at him curiously, not knowing what exactly he was planning to do. Even the crowd was confused about what the puppet sprout was that he had mentioned earlier. Seeing him take out these herbs, they were all secretly guessing whether or not they could restrain the puppet sprout. Miss Yi, do you have the monster core of an Earth attribute monster beast of Dao Source grade or above? Lend it to me. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and asked Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan gawked for a moment, before hurriedly searching through her space ring. However, before she could find it, Du Xian had already taken out a rolling yellow monster core. Looking at Yang Kai, he said, "This Du just happens to have one. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, feel free to take it." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Jin suddenly roared out, "Du Xian, if you still care about the friendship between Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves Sect, then leave. Take your junior brother and junior sister, and leave this place. This king will not pursue the matter from before." Hearing this, Du Xian frowned and shot a look at Yi Jinghan. Seeing her nod her head slightly towards him, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang is a friend of my Thousand Leaves Sect. This Du naturally can't sit by and do nothing when a friend has a request." Luo Jin's face turned ashen. He nodded repeatedly. "Good, very good. This king will remember today's matter, and will definitely visit Thousand Leaves Sect in the future to discuss it with Yi Hen." Du Xian frowned slightly, but still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "As long as master of the city is happy." As he spoke, he tossed the Earth attribute monster beast's monster core to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and checked its grade and color. He was very satisfied and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he waved his hand and a pill furnace suddenly appeared in front of him. The alchemy furnace expanded in the wind, and soon grew to the height of a person. The exterior of the alchemy furnace was engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was emitting extremely strong energy fluctuations. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Is this kid also an alchemist? Oh my god. This pill furnace seems to be Dao Source grade high rank. Being able to use such a pill furnace, doesn't that mean he's a Dao Source grade alchemist? What did he say his name was? Yang Kai, high heaven sex Yang Kai. Yang Kai. That name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Everyone started to discuss among themselves, with quite a few people revealing shocked expressions. They had already witnessed the powerful strength Yang Kai had displayed before, but now that he had taken out a Dao Source grade high-rank alchemy furnace, they were still shocked and started to make guesses. There were already quite a few people who had spread rumors about him, and the previous incident. The person who had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm was connected to him. After all, the two of them shared the same name, had Dao Source realm cultivation, and seemed to be proficient in alchemy. Although the world was big, there weren't many people who had so many similarities. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai pushed the flames of the furnace, causing the temperature of the entire inner hall to rise by quite a bit. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and paid attention, not showing any intention of rushing to take action. He seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai's next move. Yang Kai was very happy as he continued to form hand seals and engrave spirit arrays, throwing the herbs and earth attribute monster core into the pill furnace one after another, controlling the temperature of the flames. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand to the side. Source chi surged from his palm and sucked a bowl over. Immediately after, he leapt up and arrived in front of the black jade furnace. Patting the pill furnace, he sent the lid flying, before reaching out and sucking the contents of the furnace out. It was a green-colored medicinal liquid that looked extremely strange and sticky, appearing to be in a semi-solidified state. From an alchemist's point of view, opening the furnace at this moment meant that the refinement had failed. However, this was exactly what was needed to expel the puppet bud. Placing the strange medicinal liquid that was emitting a strange smell into the bowl, he carefully brought it in front of Chiyu and said in a serious tone, "Senior, drink this." Chiyu's brows furrowed as her face turned pale. When Yang Kai brought the semi-finished medicinal liquid in front of her, she immediately smelled an extremely unpleasant odor. This odor was similar to a pair of socks that had not been washed for a few decades. Just smelling it was enough to make one feel nauseous. How could such a thing enter one's stomach? Seeing the look of disdain in her eyes, Yang Kai grinned and said, "Good medicine tastes bitter. You'll feel better after drinking this." Chiyu glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, giving him a look that said, "If you dare to trick me, you're dead meat." Yang Kai ignored her and coaxed her like a child. "Come, drink it obediently." After saying that, he opened Chiyu's mouth with one hand, and poured the contents of the bowl into her mouth with the other. At the same time, he secretly urged his source chi to help Chiyu swallow. Gulp, gulp, gulp. All of the guests turned their gazes away, feeling their stomachs churn and their entire bodies turn unwell. Wah! At a certain moment, Chiyu suddenly vomited and half knelt on the ground. Her expression was extremely painful, as if she wanted to vomit out all of her internal organs. Yang Kai stood to the side with a smile on his face. He threw away the bowl in his hand and reached out to pat Chiyu's back. "Smelly brat, how dare you make me drink such a thing?" Chiyu turned her head and glared at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. She had lived for so many years, but had never drunk such a disgusting thing. If not for the fact that her movements were restricted today, how could she have suffered such a disaster? "Senior, please calm down. This brat had no other choice." Yang Kai laughed mischievously. "Fifth sister." To the side, Chai-Hu stared at Chiyu in a daze and said happily, "You can move now?" Chiyu was stunned, as if she had just awoken from a dream. She slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, "I'm really not restricted anymore." After saying that, she turned her head and regained her dignified appearance as she said hatefully, "Since you're speaking the truth, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to make me drink such a thing again." Halfway through her words, Chiyu hurriedly covered her mouth as her face turned pale, seemingly recalling an extremely bad memory. However, she quickly turned her gaze towards Chai-Hu and said with a guilty look on her face, "Fourth brother, I've implicated you." Chai-Hu laughed heartily. "We're family, so there's no need to be so polite. I believe that if I were to encounter such a situation, you wouldn't just sit by and watch." Chiyu nodded her head, a look of gratitude on her face. Turning around, she stared coldly at the middle-aged man being restrained by Yi Jinghan and said, "He actually dared to make me suffer such a thing. I want him dead." At this moment, a blank look appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he stared blankly at Chiyu, muttering incessantly, "Impossible, this is impossible. The puppet bud is almost extinct. How could there be a way to break it?" He seemed to be unable to accept the fact that his unique skill had been broken so easily, causing his mind to be greatly shaken, causing him to fall into a daze for a moment. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Playing with insects in front of me? You're still a few hundred years too early, ha 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 ha." His wild and complacent laughter attracted the attention of quite a few people, all of them thinking that this brat had gone crazy. After his laughter came to an end, Yang Kai extended his hand and sent a blast of energy towards the ground. The energy transformed into flames that burned the vomit out of Chiyu's mouth. At the same time, the middle-aged man appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. His entire body shook violently as he involuntarily spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned incomparably pale as his aura weakened. Although the puppet bud had been forced out, it had not died, allowing the middle-aged man to remain safe and sound. However, Yang Kai's attack had not only destroyed the puppet bud on the spot, it had also caused the middle-aged man, who was mentally connected to it, to suffer a heavy blow. The reason why the puppet bud was not ranked high on the exotic insect list was because its vitality was not as strong as other exotic insects, allowing it to be easily destroyed. However, this was not the case for the soul-devouring insect, as it was extremely difficult to completely destroy it. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to keep the puppet bud in the insect enslavement bracelet, as it might come in handy in the future. However, the puppet bud was an extremely special exotic insect. Once someone left a mark on it, it could no longer be used by a second person. That was why Yang Kai did not hesitate to destroy it. Seeing the middle-aged man in such a state, Qiyu frowned slightly. She no longer had any intention of finding trouble with him, and instead shot a cold glare at Luo Jin. The main culprit behind everything that had happened to her today was Luo Jin. If not for Yang Kai's miraculous appearance and saving her from this predicament, not only would she not have been able to escape today, even Chai who would have been implicated. She naturally hated a vile person like Luo Jin to the bone. Little you, it's not too late for you to come to this king's side now. This king promises you that everything that happened before will be forgotten. Luo Jin looked at Qiyu and said indifferently, "Little you." Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared dumbfoundedly. In the past, the monster king of the monster star, Qiyu, had controlled the entire stars, with billions of monster clan members obeying her orders. However, when she came to the star boundary, she was actually addressed as Little You. If the other monster clan lords of the monster star were to find out about this, who knew how they would feel? Qiyu seemed to have sensed the subtle changes in Yang Kai's expression and glared fiercely at him, before snorting coldly. "Old dog, you imprisoned my big brother and the others, forced me to marry you, and now you actually want me to come to your side? Have you not woken up from your sleep yet?" Luo Jin's face darkened as fury filled his face. He knew that after today, he would most likely lose all of his face. Originally, he wanted to use Qiyu to redeem himself, but he never expected to be rejected so bluntly by her. In that instant, he flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent surged out like a tidal wave. Chapter 23:13. Have Big Brother and the others really been imprisoned by this old dog? Chai, whose expression turned furious as he asked furiously. Yes. Qiyu gritted her teeth as a trace of sadness flashed across her face. It's all my fault for believing this old dog's words and causing Big Brother and the others to be controlled. Despicable scum. As Chai Hu cursed, he fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was severely injured, the mouthful of blood still shot towards Luo Jin like an arrow. Luo Jin stood there without moving, merely channeling his strength to block the blood, while his gaze turned exceedingly gloomy. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, the big brother you speak of, who is he?" Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't dare to be sure, so he could only ask. Qiyu replied, "Your High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder, Guizhu." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow overjoyed. "Elder is also here." "Yes, but he is now imprisoned in a certain place in the City Lord's mansion. I don't know where he is." Qiyu sighed. "Where are the others? Also here?" Kai Yang asked anxiously. Qiyu said, "Alliance Master Gu and President Aio are both here." Yang Kai observed her expression carefully. He was slightly surprised and said, "Then, what about Master Wu Dao?" When they set off from Shadowed Star that day, there were 6 of them. In addition to Yang Kai and Qiyu, there was also Aio, President of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union's Union Master Gu Tsang Yun, High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder Guizhu, and the last one was recognized as the strongest Third-Order Origin King in Star Territory, Wu Dao. Of these 6, except for Yang Kai, who was only a Second-Order Origin King at the time, the remaining 6 were all Third-Order Origin Kings. They were the top fighting force within the territory of the Star Realm. The 6 of them used the Star Emperor tokens left behind by Yang Yan. After opening the Starlight Passage and overcoming all obstacles to reach the star boundary, they were ambushed in the passage. After a chaotic battle, they were separated. Yang Kai had also guessed that other than himself, there was a high chance that the others would be together. Now that he heard Qiyu mention Guizhou, Aio, and Gutsongyan, he couldn't help but frown. He immediately knew that he was right. But she didn't say where Wu Dao was, which made Yang Kai feel uneasy. Sure enough, hearing Yang Kai ask like this, Crimson Moon's expression dimmed, and he said, Master Wu Dao, he already left. What? Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. He could hardly believe it. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest Origin King in the Star Territory back then. Having reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm, he was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao Source realm, but the world principles of the Star Territory did not allow him to do so. That was why he couldn't advance. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Elder Long Tianshang was respectful to Wu Dao. Qiyu and the others also regarded him as the strongest. But what Yang Kai didn't expect was that Tyrannical was actually dead. As the strongest expert, he had actually died just like that. How did Master Wu Dao die? Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he turned his head to look at Luo Jin. Did he do it? He didn't have much contact with Wu Dao, only getting to know him when he left the Star Territory and opened the Starlight Corridor. They had gone through thick and thin together for some time. But when he heard this news, he still felt incomparably furious. There were only a few people who came from the Star Territory, and now, one of them had already died. Yang Kai felt inexplicably stifled and uncomfortable. Crimson Moon shook her head. This has nothing to do with him. Master Wu Dao, he failed to break through to the Dao Source realm and died in the world tribulation. Yang Kai became absent-minded after hearing this, and only after a long while did he sigh. It's his fate. He originally thought that with Wu Dao's cultivation and heritage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Dao Source realm after coming to the star boundary. Even if he didn't have a 100% chance of success, he would at least have an 80% to 90% chance of success. But according to Crimson Moon, he actually died because he failed to break through. If this matter hadn't come from Crimson Moon, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. That's because Crimson Moon had already broken through to the Dao Source realm. So how could Wu Dao fail? This could only be described as a world tribulation that wasn't something that a human could contend against. What about Guizhou and the others? Yang Kai asked again. Crimson Moon replied, they were fine when we parted last time. Furthermore, they had already broken through to the Dao Source realm. I just don't know how they are now. Yang Kai nodded lightly. At this moment, Chai Hu, who had been listening from the side, suddenly spoke out. Little brother, you actually know my big brother and the others? Yang Kai smiled upon hearing that. Your big brother is the supreme elder of my High Heaven sect, while I'm the sect master of the High Heaven sect. Do you think I don't know them? Chai Hu gawked and looked at Crimson Moon. Could it be that he's also? Crimson Moon nodded gently. Chai Hu immediately felt deep veneration for Crimson Moon, cupping his fists and saying, I've been disrespectful. Clearly, Chai Hu knew that Crimson Moon and the others had come from the Star Territory of the lower planes. At this moment, he knew that Yang Kai was also from the Star Boundary, and had actually grown to such a level in such a short period of time. He couldn't help but feel incomparable admiration for Yang Kai. With a smile, Yang Kai replied, Brother Chai, you don't need to worry about it. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Oh, that's right. Senior, where's my Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao. Crimson Moon furrowed her brows. You're talking about that stone. Could it be that it's not with you? Yang Kai's heart sank as he replied, I haven't found it. We haven't seen it either. When we arrived here that day, the few of us were together. Although we had separated, we weren't too far apart. After 2 days, we gathered together. We've also looked for you, but we haven't been able to find you. So Xiao Xiao isn't with you. Yang Kai felt a sense of loss and worry. Crimson Moon and the others had come to the Star Territory, and although their cultivations weren't high, they were still people who had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years. They were nimble and adaptable, so surviving was naturally not a problem for them. However, Xiao Xiao was different. Its intelligence wasn't high, and it was also a special kind of life form. If it was discovered, it would inevitably be captured and studied. If they couldn't escape from the city lord's mansion today, they might have to stay here forever. Thinking about that, he clenched his teeth and secretly sent a message to Yi Jinghan. Yi, wait for my signal and we'll rush out of here together. Hearing that, Yi Jinghan shook her head. We have to save young Master Yang. Du Xian replied. That's impossible. Once Luo Jin is done with young Master Yang, we'll be next. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. If young Master Yang can't escape, we definitely won't be able to. If we want to live, we can only save young Master Yang. Du Xian looked at her in astonishment. You have that much confidence in him? He's just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yi Jinghan gave a bitter laugh. You'll know in the future that there are some people who can do things that others can't even if their cultivations aren't too high. Furthermore, young Master Yang is related to the future rise and fall of our Thousand Leaves sect. Even if we have to die, we have to save him. Du Xian's expression fluctuated, and for a moment, he was at a loss. From the looks of it, Yi Jinghan was determined to take Yang Kai with her. However, how could the few of them from Thousand Leaves sect rescue him in front of so many experts from the city lord's mansion? What's more, Yang Kai and the others had already become turtles in a jar, making it extremely difficult to rescue them. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Yang Kai and the others being bound by the spirit array, Luo Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. With a look of ridicule on his face, he said, Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that this King's City Lord's mansion is a place where you can act as you please? The expressions on the faces of many guests changed, as they knew that Luo Jin was trying to make an example out of them. Today he had lost a lot of face, and if he wasn't able to capture Yang Kai and the others, he really wouldn't be able to establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future. Fortunately, the secret arrangements he had made earlier had finally played a crucial role, causing his mood to instantly improve. A vicious glint of hatred flickered in his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly considering how to deal with Yang Kai to vent the hatred in his heart. Chapter 23:14. In the hall, over a dozen Dao Source Realm Masters formed a spirit array, trapping Yang Kai, Chi Yu and Chai Hu in their original positions. Luo Jin laughed heartily as he surveyed his surroundings with a smug look on his face. This king will be eternally grateful if any of you can help this king kill this brat. He had no intention of personally taking action, not because he was afraid of Yang Kai's strength, but because he didn't want to. Instead, he wanted to use this method to regain some face and consolidate his position. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately cupped his fists and volunteered. White Cloud Tower's Muzheng is willing to help City Lord Master. Another person stood up and cupped his fists. Heart-seeking Pavilion's Guozha is willing to listen to your orders. A third person also stood up. This brat is despicable and shameless, using lies to deceive the masses. My soul-seizing sword sex Yuan Mo can't stand by, and is willing to take his head as a warning to others. In an instant, 7 or 8 people stood up, representing 7 or 8 different forces, expressing their sincerity to Luo Jin through this method. Luo Jin's gloomy mood finally cleared up as he nodded with a faint smile. Good, then I'll have to trouble everyone. A few people said in unison. Please rest assured, City Lord Master. We definitely won't disappoint you. As they finished speaking, they turned around and looked towards Yang Kai with sinister smiles on their faces. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was somewhat extraordinary, he was currently trapped by the spirit array set up by the City Lord's mansion's cultivator, and was completely unable to move. He was just like a piece of fatty meat on the chopping board that they couldn't kill in any way they wanted to. All of a sudden, White Cloud Tower's Muzheng smiled. Everyone, it wouldn't be good for us to bully him with numbers. What's more, there are many guests here. Even if we win, it would be an unfair victory. Guozha said. Then, according to Brother Mu, what should we do? Everyone looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was planning to do. With a faint smile, Muzheng said, What I mean is that one person should take action, while the rest of the friends can provide support. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone smiled faintly. Knowing what he meant, they nodded in agreement. Brother Mu's words are correct. Muzheng said, Then who will do it? Yuan Mo of the soul-snatching sword sect said. Since it's Brother Mu's suggestion, we'll let Brother Mu do it. When the others heard this, they didn't have any objections. After all, they had already stood up at the crucial moment and expressed their loyalty to the city master. As for who would kill Yang Kai, it didn't matter anymore. They were going to die anyway, so it didn't matter who did it. Mu Zheng's expression was exactly what I wanted. He nodded with a smile and said, since everyone agrees, this Mu will not decline. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was sure he would win. Then he walked towards Yang Kai at a moderate pace. Yang Kai, Qiyu couldn't help but become nervous. He desperately urged his own origin energy, but no matter what, she could not break free from the bindings on her body. She was so anxious that her beautiful face changed color. She said, if you can leave, then leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Where there's life, there's hope. Chaihu chimed in. That's right, little brother. Just remember to take revenge for us. Ha ha ha, you still want to leave in this state? Mu Zheng laughed out in ridicule, before looking at Qiyu and saying, rest assured, madam. This one has always acted appropriately, so I won't hurt you by mistake. At this point in time, he did not forget to express his goodwill towards Luo Jin. Standing not far away, Luo Jin nodded his head in satisfaction upon hearing those words. Do you think that you can kill me with your abilities? Yang Kai stood there calmly, smiling as he looked at Mu Zheng, who was approaching him step by step. That smile imprinted itself into Mu Zheng's eyes, causing his heart to involuntarily skip a beat. A feeling of uneasiness started to spread within his heart, causing him to instantly become flustered. Clenching his teeth, he roared out fiercely, you're still so arrogant even in the face of death. Brat, watch carefully as I take your dog life. As he roared out, he suddenly summoned a large blade. As his origin energy surged, a blade light sparkled, and blade shadows appeared one after another. A dazzling brilliance erupted as it chopped down towards Yang Kai. Clearly, he did not want to drag this out any longer, and only wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Therefore, he used his full strength right from the start. This move of his had completely enveloped Yang Kai and Chaihu, while excluding Qiyu. Clearly, he had guessed Luo Jin's intentions, and would only leave the newlywed madam behind, while killing everyone else. Seeing the blade light coming towards him, a chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he coldly said, a mere first-order Dao Source Realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master. As his words rang out, his figure flashed before disappearing from his original location, as though he was completely unaffected by the restrictions of the spirit array. Spatial energy surged out, appearing right before Mu Zheng. Using his finger as a sword, 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his fingertips as he chopped straight towards his opponent. Ah! Mu Zheng was greatly shocked, his face instantly turning incomparably pale, seemingly unable to believe what he had just seen. His cultivation was only at the first-order Dao Source realm. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had been restricted by the spirit array, with Yang Kai's ferocious display, how would he dare to take the initiative to touch the tiger's butt? However, the sudden change in the situation, with Yang Kai actually escaping from the spirit array, instantly scared the wits out of him. His entire body started to tremble, while the might of the attack he had unleashed with the artifact in his hand instantly disappeared. As the blade light and sword shadows intersected, a series of clanging sounds rang out. Mu Zheng appeared to have suffered heavy injuries as he was sent flying, vomiting blood continuously in the air. Yang Kai roared out in a stern voice, since you guys don't know how to write the word death, this young master will teach you guys. As he spoke, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his finger, moving like a dragon and snake. Sticking close to Mu Zheng's body, it continued to draw something in the air. Mu Zheng's miserable shrieks instantly resounded across the world, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. No one knew exactly what kind of torture he had suffered to cause him to scream in such a miserable manner. The surrounding guests all fell silent out of fear. As for Yi Jinghan, who was prepared to risk everything to rescue Yang Kai, she was dumbfounded. Although she knew that Yang Kai was extraordinary, She never imagined that he would be so monstrous. The spirit array that the City Lord Master had secretly set up was actually unable to do anything to him. However, when she recalled that Yang Kai possessed the Tao of Space, Yi Jinghan felt relieved. With the spatial divine technique, even if Yang Kai was no match for his opponent, escaping would not be a problem, unless a powerhouse from the Emperor realm took action and suppressed him with their powerful cultivation, preventing him from using his Tao of Space. After a short while, Mu Zheng smashed heavily against the wall, spurting out a mouthful of blood mixed with his shattered internal organs. His entire body was motionless, and his aura was completely gone. He had actually died. Right at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly snapped his fingers. With a bang, Mu Zheng exploded, his corpse turning into a bloody mist. However, miraculously, it did not disperse. Instead, it was imprinted onto the wall by a mysterious force, dyeing it blood red, as though someone had splashed a basin of red paint on it. The stench of blood rushed to the sky, causing everyone to feel nauseous. Asterisk gasp. Asterisk gasps rang out, followed by gulping sounds. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. This unforeseen event happened in a flash, causing everyone to be dazed. Before many people could regain their senses, Mu Zheng, who had charged towards Yang Kai in an aggressive manner, had actually died. What kind of strength did one need to be able to achieve such a feat? Come, come, come. Yang Kai shouted with all his might, pointing at the blood-red wall. Those who don't know how to read, come take a look and see how the word death is written. He smiled coldly. Don't say that this young master didn't teach you. It won't be fun if you die with your eyes open. Following the direction of his finger, everyone looked again, and suddenly, the soles of their feet cramped. On the blood-red wall, a large death character had actually appeared. Blood was still dripping from the character, making a dripping sound. Each dripping sound was like a soul-calming song, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Between the characters, there were countless pieces of flesh and organs stuck to the wall. Recalling Yang Kai's previous actions, everyone was horrified to find that he had actually used his finger as a pen and Mu Zheng's body as ink to write this character on the wall. This was a blatant provocation, a demonstration of strength. However, no one dared to say anything about it. Luo Jin's expression was extremely ugly. He had originally hoped to borrow a knife to kill someone and intimidate the guests that had arrived today, taking the opportunity to regain some face. However, he never expected that he would end up smashing his own foot with a rock, causing his face to twitch in pain. Someone just said that I'm despicable and shameless, and that I'm trying to mislead the crowd with my lies. Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed, appearing beside soul-snatching sword sex Yuan Mo, appearing like an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time. He hooked his arm around the latter's shoulder and asked with a grin. Before Yuan Mo could react, he was still immersed in the fact that Mu Zheng had been killed, unable to extricate himself from it. Yang Kai had already closed in on him, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to escape. If possible, this old man doesn't want to take action against little brother. Sure, Yang Kai smiled and said. Then why don't you sit by the side and watch, old man? How about you drink some wine and eat some food? The old man with the surname Ko replied. I'm afraid that won't do. Since Master Luo has spoken, this old man can't just sit by and watch. Yang Kai sighed. Old man, it's not easy for you to live to such an old age. Even the king of hell isn't willing to accept you. So why do you still want to charge into the gates of hell? The old man with the surname Ko narrowed his eyes and said, Young people are indeed full of vitality. Your tone is filled with confidence. If this old man's guess isn't wrong, little brother should be the rumored grandmaster who refined the extraordinary treasure pill, right? It wasn't strange for the old man with the surname Ko to be able to guess Yang Kai's identity. During this period of time, Yang Kai's name had spread throughout the entire southern territory. He had also announced his name in front of everyone before, arousing the suspicions of many people. Coupled with the fact that he had suddenly used his space force to break free from the binding spirit array, the old man with the surname Ko was naturally able to confirm his suspicions. The old man with the surname Ku wasn't the only one who had guessed Yang Kai's origins. It was just that no one else had said anything. On the other hand, some of the cultivator who didn't know the truth exclaimed when they heard this. Their eyes filled with shock and passion as they stared at Yang Kai. No one knew what the extraordinary treasure pill was before, but with the news of the Four Seasons realm, the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill had long been known. It was a pill that had been lost for a long time, and could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Besides the few pills that Yang Kai had refined, there was no other pill in this world. What? He's the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill? Luo Jin's face changed slightly as he exclaimed in a low voice. The old man with the surname Ku replied, they share the same name, a second-order Dao source realm cultivation, and proficient in the Dao of alchemy. Other than that grandmaster, this old master can't think of anyone else with such capabilities. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It's just an insignificant name, not worth mentioning. You really are one. Luo Jin's eyes suddenly burst with light, turning scorching hot in an instant, as if Yang Kai had turned into a delicious piece of meat. The old man with the surname Ku continued. This old master has heard of Grandmaster Yang's name like thunder, and has admired you for a long time. Today is also the day of the City Lord's Master's wedding, so it's truly not a good time to take action. Grandmaster Yang, can you give this old master some face and let today's matter end here? Yang Kai smiled. Give you face? Then who's going to give me face? If the City Lord's Master wants to marry your mother-in-law, Master, regardless of whether she's willing or not, how would you feel about that, old master? The smile on the old man's face disappeared as he spoke out in anger. This old master is already old, and my mother-in-law master has already passed away. Little brother, don't be too vicious with your mouth. Sorry. Yang Kai had an apologetic look on his face, as if he was sincerely admitting his mistake. Changing the topic, he asked, what if the City Lord's Master wants to marry your wife? The old man with the surname Ku's body shook as his aura surged. Impudent. Yang Kai sneered. He's not really marrying your wife. I'm just casually mentioning it. Yet you're already so angry, looking as if you want to kill someone. Do you think that I'll let him off so easily for doing such despicable things to this young master's mother-in-law, Master? Luo Jin replied in anger. Master Ku, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's join hands and capture him first. The old man with the surname Ku replied. All right. Exchanging glances, the two of them did not wish to speak any more nonsense. Luo Jin took out his jade scepter-like artifact once again, while the old man surnamed Ku flipped his hand, summoning a token-like object. The token was only the size of a palm, but arcs of electricity curled around its surface, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Be careful, young Master Yang. Ku Tian is the great elder of the Sky Peak Temple, and the 9 Heavens' divine thunder is sealed within that Heaven's Thunder token. Don't take it head-on. Yi Jinghan reminded loudly. Hearing that, Ku Tian glared at Yi Jinghan and shouted, Shut up, little girl, or this old master will teach you a lesson. Yi Jinghan replied in disdain. Using numbers to bully the weak. So it turns out that Great Elder Ku is such a despicable and shameless person. To think that I respected you in the past. I was truly blind. Ku Tian felt extremely uncomfortable from her words, causing him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. What do you know? Scram. As he spoke, he had already joined hands with Luo Jin. The jade scepter-like artifact in Luo Jin's hand was extremely mysterious, as it tapped lightly towards Yang Kai from a distance. Yang Kai felt as though a large mountain was smashing towards him, the ferocious force seemingly causing the surrounding space to collapse. Not daring to take it head-on, Yang Kai could only dodge. At this moment, Ku Tian leisurely took action. Forming a hand seal, large arcs of lightning surged out from the Heaven's Thunder token, transforming into lightning snakes that wrapped around Yang Kai. In an instant, incessant crackling sounds rang out. Vanish! At the critical moment, Yang Kai roared out as he made a grabbing motion with his hand. A black hole instantly appeared in the air, filled with nothingness and chaos. All of the lightning bolts surging out from the Heaven's Thunder token were devoured by the black hole, leaving Yang Kai completely unharmed. What? Kutian turned pale with fright. When he felt the might of the Heaven's Thunder token weaken, he hurriedly retracted his artifact, no longer daring to release lightning bolts rashly. The lightning bolts in the Heaven's Thunder token were all collected over the course of a stormy day, so every bit used up was a bit less. Once it was used up, it would need to be replenished. With such a large amount of lightning bolts being devoured by the void, it meant that the might of the Heaven's Thunder token had weakened significantly, causing him to feel extremely pained. This exchange could be said to have been as quick as lightning and earth-shattering, causing the entire Great Hall to shake and sway, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding cultivators all scattered in shock, each of them extremely terrified. Kutian had failed, but Luo Jin continued to tap the jade scepter in his hand a few times in the air. Streaks of formless energy surged towards Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink as he instinctively felt a chill in his heart. With a flick of his finger, a few moon blades slashed out. The jet-black moon blades brought with them an unparalleled might, causing Luo Jin to jump in fright the moment they appeared. However, in the next moment, a few bangs rang out as they collided with the formless attacks sent out by the jade scepter, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. Formless thunder, formless thunder. Kutian let out a roar as lightning arcs appeared on the surface of his body. They danced around his body and transformed into a lightning rope that wrapped around Yang Kai, as if trying to bind him to his spot. Yang Kai dodged to the side. However, at this crucial moment, a sly smile appeared on Luo Jin's face, before he tapped the jade scepter in his hand heavily once again. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's body sank, as though a large mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to feel as though he was unable to straighten his back. In that instant, the lightning rope had already wrapped itself around Yang Kai, instantly binding him tightly. Crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by the smell of barbecued meat. Luo Jin gave a hearty laugh. Young people don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. You have to suffer a little before you can clearly see your own strength. He had a look of absolute confidence on his face, causing him to appear exceedingly savage. Kutian wiped the sweat off his forehead, secretly feeling shocked by Yang Kai's strength. One had to know that both he and Luo Jin were a minor realm above Yang Kai. Although they were able to capture Yang Kai within a dozen breaths of time after joining forces, this was already an inconceivable feat. It was simply impossible for an ordinary second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator to last more than 3 moves against them. Brother Chiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your eyes are unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is red. I'm afraid that you're about to face a bloody calamity. Chiu was filled with grief and indignation. So this bloody calamity is about to befall this guy. At this moment, he even felt like dying. Before he could finish his thoughts, his head tilted to the side and he passed out completely. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Young master. The old man who was holding Chiu's face changed drastically as his face turned pale. The other old man also looked in that direction absent-mindedly, unable to react for a long time. Chiu had attacked first, and the two of them had been secretly coordinating from behind. However, they had not expected that Yang Kai would still be able to injure Chiu. Not only had they lost a lot of face, but they would also not be able to answer to the palace master when they returned to Sky Illumination Palace. Before the old man could recover, Yang Kai had already closed in on him. The myriad sword in his hand suddenly appeared, and sword chi resonated. Myriad sword phantoms, moon swallows the wolf. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. Countless sword chi streaked across the surroundings, wreaking havoc. An emperor artifact. The old man's eyes narrowed as a trace of horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. After sensing the emperor intent pulsating from the myriad sword, his entire body began to tremble. Under that terrifying emperor intent, his cultivation had been suppressed by more than 30%. Furthermore, Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack at close range. How could he possibly avoid it? In this moment of crisis, the old man could only circulate his source chi to form a barrier and retreat with all his might. Asterisk pu pu pu. Asterisk blood splattered in the air. The old man was like a lone boat sailing on a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Asterisk hong long long. Asterisk with a series of rumbling sounds, the entire hall collapsed. Dust flew everywhere as many guests cursed and fled to the side. When the dust settled, everyone looked over, and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yang Kai stood calmly on the spot, holding the large myriad sword in his hand. Sword chi lingered around him, his figure arrogant and his expression cold. Not far away from him, the old man from Sky Illumination Palace was covered in blood. He stood there panting, on the verge of collapsing. It was obvious that his injuries were not light, and his expression was extremely ugly. The other powerhouse from Sky Illumination Palace was protecting the heavily injured Qiuyu. Although he was unharmed, he did not dare to attack Yang Kai casually. If he took action, Qiuyu would not be able to protect him. With Yang Kai's unpredictable speed, he could take Qiuyu's life at any moment. Even the Sky Thunder Command was unable to do anything to Yang Kai, so Ku Tian really could not think of any way to defeat him. Seeing the change in his expression, Luo Jin hurriedly said, "Master Ku, don't listen to his frightening words. If the two of us join hands, he will definitely die." Yang Kai sneered. "Then why is this young master still standing here? Has City Lord Luo's eyes been blinded? Why don't you look at the situation before you speak?" Luo Jin ignored him and continued to persuade Ku Tian. "Master Ku, if we can kill this fiend today, this Luo will give 5 years of Sky Crane City's profits to your esteemed sect." At this moment, he no longer cared about his face and directly discussed a deal with Ku Tian in front of the countless guests. Indeed, Ku Tian was moved. Sky Crane City was flourishing with each passing day, and 5 years of profits was definitely not a small amount. However, when he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile, his heart started to beat faster. Luo Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Master Ku, could it be that a little brat is enough to make you stop in your tracks? If that's the case, then Master Ku's martial path will end here. I'm afraid that you will never be able to pry into a higher realm in your lifetime." Once those words were said, Ku Tian's expression shook. He knew that Luo Jin was right. If he hesitated here and did not move forward, then today's matter would definitely become a demon in his heart, interfering with his cultivation. He could forget about breaking through to the Emperor realm and whatnot. If he did not do well, then he might even become the demon race due to shame in the future. Thinking of this, Ku Tian's expression turned resolute. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine, this Ku will risk his life to accompany you today and properly teach this young man how to behave." Without exception, these 3 people all had cultivations in the First Order Dao Source realm. When the 3 of them arrived, they clearly didn't know exactly what had happened, and were only curiously and vigilantly sizing up their surroundings. Their divine senses intertwined with one another, as if they were secretly communicating about something. Big brother, second brother, third brother. Seeing the 3 of them, Chaihu shouted out excitedly. Hearing this, the 3 of them turned to look at him, and their eyes lit up as they hurried over. The evil-looking old man in the lead said, "Fourth brother, what are you doing here?" As he said that, he continuously shot glances at Chaihu, seemingly wanting him to quickly escape. Chiyu pursed her lips and smiled. "Fourth brother is here to save me." "Don't come over." Although Luo Bing's beautiful face had turned pale from fright, her face was still pale. Despite that, she continued to stand guard in front of Luo Jin and shout. Luo Jin was also flustered as he looked towards Yang Kai. "Young Master Yang, I really didn't hurt them. Furthermore, I've already released them according to your instructions. You can't go back on your word." Yang Kai shot a cold glance at him, before extending his hand to stop Guizhu's actions. Although Guizhu didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, he didn't continue. Instead, he continued to laugh sinisterly, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Chaihu gulped as he spoke out. Little brother, Miss Luo has helped me quite a bit in the past. She was also the one who brought me in. Don't hurt her. Hearing his words, Guizhu and the others couldn't help but look at Chaihu with strange expressions. Chaihu replied, one must clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Chiyu pursed her lips into a smile. What fourth brother says is right. Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment, before exerting a bit of force in his hand, pulling out the myriad sword, causing blood to spurt out. Luo Jin wasn't startled, but instead rejoiced as he hurriedly said, many thanks, young Master Yang. Just as his voice rang out, Yang Kai suddenly sent a palm towards him, smashing right into his chest. Luo Jin was caught off guard, and was completely unable to react in time as he was sent flying by a gigantic force. Spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, he landed heavily on the ground, his aura dispirited. Daddy! Luo Bing shrieked as she scrambled towards Luo Jin. On the other side, Luo Jin sat up with great difficulty as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. After being struck by Yang Kai's move, he finally understood how powerful this youth was. The source chi in his body was so dense and pure that even he couldn't compare to it. Was he still a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator? What would happen if he advanced to the third-order Dao Source Realm? At that time, he would be invincible under the Emperor Realm. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Luo Jin couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he secretly feared that he had provoked such a monster. You should rejoice that you have such a good daughter. Yang Kai snorted coldly as he shouted towards Guizhu and the others, let's go. As he spoke, he strode out. No one dared to obstruct him as they made way for him. As though they were avoiding the god of pestilence, all of them distancing themselves from Yang Kai. Guizhu and the others followed after him, while Yi Jinghan shouted out in a low voice, let's go too. As she spoke, Shi Duxian and the others hurriedly followed after them. The city lord's mansion was completely silent. Even though Yang Kai and the others had already left, no one dared to speak out loud. All of them were looking at Luo Jin with complicated gazes. However, he quickly realized something and raised his head to look at Chiyu, saying, Fifth sister, turn around. Chiyu curled her lips in disdain, saying, what's the big deal about taking a look? Don't be so hesitant. Chai, whose face was covered in sweat as he said, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Chiyu's charming face turned stiff as she snorted. Are you going to lift it up or not? If not, I'll take action. Okay. I'll do it myself. Chai, who was truly afraid of her fiery temper. He knew that if he continued to dilly-dally, she would really take action. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and lifted up his clothes. In a split second, several pairs of eyes looked towards his abdomen. What's this? Chiyu suddenly cried out, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Chai-Hu's dantian. What? Chai-Hu gawked and lowered his head to take a look. In the next instant, his eyes widened as he said in astonishment, what the hell is this? A few dark red stripes had appeared on his abdomen, crisscrossing with each other, seemingly concealing some profound mysteries. Clearly, these stripes weren't innate, but had appeared due to some unknown reason. You don't know about this, old five? Guizhu looked at Chai-Hu in astonishment. Chai-Hu shook his head, a blank look appearing on his face. Chiyu immediately looked at him in disdain and said, how long has it been since you bathed? You don't even know what's on your body. No wonder your body smells so bad. Chai-Hu gave an embarrassed smile and said, I'll take a shower in a while. Yang Kai said thoughtfully from the side, sure enough. Hearing his words, Aio immediately looked towards him and said excitedly, young boy, do you know something? Hurry up and tell us. Everyone else also looked towards Yang Kai with eager looks on their faces. Yang Kai said, Senior Chai's fall in cultivation shouldn't be caused by the Dantian's injuries. Then what's the cause? Everyone asked in unison. He's poisoned, young Kai replied. Chai, who was stunned, and said in astonishment, Poisoned? How did I get poisoned? He had an ignorant look on his face. Clearly, he didn't dare to believe Yang Kai's words. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't come into contact with any poisonous creatures during this period of time, nor did he feel poisoned. Yang Kai said, Was the monster beast you guys encountered a profound heavenly wolf spider? Everyone opened their eyes wide and cried out in surprise. How did you know? Yang Kai looked towards Chai Hu and said, Senior Chai, did you drink the profound heavenly wolf spider's blood? Chai Hu said, I bit one to death. Hearing his words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at Chai Hu in disbelief. Chai Hu said, There were quite a few of those damned creatures. I had no choice but to bite one to death. That's right. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood is poisonous. You can't ingest it. Aio gave a cold snort, saying, I'm the father-in-law of this little brat. This brat looks so repulsive. I don't know what kind of despicable methods he used to actually make so many girls fall for him. Even my precious daughter didn't manage to escape from his evil hands. This is really heartbreaking. Yang Kai flipped his hair, saying proudly, Born beautiful. Chiyu gave a cold snort, saying, Now that you're in the star realm, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. You must have been quite the womanizer, right? Tell mother-in-law and master about how many innocent girls you've hooked up with in the past 2 years. Yang Kai had an embarrassed look on his face as he said, feeling wronged. How is that possible? Ever since I came to the star realm, this brat has always kept himself clean and chaste. Chiyu gave him a sidelong glance, saying in a cold voice, That better be the case. If I find out that you've been flirting with any girl, this queen will first cut that girl into 1,000 pieces before chopping you into minced meat. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, saying, That definitely won't happen. With a faint smile, he cupped his fists. You should be Grandmaster Yang, right? You're indeed a dragon amongst men at such a young age. Clearly, he had already obtained quite a bit of information from Yi Jinghan, and knew why Yi Jinghan had brought Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect this time. Therefore, when he said those words, he was clearly excited. However, he suppressed it well, so no one could see it. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Junior Yang Kai greets Sect Master Yi. He had always treated the elderly and the elders with the proper respect, and would never look down on them just because of the increase in his strength. Grandmaster Yang, you've spared no effort to come all the way here. This Yi can't thank you enough. Yi Hen said in a deep voice. Du Xian and the others were stunned when they heard this, not knowing what their sect master was thanking them for. All of them thought that Yi Hen had made a slip of the tongue, causing strange expressions to appear on their faces. Yi Jinghan did not tell them the true purpose of Yang Kai's visit, so they naturally did not understand. It wasn't that Yi Jinghan did not trust these people, but this matter concerned the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect, so the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Sect Master Yi is too polite. Yang Kai greeted him, before his gaze shifted slightly towards the other old man beside Yi Hen, asking suspiciously, This senior is... This old man was dressed in black and had been standing beside Yi Hen without saying a single word. His gaze was sharp, and his cultivation was at the third-order Dao source realm. He did not seem to be much weaker than Yi Hen, and the source qi in his body was vigorous and pure. While Yang Kai and Yi Hen were talking, this old man had been watching coldly without any intention of interrupting, nor did he have any intention of greeting Yang Kai. However, in Yang Kai's opinion, since this person had a cultivation at the third-order Dao source realm, and was standing beside Yi Hen, his status should not be low. Out of courtesy, he naturally had to ask. Yi Hen frowned slightly, but quickly introduced him with a smile. This old man is Thousand Leaves Sect's vice sect master, Shirt Songing. The black-robed old man interrupted Yi Hen's words as he stared gloomily at Yang Kai. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling that this old man held some hostility and rejection towards him. Yang Kai could not help but carefully size up the other party, confirming that he had never seen this person before, nor had he had any dealings with him. For a moment, Yang Kai was puzzled, wondering how he had offended this old man. Yi Hen tried to smooth things over. Vice Sect Master sure is a pillar of our sect. It is thanks to his help that Thousand Leaves sect has been able to survive all these years. So it is Vice Sect Master sure. Junior has been rude. Yang Kai did not mind too much and simply cupped his fists with a smile. He was clearly afraid of drawing fire to himself. After all, he had just caused a huge ruckus in Sky Crane City's City Lord's mansion 2 days ago, offending many great forces and killing many people. Among those forces, there were a few that Thousand Leaves sect was extremely wary of, especially Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace, both of which had masters overseeing them. With Shirt Songying's personality, what he was truly afraid of was not that Yang Kai and the others would bring disaster to Thousand Leaves sect, but that he himself would be implicated. As such, he had been very rude to Yang Kai and the others from the very beginning, wanting to immediately drive them away and prevent them from having anything to do with Thousand Leaves sect. Therefore, he didn't care about Yi Hen's presence at all, nor did he give any face to Yang Kai and the others. Old Sir's words make a lot of sense, Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. Stinking brat. Chi Yu's pretty face sank as she glared at Yang Kai. She never thought that Yang Kai would not only not speak up for her, but also agree with that loathsome old man. This was something that she found hard to accept. Yang Kai winked at her and said with a smile, Strength is king, and the strong are respected. Whoever has the biggest fist can speak. No matter the time or place, this is an unchanging truth, isn't it? Shirt Songying sneered. Could it be that you're able to see things so clearly at such a young age? Good, very good. Yi Jinghan said in a terrified voice, Please calm down, young Master Yang. Martial uncle has always been at odds with father, that's why. Yi Hen patted Yi Jinghan's shoulder and interrupted her words. Looking at Yang Kai, he sighed. This Yi can understand why young Master Yang is so angry. This Yi has not been a good host and has caused young Master Yang to feel wronged. This Yi apologizes to young Master Yang and everyone here. I hope that young Master Yang can give this sect another chance. As he spoke, he gave a deep bow, his attitude extremely sincere. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Feeling his sincerity, the anger in his heart subsided considerably. There's no need for that, Senior Yi. I'm just curious as to why a mere vice sect master dares to order a sect master around in such an arrogant manner. Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh. A tiger that has lost its teeth. Is there anyone who would be afraid? Father. Yi Jinghan's eyes brimmed with tears as she called out softly. Yi Hen smiled as he glanced at her. Birth, aging, illness, and death is human nature. Why do you have to be like this? After saying that, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. My Thousand Leaves sect started out with the art of puppetry and shook the southern territory in the past. However, my descendants are unfilial, causing our inheritance to decline and gradually weaken. This Yi is incompetent and has been unable to lead the sect to prosperity ever since I took charge of it. Vice Sect Master Sure and the others feel that we should abandon the art of puppetry and look for other secret arts and secret techniques. Only then will we be able to restore the prestige of our Thousand Leaves sect. However, the art of puppetry was passed down by the old ancestor, so how could this Yi dare to abandon it? If I were to do so, wouldn't I be unfilial and untrustworthy? I would be too ashamed to meet my ancestors in the afterlife. Chiyu said thoughtfully. Sect Master and Vice Sect Master have different ideals. How will the sect develop? Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh. That's right. The current Thousand Leaves sect has already been divided into 2 factions. One is conservative, while the other is new. Although they aren't completely incompatible, there is still some friction between them. Coupled with the fact that you're already so old. Is that why he didn't give you any face? In fact, he even wanted to suppress your prestige? Aio gradually understood the situation. I've made a fool of myself. Yi Hen's expression dimmed. Du Xian and the others stood to the side with ashen faces and tightly clenched fists. Clearly, they weren't in a good mood. Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and said, "Young Master Yang, what happened just now wasn't father's intention. Please don't be angry." Yi Hen said, "Although it wasn't this Ye's intention, this Yi is still the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so this Yi can't absolve himself from the blame. If young Master Yang really isn't willing to help my Thousand Leaves sect, this Yi won't force you. However, I really hope that young Master Yang can be magnanimous and give my sect another chance." Yang Kai looked at him and said indifferently, "Although Vice Sect Master sure is a little annoying, what he said just now is right. I've offended quite a few people. Is Sect Master Yi not afraid of drawing fire to yourself?" Yi Hen said, "Even without young Master Yang, our sect is still a nail in the eyes of those people. It's only a matter of time before our swords are pointed at each other. What's more, so many people saw young Master Yang and my daughter together in the city lord's mansion. Even if young Master Yang leaves now, my Thousand Leaves sect won't be able to stay out of this matter." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Sect Master Yi sees things more clearly than Vice Sect Master Sure." Yi Hen said, "If Vice Sect Master Sure thinks that you'll be fine by taking the initiative to withdraw, I can only say that he's too naive." Yang Kai said, "What if even I can't do anything about this matter?" Yi Hen pondered for a moment before replying, "Time and fate. Let nature take its course and don't force anything. At the very least, when I meet my sect ancestors in the netherworld 100 years later, I can calmly tell them that this Yi has tried his best." "All right, then this young master will try his best," Yang Kai said with a nod. Yi Jinghan rejoiced upon hearing this and called out, "Young Master Yang, are you going to stay?" Yi Hen laughed heartily, "Silly girl. Why are you still asking?" Saying so, he stepped aside and said, "Young Master Yang and everyone else, please." Yang Kai no longer acted as overbearing as before and said politely, "Please follow me, Sect Master Yi." Yi Hen hesitated for a moment before walking into Thousand Leaves sect with Yang Kai. Along the way, Gui Zhu and the others looked around curiously, their eyes flickering with shock. Although they had already been in the star boundary for 2 to 3 years, they had always been active in the vicinity of Sky Crane City. This was the first time they had entered a sect. Thousand Leaves sect might be in decline now, but it was still one of the top sects in the Southern Territory a long time ago. The heritage it had left behind was not something those small sects could compare with. The ancient and desolate buildings and the winding paths seemed to be able to pierce through space and time, connecting the past to the present, allowing one to experience the many wonders of the past. Chapter 23-22. Although Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to a true top-level sect, it was still quite impressive thanks to the heritage it had left behind over tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai observed the scenery with great interest as he walked. However, Yang Kai could sense that the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was indeed not very dense. For such a precious place to not have the corresponding amount of world energy lingering around it, it meant that the earth veins in this place were not outstanding. Logically speaking, such a place should not be used as a place to establish a sect, but the ancestral founder of Thousand Leaves sect had chosen to establish a branch here, which was obviously because of the sealed world. Just like how when Zishan chose to establish Azure Sun Temple in the Azure Sun Mountain Range, the existence of the Divine Ascension Mirror was a decisive factor. The mountain path was rugged, and the group flew through the air. Clouds and mist swirled around them, creating a beautiful scenery. That small mountain over there, it looks like a demonic beast. Chiyu suddenly seemed to have discovered something as she pointed at a small mountain that was about 50 meters tall. The one next to it is also quite interesting. It looks like a person holding a sword. Gu Songyun's eyes burned as he looked towards the other mountain with great interest. Everyone turned their heads to look in that direction, and soon discovered that these two mountains weren't the only interesting ones. Within Thousand Leaves mountain range, there were at least a dozen small mountains that looked like living creatures. These small mountains weren't very tall, ranging from a few dozen meters to a few hundred meters tall. They were either standing or standing, making them look like living creatures that had been magnified countless times. Yang Kai also found them interesting and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, his expression soon changed and he released his divine sense, enveloping those strange small mountains. After a short while, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. He asked in shock, "Sect Master Yi, these small mountains aren't as simple as they look, right?" Yi Hen smiled. Young Master Yang's eyes are truly sharp. To be able to see this Yi is impressed. Is it really what I think it is? Yang Kai's expression immediately turned solemn. Yi Hen nodded. Yes, it is indeed what young Master Yang thinks it is. Father, what are you talking about? Yi Jinghan looked at her father blankly, not knowing what kind of riddle he was playing with Yang Kai. Qi Yu and the others were also confused, but they didn't dare to ask. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel awe. She praised. Your sect's ancestors are indeed extraordinary figures. Originally, I thought that Miss Yi was exaggerating about the past glory of Thousand Leaves sect, but now it seems that there is no falsehood at all. Yi Hen sighed. Although the foundation is still there, the inheritance has already declined. This Yi is ashamed. Yi Jinghan said. This isn't father's fault. If not for that generation's ancestor losing their inheritance, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Impudent. Yi Hen glared at Yi Jinghan. The actions of our ancestors are not something you can casually comment on. Yi Jinghan pouted, a look of displeasure appearing on her face. Seeing that Yi Hen wasn't in a good mood, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. However, his impression of the Thousand Leaves sect had improved significantly. In 100 years, they might even be able to rise to the level of a top sect. Just those inconspicuous and strange little mountain peaks alone were enough to achieve such a feat after a short while. The group arrived at the main peak of Thousand Leaves mountain range, Thousand Leaves Peak. Just like the other sects, there were many magnificent pavilions at the top of this peak. In our Thousand Leaves sect, all puppets are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each grade is further divided into 3 ranks, and the higher the grade, the stronger the puppet. Then these Earth grade puppets. Qi Yu pointed at the 30 or so puppets around them and asked curiously, how strong can they be? Yi Hen replied solemnly, the strongest can be in the 3rd order Dao Source realm, while the weakest can be in the 1st order Dao Source realm. A series of gasps sounded out. Everyone looked at Yi Hen in disbelief. If what he said was true, then the 30 or so puppets here were equivalent to 30 or so Dao Source realm masters, and there was no lack of 3rd order existences among them. What kind of powerful combat strength was this? Furthermore, this was only the strength of the puppets, and it did not take into account the strength of the cultivator, who controlled the puppets. If a cultivator in the 1st order Dao Source realm could control a puppet from the 3rd order Dao Source realm, they should be able to fight even against a peak Dao Source realm opponent. Gui Zhu said with a look of shock, your noble sect's Dao of puppets is so amazing. Yet there are still people who want to seek other secret arts and secret techniques to replace them. They are simply short-sighted and don't know how lucky they are. Yi Hen said sadly, our sect no longer has the methods and secret techniques to control these puppets, so they can only be placed here now. The group of Thousand Leaves sect elders also fell silent, their previous arrogance gone, and their mood was downcast. Let's not waste time on idle chatter. Young Master Yang and all our honored guests have come from afar, so our sect has prepared some wine to welcome you all. Please don't refuse, this way please. Yi Hen quickly changed the topic, obviously not wanting to continue talking about this sad topic. Yang Kai and the others naturally did not refuse. The other party had good intentions, so it would not be good to refuse, so they followed Yi Hen into the main hall. Although the cultivator in Thousand Leaves sect did not know why the sect master valued Yang Kai and the others so much that he did not hesitate to personally come out of seclusion to welcome them, they did not dare to ask too much. They were very polite during the banquet, frequently toasting each other, and for a time, both guests and hosts were very happy. Yang Kai and Yi Hen sat together, not seeming to be reserved at all, and were extremely forthright. As long as someone toasted him, he would happily drink, giving others the impression that he was an open-minded person who could be made friends with him. After 3 rounds of wine, the song ended and everyone dispersed. Yang Kai and the others were arranged to rest in one of the main halls on the main peak. The few of them occupied the entire hall, and aside from a few servants and maids, the rest of the Thousand Leaves sect disciples had already left. Chi Yu and the others all went to rest, and Yang Kai was also led to his room by the maid. After instructing the maid not to disturb him without his orders, Yang Kai placed a barrier around his room. Immediately after, he waved his hand, and a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful face appeared out of thin air in front of him. Hua Qingxi turned her head to take a look and said in dissatisfaction, "I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Why did you call me out?" Currently, the small sealed world was extremely rich in world energy, and aside from the imperfect world principles, the cultivation environment here was even better than the heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land in Star Soul Palace. During this time, Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi had been cultivating happily inside. Chapter 23-23. Cultivating too quickly is not worth the loss. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He could also see Hua Qingxi's eagerness. How could I not understand this principle? But if you've reached my level, you'll understand how I feel. Hua Qingxi sighed and waved her hand. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Where is this place, and why did you call me out? This is Thousand Leaves Sect. Thousand Leaves Sect. Hua Qingxi raised her eyebrows and pondered for a moment before asking. Are you talking about the Thousand Leaves Sect famous for their puppet techniques? Does Sister Hua know about this sect? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Hua Qingxi replied. Although Thousand Leaves Sect isn't a first-rate sect, it's still quite famous in the Southern Territory, so how could I not have heard of it? I was quite interested in their puppet techniques and studied them for a while, but unfortunately, I heard that their inheritance has been broken and they've declined for many years. Now they can't even control the puppets left in the sect. That's true. Yang Kai immediately understood that Hua Qingxi knew a lot about Thousand Leaves Sect. Why did you come to Thousand Leaves Sect? Are you also coveting their puppet techniques? Hua Qingxi asked curiously. I was asked by someone to help you with something. Yang Kai smiled lightly and explained the whole story a little. Hua Qingxi was surprised. Thousand Leaves Sect actually has an independent sealed world? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. It's no wonder that Thousand Leaves Sect has declined. If the entrance to the sealed world had been sealed, it would be quite possible. With your divine ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to repair that entrance. I'll do my best, Yang Kai shrugged. Hua Qingxi suddenly smiled slyly. She said, Young Master Yang, if you can find Thousand Leaves Sect's inheritance in that sealed world, can you make a copy for me to take a look? That's not very good. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at her. After all, it's someone else's inheritance. What's the point of you secretly observing and comprehending it? Hua Qingxi curled her lips and said, You make it sound like you're not interested in it at all. I'm going to break through to the Emperor realm soon anyway. I don't have the time to comprehend those things now. Yang Kai grinned and said, Let me try. Hua Qingxi said, That's right. I heard that Thousand Leaves Sect's puppets are divided into Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow grades. Currently, the members of Thousand Leaves Sect can only control puppets below the Profound grade. The method to control puppets above the Earth grade has long been lost. That's right. On this main peak, there are more than 30 Earth-level puppets, but Yi Hen and the others can't control them at all. There also seem to be quite a number of Heaven-level puppets. Yang Kai's face was full of emotion as he recalled the many strange little peaks he had seen before. His heart was shaken. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. Then, do you know that there are spirit-grade puppets above the heaven-grade puppets? Yang Kai's eyes widened and he said in shock, Spirit-grade puppets? Hua Qingxi nodded and said, I don't know if these puppets really exist. I've only read about them from some ancient books in Star Soul Palace. The records aren't comprehensive. You also know that Star Soul Palace is a big organization, So they have done some research on the secret techniques of the Southern Territory, and even the entire star boundary. Tell me about it. Yang Kai immediately became interested. Hua Qingxi said solemnly, each of Thousand Leaves Sect's heaven-grade puppets can display the strength of a master in the Emperor realm. If it's a peak heaven-grade puppet, it won't be inferior to a third-order Emperor realm master. This is the reason why they were able to become one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. She was obviously annoyed that her cultivation had been delayed because of Shirt Songying. Although Hua Qingxi and Shirt Songying's cultivations were the same, their backgrounds were different. Shirt Songying was only the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect, so how could his secret arts and secret techniques be compared to Hua Qingxi's from Star Soul Palace? If the two of them really fought to the death, Shirt Songying had no chance of winning. Then I'll have to trouble elder sister Hua, Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi glared at Yang Kai and said faintly, ever since I handed the soul brand to you, elder sister Hua has already accepted her fate. I only hope that you can treat elder sister Hua better in the future. Elder sister Hua will be content as long as you don't scold or beat me. Speaking of which, she even reached out to wipe the corners of her eyes, looking like she was going to follow her husband wherever he went. Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat as he wiped his forehead. Elder sister Hua, you must not speak to me like that in front of that Yao race woman. Otherwise, I'll be dead for sure. Hua Qingxi's face was filled with resentment as she pursed her red lips. Young Master Yang, you already have elder sister Hua and Lu Yan, but you're still not satisfied? You actually want to provoke other women? What part of us sisters can't compare to them? Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he said in embarrassment. Stop playing around, or else I'll cut you. Hua Qingxi giggled and with a twist of her body, she scuttled to the door and turned around. Since young Master Yang is so afraid of that Yao race woman, it seems that she has something on you. What are you going to do? Yang Kai turned pale with fright. Don't tell me you're going to look for her. Hua Qingxi replied. Don't worry, I'll protect them in secret. There are so many rooms here, I'm going to find a room to meditate. Saying so, she opened the door and with a nimble slide disappeared. Yang Kai's face was filled with apprehension as he released his divine sense. After confirming that Hua Qingxi had really just found a room to cultivate, he finally relaxed. The next day, Yi Jinghan came to look for Yang Kai, but contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, Yi Jinghan did not mention anything about repairing the space array, and instead brought over some herbs. These herbs were the ones Yang Kai had previously instructed her to find and refine for Chai Hu's antidote. Although these herbs weren't too hard to find, they weren't easy to find either. Yang Kai never expected that Thousand Leaves Sect would be able to gather them for him in just a single day. Since he had already gathered all the herbs, Yang Kai naturally planned to refine the common condensation pill for the antidote before anything else. After thanking Yi Jinghan and sending her off, Yang Kai immediately opened his furnace and started refining. In less than half a day, he had successfully refined a furnace of common condensation pills. Qi Yu and the others rushed over after hearing the news from Chai Hu's room, all of them nervously looking at him. At this moment, Chai Hu was holding a jade bottle in his hand, with 6 rolling spirit pills within it. Sitting on the ground, he looked somewhat absent-minded as he held onto the jade bottle. Yang Kai, are these the common condensation pills you mentioned? Qi Yu turned her head to look at Yang Kai and asked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said with a serious look on his face, Senior Chai can take one now. Please help him refine its medicinal efficacies. After 3 days, he can take another one. After half a month, the monster poison will be neutralized. Hearing this, Chai Hu's body shook. Chapter 23-24. After receiving an affirmative reply from Yang Kai, Chai Hu no longer hesitated, and immediately swallowed a common condensation pill. Qi Yu and the others stood to the side to help him neutralize the effects of the pill, all of them feeling extremely nervous. Thousand Leaves Sect. On another mountain peak approximately 150 kilometers away from the main peak, there was a majestic hall. In a wing of the hall, Shirt Song-ying stood with his hands behind his back, a dark expression on his face as he listened to the report of a disciple behind him. After a short while he spoke. "You're saying that those outsiders have entered the main hall?" The disciple respectfully replied, reporting to Vice Sect Master, "That is indeed the case." "Have there been any signs of them going out in the past 2 days?" "No, but young Sect Master has made a trip there." "Have you managed to find out why they're here?" Shirt Song-ying asked again. The disciple replied, "This disciple is incompetent and has yet to find any clues. However." "However what?" "However, I've heard that that guy called Yang Kai is proficient in alchemy, and is the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. He's a Dao Source grade alchemy grandmaster. This disciple guesses that their trip this time should be related to alchemy." "Alchemy?" A glint flashed across Shirt Song-ying's eyes as he nodded lightly. "That's possible. Yi Hen is already so old, but his cultivation hasn't improved. Perhaps he's thinking of ways to refine pills. If it's just alchemy, why would Yi Hen value that little brat so much, to the point of disregarding this old master's face?" The disciple asked, "Is it possible that that little brat surnamed Yang still has extraordinary treasure pills on him?" He was just casually making a guess, but those words caused Shirt Song-ying's entire body to tremble. A glint flashed across his eyes. Thinking about it from a different perspective, Yi Hen currently had a cultivation in the third order Dao Source realm, and was in need of extraordinary treasure pills. If Yang Kai truly had such a heaven-defying pill on him, everything would make sense. There wasn't a single cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm who didn't covet such a spirit pill. It was a peerless spirit pill that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Yi Hen definitely knew something, which was why he was so polite to that little brat, to the point that he didn't even care about Shirt Song-ying himself. Thinking about it, Shirt Song-ying's heart immediately began to burn. He was also a cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm, and was still far from reaching the Emperor realm. If he could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, he might be able to pry into the Grand Dao in a very short time and reach the top of the world in a single bound. "Vice Sect Master, there is another matter." The disciple spoke up again after seeing Shirt Song-ying remain silent for a long time. "What is it?" Shirt Song-ying asked. "I've heard that Sky Illumination Palace and Sky Peak Temple have made some moves, and it seems like they're going to harm our Thousand Leaves sect." Shirt Song-ying's body shook. He turned his head to look at the disciple and asked, "Is this news true?" The disciple replied, "It's just some rumors. I'm not too sure about the details." "Go and investigate. Investigate the authenticity of this news at all costs. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, report it immediately," Shirt Song-ying said somewhat anxiously. If Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace really wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Thousand Leaves sect, Thousand Leaves sect would not be able to resist them with their current strength. Neither of these two sects were inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. This was especially true for Sky Illumination Palace. One was enough. Yang Kai was truly happy for Qi Yu and the others. On the third day, while Yang Kai was meditating, light footsteps rang out from outside his door. The footsteps quickly stopped at the door. Without waiting for anyone to knock on the door, Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the door, only to see Yi Jinghan standing outside. As their eyes met, Yi Jinghan softly called out, "Young Master Yang. Come in and talk." Yang Kai invited her in. Yi Jinghan nodded her head and walked in. After entering the room, Yi Jinghan found a chair and sat down before asking, "Has young Master Yang been well these past few days?" Yang Kai gave a faint smile and replied, "Miss Yi, you didn't come here to ask about this, right?" Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to have already guessed her intentions for coming here, Yi Jinghan could not help but blush, not knowing how to reply. Yang Kai said, "Please lead the way, Miss Yi." Hearing this, Yi Jinghan rejoiced and asked, "Does young Master Yang have any other matters to attend to?" Yang Kai replied, "What other matters do you have? I've come here for that sealed world." Could it be that Thousand Leaves sect hasn't finished their preparations? No, no, no. Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands. Thousand Leaves sect is ready at any time. My father has been waiting for you. Please follow me, young Master Yang. As she spoke, she immediately led the way in front. Following Yi Jinghan, Yang Kai flew through the Thousand Leaves mountain range. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mountain valley. The scenery in this mountain valley was extraordinary and beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. After arriving here, Yang Kai could not help but raise his brow as he stared at the scenery in the mountain valley, a strange glint flashing across his eyes. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this mountain valley, but he was unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Yi Jinghan took the initiative to explain. There's an illusory array here that was set up by an ancestor of my Thousand Leaves sect. Please wait a moment, young Master Yang. I'll send a message to my father and have him remove the restriction. So it was an illusory array. Only now did Yang Kai understand why he felt that something was amiss. His current strength was not bad, and his divine sense was incomparably powerful. However, he was still unable to see through the mysteries of this illusory array with a single glance. From this, it could be seen how profound this array was. The person who set up this illusory array was undoubtedly a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm. Only a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm would be able to do something like this. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. His divine sense continued to shuttle back and forth within the mountain valley in an attempt to pry into its mysteries. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to pry into anything. The illusory array in this mountain valley seemed to be formed naturally, with not a single flaw to be found. This caused Yang Kai to sigh in amazement. Thousand Leaves sect had been in decline for many years, so this illusory array should have been around for countless years as well. However, even after experiencing so many changes, this illusory array was still standing here. From this, one could see that not only did the person who set up this array have an extraordinary cultivation, their comprehension of the Tao of arrays was also not something that others could compare to. On the other side, Yi Jinghan carefully released her divine sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one in the vicinity, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Clearly, she was sending a message to Yi Hen. This sealed world was Thousand Leaves sect's absolute secret, and only a few people in each generation knew about it. There should be some good stuff inside such a sealed world, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore it and see if there were any opportunities. Furthermore, Yi Jinghan had mentioned before that there was a place called the Emperor Heaven Valley in this sealed world. An excellent place to comprehend the heavenly ways Emperor intent. If a Tao Source Realm cultivator could comprehend it, it would greatly benefit them when they broke through to the Emperor Realm in the future. How could Yang Kai miss out on such a good place? Looking for materials was just an excuse. Yi Hen was obviously well aware of this, but he didn't refuse in the slightest. Instead, he straightforwardly took out a yellowed animal skin map and handed it to Yang Kai. Even if young Master Yang didn't ask, this Yi was prepared to give this map to you. Yang Kai took it and gave it a quick glance. He knew that this map was genuine, so he immediately kept it in his space ring. I'll leave everything to you, young Master Yang. Yi Hen cupped his fist solemnly. Yi Jinghan also said from the side, Young Master Yang, be careful. It'll naturally be good if you succeed, but if not, there's no need to force it. Yang Kai replied, I'll do my best. Saying so, his figure flickered, and he appeared on the platform of the array base, before sitting down in a cross-legged position. In the next instant, space principles suddenly surged out, lingering around his body. In an instant, the space in a radius of 100 feet suddenly collapsed, as tiny pitch-black spatial cracks appeared, swimming around him like fish. The faces of Yi Hen and his daughter changed drastically as they sensed the danger brought about by the spatial cracks. They quickly retreated, looking ahead in shock and uncertainty. This is space principles? Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes widened as she cried out in shock, trying to sense exactly what was going on with space principles. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to sense anything. She could only feel that the principles lingering around Yang Kai were incomparably mysterious, something that she couldn't comprehend at all. Yi Hen sighed. A cultivator who has grasped the Tao of space is publicly acknowledged as the most difficult cultivator to deal with within the star's territory. I never thought that young Master Yang's grasp of space principles would have reached such a level. In the future, you might be able to achieve a grand Tao through space principles. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled as she looked at her father in disbelief. She never thought that her master would give Yang Kai such a high evaluation. However, after thinking about it again before meeting Yang Kai, when had she ever seen such an outstanding Tao Source Realm cultivator? She was also in the Tao Source Realm, so she naturally knew how strong a Tao Source Realm cultivator should be. However, Yang Kai's strength was far from what she could estimate. Ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivators were as weak and laughable as babies in front of him. Even those from the third order Tao Source Realm weren't Yang Kai's match, and were easily crushed by him. It was rumored that every single one of those Master Realm cultivators were astonishingly talented when they were young. Wasn't Yang Kai one of them? Perhaps in the future, he might really achieve what her master had said, and achieve a grand Tao that would shake the entire star's territory. Thinking up to this point, Yi Jinghan couldn't help but tremble in excitement. She was able to get to know Yang Kai when he was young, and had the opportunity to witness the growth and rise of a master. Even though her relationship with Yang Kai wasn't that close, she still felt proud. *1*, just as Yi Jinghan's thoughts were running wild, a strange sound suddenly rang out from the void. Could it be that he wanted to comprehend some secret technique, and did not want to be disturbed? A blank look appeared on Yang Kai's face. If that was the case, then it did make sense. The sword mark on the array base was not deep, and was just enough to obstruct the transfer between the two arrays. If one had the right materials, a slightly stronger person should be able to repair it. The sect master of that generation of Thousand Leaves sect was at least a cultivator from the Emperor Realm, possibly even a third-order Emperor Realm master. Since he had damaged the array base, he should not have to worry about being unable to repair it. However, what kind of secret technique did he want to cultivate that he had to come to this place? Yang Kai could not figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time, so he could only shake his head and sigh. He was not in a hurry to repair the crack in the array base. Instead, he took out the map Yi Hen had given him and gave it a quick look. This map was not complicated, as this sealed world was not big, only about the size of his sealed world bead. However, the world energy here was extremely outstanding, clearly indicating the existence of an excellent earth vein. If he could repair the array base of the two arrays, he would be able to connect Thousand Leaves sect and this sealed world bead. At that time, the world energy here would also be available to Thousand Leaves sect, greatly improving the cultivation environment of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples. The map was clearly marked, so Yang Kai quickly found the location of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After a short while, he put away the map, summoned his wooden boat, and flew in that direction. Along the way, Yang Kai was unable to contain his joy, stopping from time to fly down. That was because there were many precious herbs in this sealed world. No one had set foot in this sealed world of Thousand Leaves sect for tens of thousands of years, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Naturally, it was an excellent place for spirit grasses and spirit medicines to grow. Many precious spirit grasses grew in large patches, giving off a rich medicinal fragrance. Yang Kai did not need to specifically search for them to find them, as he only needed to fly down and collect them. Furthermore, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines here were all very old. The herbs Yang Kai collected were at least a few thousand years old, and there were even some that were more than 10,000 years old. Every single one of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had rich medicinal properties, making them the best ingredients for alchemy. Yang Kai was extremely happy to collect them. Yi Hen probably did not expect that there would be so many precious herbs in her own sealed world. If she had known earlier, she would have definitely entered together with Yang Kai and definitely would not have let him off so easily. Just these herbs alone were enough to double the financial resources of Thousand Leaves sect. Along the way, all the herbs were collected by Yang Kai. This was only the tip of the iceberg of this sealed world. If he explored the entire place, Yang Kai estimated that he would no longer need to worry about alchemy materials in the future. In just 2 days, the medicine garden in Yang Kai's sealed world bead was filled to the brim. He had no choice but to collect some of the cheaper herbs and store them in his space ring for safekeeping. Thousand Leaves sect was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but they did not have access to them. Otherwise, they would not have been so weak just by relying on these herbs. Even if they could not compare to the top sects in the Southern Territory, at the very least, there were many masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so they would not be bullied by a few second-rate forces. Thousand Leaves sect's biggest weakness now was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, which was also the biggest dilemma faced by most second-rate forces in the star boundary. After all, there were not many people in the Emperor realm. After another day, a huge mountain valley suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. The scenery in this mountain valley was beautiful, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Before he even got close, Yang Kai could already smell the fragrance of many herbs. After comparing the mountain valley with the Emperor Heaven Valley on the map, a look of joy appeared on Yang Kai's face. Knowing that he had found the place, he immediately increased his speed. After a short while, Yang Kai landed and stood at a certain spot in the middle of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After carefully sensing the surroundings for a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. "You lied to me? How can there be any Emperor intent here?" The reason why he had agreed to come to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the Transworld Space Array was because this Emperor Heaven Valley was somewhat attractive to him. He wanted to lay the foundation for his future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. After all, Yi Jinghan had said that this Emperor Heaven Valley was filled with Emperor pressure and Emperor intent, making it the best place to comprehend the Heavenly Way and martial Tao. It was also the most important place in Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world. Yang Kai had originally planned to enter seclusion here for a while to comprehend the Heavenly Way, but when he arrived, he discovered that there was no Emperor intent here other than the rich medicinal fragrance. This was because the comprehension in the Emperor Heaven Valley was only external comprehension. However, if one consumed an elixir that contained Emperor intent, they would comprehend it from within the body. Every piece of flesh, every inch of meridians would be involved. It would obviously allow the cultivator to comprehend it more clearly. Only a special place like the Emperor Heaven Valley could produce such unique spirit grasses and spirit herbs. Yang Kai could imagine that once the elixir refined from these herbs entered the astral boundary, it would definitely cause the cultivator in the third order Tao source realm to break their heads. The medicinal effects and effects of the elixir itself were already secondary. For those who were stuck at the peak of the third order Tao source realm, for the cultivator who had been unable to advance, the Emperor intent and rule power contained within were the most important. He was overjoyed and secretly felt that his greatest gain from this trip might be the herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley. Without any hesitation, he immediately began a thorough search. He decided not to let any of the spirit herbs go. As long as they were mature, he had to collect them all. The valley wasn't big. However, no one had cared about it for tens of thousands of years. Under the nourishment of the rich spiritual influence of heaven and earth, many spirit herbs were nurtured. Yang Kai searched inch by inch. After busying himself for an entire day, he finally finished searching the entire valley. All the spirit herbs were kept by him. In order to distinguish them from the ones that he had collected previously, Yang Kai purposely placed these spirit herbs in a separate place. He was prepared to refine them into elixirs as soon as possible after this trip. The Emperor intent contained within. Now that the spirit herbs had been collected, Yang Kai was worried that the Emperor intent would gradually dissipate if he didn't refine them as soon as possible. Sister Hua should be very interested in those elixirs. With the help of those elixirs, her progress in advancing to the Emperor realm would definitely be much faster. One day later, Yang Kai stood in front of a cave with a grave expression. Previously, when he was searching for spirit herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley, he had discovered this cave. However, he didn't have the time to carefully explore it. Only after all the spirit herbs had been collected did he have the time to investigate it. This cave seemed to be naturally formed, but Yang Kai keenly discovered that it had been artificially modified. However, the person who had modified it was very skilled. Coupled with the fact that it had been here for a long time, it wasn't easy to notice. He didn't know if it had been modified by the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples who came here to cultivate tens of thousands of years ago, but in any case, Yang Kai felt a dangerous aura from this cave. He instinctively felt that there was something incredible hidden in this cave. This person was definitely the main culprit behind the decline of Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai didn't know why he had done this, but since he was already dead, there was no point in pursuing this matter. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't a member of Thousand Leaves sect, so he didn't need to care about this. He had only entered this sealed world to repair the array base platform. So discovering the corpse of this Thousand Leaves sect's sect master, from tens of thousands of years ago was just an accident. Thinking of this, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, I have mistakenly entered Senior's resting place, and didn't mean to disturb. Please forgive me, Senior. He muttered to himself for a while before stepping forward. Yang Kai didn't know what this Thousand Leaves sect senior was doing before he died, but he discovered a huge spirit array pattern under his buttocks that was extremely mysterious. Beside his corpse, there was also a pile of ores and other strange artifact refining materials. These materials were of extremely high grade, at least Dao source grade, and there was no lack of Emperor grade materials. If an artifact refiner was here, he would definitely be overjoyed. Yang Kai didn't have much of a reaction, because no matter how precious these materials were, they would be refined and devoured by his embodiment once they reached his hands. To him it was only a matter of quantity. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai walked forward and quickly collected the materials scattered on the ground, throwing them all into the sealed world bead and shoving them to his embodiment, allowing it to deal with them on its own. Next, Yang Kai's gaze was attracted by the space ring on the corpse's finger. This person was definitely a master from the Emperor realm before he died, most likely a third-order Emperor realm master. Furthermore, he was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could there not be anything good in this space ring? If Yang Kai's guess was right, the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect were definitely in this ring. Yang Kai had used it several times before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. The sword curtain spread out, leaving behind afterimages, forming a solid barrier in front of Yang Kai. The countless sword chi was like an impregnable fortress, blocking any storm that came at Yang Kai. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the corpse king's fist smashed down, and the sword curtain that Yang Kai had used all his strength to create was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. It was directly smashed to pieces by the fist. An indescribable power came from the front, making Yang Kai feel as if a mountain was crushing down on him. In front of this power, his second-order Dao source realm cultivation was as insignificant as an ant. I'll die. This inexplicable thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind. No matter how strong his physique was, no matter how powerful his source chi was, if he really took this punch, he would die without a doubt. This was an unreasonable intuition, but Kai Yang believed in it without a doubt. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai forced himself to circulate his space principles, allowing himself to teleport back slightly, avoiding the center of this punch's power. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport away and completely avoid this punch, but under the suppression of his opponent's emperor intent, he was powerless. This was his limit. A loud explosion rang out, as if even space itself had been shattered. Two cracking sounds rang out from Yang Kai's body as two of his ribs were broken. He was sent flying backwards like a ragged sack, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura had also withered by quite a bit. With a thud, Yang Kai landed on the ground, but quickly got up, clutching his chest with his hand as a look of difficulty appeared on his face. After just one exchange of blows, Yang Kai knew that this corpse king was ridiculously strong. If his opponent were to follow up with another attack at this time, it would definitely make his situation even worse. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that after the corpse king sent him flying, it actually stood in place and didn't move again. Its pair of ghastly eyes continued to flicker, and its dull expression began to change, becoming more and more terrifying. What is he doing? Although Yang Kai was puzzled, this was what he wanted to see, so he hurriedly took out some healing pills from his space ring, threw them into his mouth, and took this opportunity to adjust his condition. He didn't dare to act rashly, lest his actions agitate the corpse king, and cause him to miss a good opportunity to rest. While adjusting his condition, Yang Kai also paid close attention to the corpse king's movements. He found that after the corpse king left the cave, the corpse poison in its body began to spread around. The vegetation in the mountain valley, which had survived for tens of thousands of years, turned yellow and withered in the blink of an eye as soon as it came into contact with the corpse poison, showing just how potent the corpse poison was. However, Yang Kai also noticed something strange, that was, this 10,000-year corpse king didn't seem to have any consciousness. This made Yang Kai puzzled. The corpse spirits he encountered on Shadowed Star were able to think independently after just 1,000 years, so why couldn't this corpse king who had lived for tens of thousands of years? Moreover, the array diagrams on the surface of his body were also very eye-catching. The metallic luster on his withered body was extremely strange, as if his body was really made of metal and not withered flesh and blood. Observing this, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly bulged as a creepy thought involuntarily popped up in his mind, causing him to blurt out, "A corpse puppet?" Although Yang Kai hadn't studied the Tao of puppetry much, after cultivating for so many years, he had heard some things about it. Ordinary puppets were naturally refined using various precious treasures and special techniques. The puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, as well as the ones Yang Kai encountered in the Flowing Time Temple, were all of this type. However, there was another type of puppet that wasn't refined using precious treasures, but rather the body of a cultivator. A powerful cultivator's body was the best material for refining puppets. Their compact body structure, powerful cultivation, and willpower before death were not things that could be replaced by simple precious treasures. There were some evil cultivators who were extremely keen on refining the corpses of powerhouses into puppets, and controlling these puppets to kill enemies for them. Moreover, after being refined into puppets, these cultivators could still retain a large portion of their cultivation and divine abilities from when they were alive, allowing them to display extremely powerful combat strength. The embodiment's eyes widened as he stared in horror at the source of the corpse puppet, who was as small as an ant but whom he didn't dare to underestimate. His voice trembled slightly. "Corpse puppet." Yang Kai stood up and explained. "A third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet." "What?" The embodiment and Lu Yen both paled, their souls fluctuating violently. After a long while, the embodiment said bitterly, "How did you provoke this monster?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he shook his wrist. With two crisp cracking sounds, his dislocated wrist was reconnected. Looking down, the flesh on his wrist was torn apart, and the white bones could be clearly seen. It was obvious how much damage the corpse puppet's punch had caused him. Fortunately, he had the Dragon Transformation secret technique and 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and with the help of his strong physique and golden blood, such injuries were not enough to affect him. "It's coming!" The embodiment suddenly shouted. As he spoke, the corpse puppet leaped up from where he stood, rushed in front of the embodiment, and threw a punch at him. The difference between the corpse puppet and the embodiment was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was as insignificant as a blade of grass in front of a big tree. But the punch made the embodiment take it seriously. He didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. At this critical moment, he also threw a punch forward. The huge fist collided with the small figure, producing an earth-shattering sound. The force of the explosion swept out and created a violent wind. The body of the embodiment flew back like a mountain. It danced in the air for a while, looking very clumsy. After taking a direct hit from the embodiment, the corpse puppet was obviously not unscathed. It crashed into the mountain wall behind it at a speed faster than the embodiment, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a short while, there was a loud bang and a human-shaped hole was smashed into the mountain wall. The corpse puppet was embedded in it. With the corpse puppet as the center, countless cracks like a spider web appeared around the mountain wall, and gravel fell down. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to believe his eyes. He was well aware of just how powerful the Avatar was. The Avatar was born by fusing with an entire floating continent. Even though the floating continent wasn't very large, it still possessed the power of a world in its own essence. In other words, every blow of the embodiment was the power of a world. With his current strength, he could easily kill the Emperor Realm if he were hit head-on. But the corpse puppet didn't suffer much damage after taking a blow, and was only knocked into the mountain wall. How tough was the corpse puppet's body? Not only that, his blow actually sent the embodiment flying. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world. Lu Yan! Yang Kai shouted. Lu Yan already knew what to do without his instructions. Her delicate body swayed and turned into the form of a fire bird. She spread her wings and pounced in front of the corpse puppet. After a crisp cry, she opened her mouth and spat out raging flames toward the corpse puppet. Lu Yan's flames were extremely complicated. There was her own earth core fire, heavenly thunder fire, blue ice fire, real sun fire, and many other strange flames. There was also the Holy Spirit Luanfeng's world-extinguishing black flame mixed in. Her flames were extremely dangerous. With a single mouthful, the mountain wall melted, turning into red magma. Steam rose from it as it slid downwards. The embodiment's world force punch couldn't do anything to the corpse puppet, but Lu Yan's flames seemed to have caused a lot of damage to it. Soon, a series of low growls and roars came from the raging flames, as if it was in great pain. Seeing this, the embodiment's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and reached out to the void. In the next moment, a huge battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. A thick and dark evil aura lingered on it, as if it could arouse the evil and negative emotions in the deepest part of one's heart. It made one shudder. The demonic battle axe. This was the ancient great demon's demon Dao battle weapon. It was filled with dense demon chi and had already developed its own sentience. After being dragged into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, it had been placed under the care of the embodiment. At some point, the embodiment had actually refined it. However, it seemed that the embodiment had not fully refined it yet. As soon as the demonic battle axe appeared, the embodiment's two eyes trembled violently and turned blood red. They were full of cruelty and violence. Obviously, he was affected by the ancient demonic chi. The dark aura wrapped around the embodiment's thick arm like a living creature, and continued to spread to other parts of his body, gradually turning him black. With the battle axe in hand, the embodiment's aura suddenly swelled. At this moment, he seemed to have incarnated into the ancient great demon, standing proudly and looking down on the world. The world energy in the entire sealed world hummed and vibrated, and the world laws became chaotic. This turn of events left Kai Yang dumbfounded. He had no idea when the embodiment began to refine the battle axe. However, looking at the embodiment's appearance, he knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, once the demonic chi completely turned the embodiment black, the embodiment would become a puppet controlled by the battle axe. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai did not dare to be distracted and focused more on observing the corpse puppet's weakness. On the other side, The embodiment had raised the battle axe high and aimed it at the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It struggled and roared on the mountain wall, trying to escape. Before it could do anything, the embodiment had already chopped down with the axe. The axe was like an antelope hanging its horn, leaving no trace behind. However, this axe seemed to have traveled from ancient times, shattering space and time, causing the world to change color, and the universe to become chaotic. The huge axe shadow chopped straight at the corpse puppet. Hong long long. The mountain wall was directly split apart, and a huge crack that was like a heavenly chasm appeared. Everywhere the axe shadow passed, a violent power raged, and the earth was plowed open. Gullies crisscrossed, and the space was in chaos. Lu Yen had already escaped far away, but the chaotic and powerful vortex of power behind her was still pulling her in, as if it was going to swallow her. In a hurry, Lu Yen had to transform into her human form again, and shake her delicate body to get out. Yang Kai didn't move, and Lu Yen also stood beside him without saying a word, a vigilant light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the corpse puppet's eyes twitched violently for a while, and it let out a fierce roar from its throat, as if it was fighting against something. Soon, the green eyes stabilized and the corpse puppet's ferocious and terrifying expression gradually eased. The ghostly fire-like eyes flickered with a spiritual light, and it looked around blankly. When it saw Yang Kai, it fixed its gaze on him. "Master." Lu Yen called out in a low voice and put on a fighting posture, ready to fight at any time. Kai Yang furrowed his brows as he locked gazes with the corpse puppet. Suddenly, a thought that he couldn't believe emerged from the depths of his heart. Immediately he cupped his fists and shouted, "Junior Kai Yang greets Senior." "Master, you're..." Lu Yen looked at Yang Kai in surprise, not knowing what he was going to do. At first glance, this corpse puppet had no spiritual intelligence. It only knew how to fight fiercely under the control of the spirit array in its body, and had no self-awareness at all. What was the point of Yang Kai doing this? But what she didn't expect was that after Yang Kai finished speaking, the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged on the ground actually opened and closed its mouth a few times, making a few difficult sounds with difficulty. It was just that because the corpse puppet's body was badly damaged, Lu Yen couldn't understand what it was saying at all. Even so, Lu Yen was completely stunned, because the corpse puppet actually responded to Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that the corpse puppet had its own spiritual intelligence? If that was the case, why hadn't there been any signs before? On the other side, the corpse puppet was still trying to make a sound. After a long time, it finally succeeded, but the sound was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. "Are you a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect?" It was just a simple sentence, but it almost exhausted all of the corpse puppet's strength. After speaking, he actually gasped for breath. Lu Yen didn't know what use breathing would be in his current state. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. He quickly replied, "This junior is not." The corpse puppet asked, "If you're not, then why are you here?" Perhaps because of that one sentence, the corpse puppet's expression became smoother and clearer. Yang Kai said, "This junior was entrusted by the current Thousand Leaves sect master to repair the space transmission array here." Hearing this, the corpse puppet tried hard to recall for a long time before he sadly said, "Yes, the array base platform was destroyed by this king." He paused and asked in surprise, "You can repair it? Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" "I know a little," Yang Kai replied implicitly. However, the corpse puppet knew that Yang Kai was being modest. Being able to enter this sealed world when the array-based platform here was destroyed was not something that could be done with just a little knowledge. It was clear that Yang Kai had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. The corpse puppet didn't intend to pursue the matter. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Could Senior be the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter this place? Yang Kai had already guessed this when he saw the spirituality in the corpse puppet's eyes. When he heard the corpse puppet admit that he was the one who destroyed the array-based platform, Yang Kai was immediately certain. The corpse puppet in front of him was definitely that generation's Thousand Leaves sect master. The corpse puppet gently nodded, the bones in his neck cracking. Yang Kai trembled in fear, afraid that the corpse puppet's head would fall off just like that. The corpse puppet said, "This king is Yi Chong. Senior is still alive." Although he had already guessed this, Yang Kai was still extremely shocked. Chapter 2333. Yang Kai immediately knew that Yi Chong didn't completely trust him, and was afraid that he would covet the treasures in the ring, which was why he had placed a bloodline seal on the ring. Of course, Yi Chong wasn't targeting him. This seal must have been placed tens of thousands of years ago. Even though he understood, Yang Kai still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Yi Chong had clearly come to ask for his help in handing over something, yet he was acting like he was guarding against a thief. Who would feel comfortable? However, Yang Kai didn't show it and simply took the ring. "Rest assured, Senior. I will definitely hand it over to Sect Master Yi." Very good, very good. Yi Chong breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Of course, this king won't let you help for free. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He knew that Yi Chong was going to give him some benefits, so he immediately looked forward to it. Yi Chong didn't immediately say what benefits he would give Yang Kai. He just stared thoughtfully at Lu Yen beside him, his green eyes flashing with a complicated light. Even though Lu Yen was just an artifact spirit, he still felt a little scared by Yi Chong's stare, and couldn't help but hide behind Yang Kai. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, who knew what he could do? After a long time, Yi Chong seemed to have made up his mind and said, "You can enter the cave that this king was in before. Perhaps you can find an opportunity there." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Please tell me, Senior." Yi Chong said, "When the opportunity arrives, you will know. If it doesn't, it's useless to ask." Yang Kai's face darkened. Yi Chong's words were the same as not saying anything. Since Yi Chong wanted to give him some benefits, Yi Chong didn't generously point it out, and instead kept it to himself, which made him seem too petty. However, Yi Chong was still an old senior from tens of thousands of years ago, so Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to squabble with him, nor was he interested in thanking him. For Yang Kai, this trip was only to help Thousand Leaves sect repair the space array. It was only a coincidence that he was able to talk to Yi Chong. Yang Kai didn't intend to take the ring for himself. Of course, if Yi Chong hadn't placed a bloodline restriction on the ring, he would have studied it before returning it to Yi Hen. He was also very interested in the Tao of puppetry. But now, with the restriction of his bloodline, Yang Kai naturally couldn't check what was inside the ring. If he did, he might suffer some kind of backlash. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so who knew what kind of dangerous traps he might have left behind in the bloodline seal. Just as Yang Kai was silently cursing, Yi Chong suddenly asked, "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know the exact age, but it should be tens of thousands of years." Tens of thousands of years. Yi Chong was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Then, how is Thousand Leaves sect doing now? How many experts are there in the sect? Yang Kai said, "If Senior is a Tao querying source realm expert, there are indeed quite a few. As for the Emperor realm, not a single one." Yi Chong sighed. This king has wronged the sect. His tone was filled with deep self-blame and regret. Back then, if he hadn't been so headstrong and self-opinionated, bringing all the secret arts and secret techniques into the sealed world in order to comprehend and refine himself into a puppet, Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have become what it was today. In the end, he failed. The moment he failed, he knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated the authority of the heavenly way, thinking that he would definitely succeed. He had predicted the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, so he did his best to leave a remnant soul in the corpse puppet. Tens of thousands of years later, Yang Kai arrived. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After Yi Chong sighed, his head suddenly drooped in front of his chest, and the green light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Immediately after, a wisp of black aura flew out of the corpse puppet's head and turned into nothingness. Yang Kai knew that this Thousand Leaves sect master from tens of thousands of years ago had completely fallen. And now, not even a remnant soul was left. After losing the last of its remnant soul, the corpse puppet's body suddenly fell apart with a crash, turning into a pile of white bones. Yang Kai sighed. Even the most powerful cultivator would eventually turn into dust. Yi Chong had used his body to prove the heavenly way, so how could he not want to possess an immortal body? Unfortunately, even if he was a genius, he still couldn't overcome the constraints of the world principles. If even a third-order Emperor Realm Master was like this, how difficult would it be to achieve immortality? I wonder if the 10 great emperors could achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 10 great emperors definitely couldn't achieve this. Otherwise, people like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor wouldn't have fallen. Yang Kai had some hope, but of course the prerequisite was that he had to refine the immortal tree. It was said that after refining the immortal tree, one could obtain an immortal and indestructible body, but he didn't know if this was true or not. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Then, together with Lu Yen, he buried Yi Chong's body on the spot. He didn't bury it too carefully, because after the transmission array here was repaired, Yi Hen would definitely come over. This kind of thing was better left to Yi Hen. In any case, Yi Hen was his ancestor, so he should hold a grand funeral. After dealing with Yi Chong's body, Yang Kai led Lu Yen to the cave where they met Yi Chong. Yi Chong said that there was an opportunity in the cave, but Yang Kai was suspicious. When he entered the cave before, he didn't have time to examine it carefully, but he didn't find anything special. Lu Yen was also puzzled. Following Yang Kai, she asked, "Master, when Senior Yi said that there was an opportunity, why was he staring at me?" "You're beautiful," Yang Kai answered casually. "Nonsense." Lu Yen glared at Yang Kai. Although she didn't think that her human form was ugly, how could Yi Chong stare at her because of that? He was the sect master of a top sect, so what kind of woman hadn't he seen before? Yang Kai chuckled. He must have seen your true form, so he took a second look. There's nothing strange about it. I think that's the reason. Lu Yen nodded in agreement. The two chatted for a while before returning to the cave. Because Yi Chong said that there was an opportunity here, Yang Kai released his divine sense to its fullest extent this time, searching the cave as they advanced. He was very careful, but he didn't find anything until he reached the innermost part. He didn't find anything suspicious. Could it be a lie? Yang Kai was a little depressed. Yi Chong had been guarding against him like he was a thief, even placing a bloodline seal on his ring. It could be said that it wasn't aimed at him, but if the opportunity he had obtained was also a lie, then it was too much. He didn't expect to get any benefits from Yi Chong. Since Yi Chong took the initiative to mention it, it was also a lie. Then it wasn't a matter of morality. Yang Kai didn't believe it, so he searched the bottom several times. He even penetrated the stone wall with his divine sense, but he still found nothing. Lu Yen, on the other hand, suddenly stared at an oval-shaped stone. "What's wrong with it?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yen said, "Master, this stone doesn't seem to be an ordinary stone." Yang Kai heard this and raised his brow, immediately releasing his divine sense to scan the stone. He had also investigated this stone before. He didn't pay much attention to it because this stone didn't even have any world energy fluctuations, so it was obviously not a precious treasure. But now, when he examined it again, Yang Kai found something unusual. This stone could actually swallow his probing divine sense, causing his knowledge to hurt slightly. Huh. Yang Kai was surprised. The opportunity Yi Chong mentioned. Could it be this stone? There was nothing else suspicious in the entire cave. Only this oval-shaped stone was a little strange. If there really was an opportunity, it must be this. But what could a stone do? Could it be a top artifact refining material? Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't need artifact refining materials. He already had several emperor artifacts, so he didn't need to refine any more. Lu Yen was also at a loss, reaching out to touch the stone, wanting to see what was so strange about it. Don't. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Although he didn't know what was so strange about this stone, it was obviously not good to touch it rashly before investigating its true nature. What's more, this was a strange stone that could even swallow his divine sense. But his words were still a little too late. Lu Yen had already touched the strange stone. But when she heard Yang Kai's shout, she instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand. But at that moment, a strong suction force suddenly came from the strange stone. This suction force was so fierce that Lu Yen couldn't resist at all. She only had time to cry out in alarm before she was directly sucked in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Although Lu Yen could transform into a human form, making her look like a living beauty, in the end, she still didn't have a body. She couldn't be considered a living creature. Her body was only composed of pure energy, and it was only when this energy reached a certain density that she could resemble a real person. What the hell is this strange stone? It actually sucked Lu Yen in. How can this be? Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all, pushing his source chi and slapping the strange stone with his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's palm left a clear imprint on the strange stone. But strangely, it didn't shatter. Instead, after Yang Kai withdrew his hand, it slowly recovered. In less than 10 breaths, the strange stone returned to its original state, and there was no trace of it being attacked by Yang Kai at all. Molten memory gold? Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Molten memory gold was a top-grade artifact refining material, and any artifact would have a miraculous self-repair function if it was added to it. No matter how big the damage, it would gradually repair itself, but the molten memory gold he knew was definitely not like this. Yang Kai wanted to smash the strange stone to save Lu Yen, but after one strike, he knew that it was impossible. This strange stone wasn't hard, but it was extremely tough and couldn't be smashed. After Lu Yen was sucked into this strange stone, Yang Kai felt that the inexplicable connection between himself and Lu Yen had been severed for a long time. Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, and when Yang Kai refined her body, the artifact refining furnace, there had always been an invisible connection between the two that hadn't been broken for so many years, but now it was gone. Yang Kai's face turned pale, thinking that Lu Yen had died. Because this was the only way to explain why the connection between the two had been severed. Yang Kai instantly felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, his mood extremely heavy. How can this king let this matter rest? Yi Hen said. Why is this matter different from what this Yi has heard? This Yi heard that City Lord Luo used your strength to bully the weak, oppressing men and women, imprisoning a few of young Master Yang's friends, and forcing young Master Yang's mother-in-law to marry him. Young Master Yang was forced to fight City Lord Luo, and although he won at the last moment, he still mercifully spared your life. City Lord Luo, it's fine if you're not grateful, but why are you repaying kindness with enmity after just a few days? Luo Jin's face alternated between green and red as he roared. Bullshit. Yi Hen said coldly. There were countless guests that day, and everyone was watching. I believe that everyone knows whether this Yi is spouting nonsense or if City Lord Luo is being ungrateful. Luo Jin's blood boiled in his heart, and he almost blurted it out. This matter was the greatest humiliation of his life, and now that Yi Hen mentioned it in front of everyone, he was naturally burning with rage. If not for the mountain protecting array in front of him, he would have already fought it out with Yi Hen with bloodshot eyes. Yi Hen cupped his fists and looked around. Everyone should know about this matter. So why don't you tell City Lord Luo in detail, lest he misunderstands something and does something that angers the gods? None of the cultivator present had any intention of speaking up when they heard this. They had not come here to argue with Yi Hen, so what if what Yi Hen said was the truth? Yang Kai had indeed killed people, and he had killed the elites of their sects. Now that they knew that Yang Kai was in Thousand Leaves sect, how could they sit back and do nothing? Chapter 2335. Seeing that no one responded, Yi Hen said indifferently, Luo Jin's actions are shameful. Friends, do you want to join forces with such a person? In his anger, he no longer bothered to be polite with Luo Jin, and directly called him by his name. Hearing this, the burly man coldly snorted and said, Forget about City Lord Luo's matter. This king would like to ask that little brat surnamed Yang, what kind of enmity did my Sky Peak Temple's Vice Temple Master Kutian have with him for him to actually kill him in the City Lord's mansion? From his tone, it was obvious that he was the Temple Master of Sky Peak Temple, Ruanhongbo. Like Yi Hen, Ruanhongbo was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Now that his Vice Temple Master had been killed by Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Therefore, despite his disdain for Luo Jin's character, he still followed him here to seek justice. As soon as Ruanhongbo finished speaking, someone immediately followed up. That's right, that bastard even killed my son Mu Zheng. I, Mu Guan, am absolutely irreconcilable with him. Yi Hen turned his head, and saw that the person who spoke was the Tower Master of White Cloud Tower, Mu Guan. Yi Hen had also asked Yi Jinghan about what had happened in the City Lord's mansion that day, and knew that Mu Zheng was indeed killed by Yang Kai. Furthermore, Yang Kai had even used Mu Zheng's flesh and blood to write a large death character on the wall to intimidate all the guests present. However, Mu Zheng was the one who had sought his own death. He didn't have the ability, yet he chose to stand out. Who could he blame for being killed by Yang Kai as an example to others? However, White Cloud Tower obviously wouldn't let this matter rest. That brat injured my heart-seeking pavilion's disciple. This pavilion master is here to ask for a reasonable explanation. The pavilion master of Heart-Seeking Pavilion also stood up. My soul-seizing sword sect is the same, Sect Master Yi. Hand him over. Otherwise, everyone will lose face. As the Third Order Dao Source Realm Masters stood up one after another, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons gradually changed. However, Yi Hen remained calm and indifferent. He turned his head and asked the blue-haired man sitting on the palanquin, Palace Master Chiu also has the same intention? He wasn't too afraid of the people present, but he was most afraid of this blue-haired man. This person was Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master, Chiu Zhe, whose strength had reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. It was rumored that he had been in retreat for the past 10 years to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor realm, hoping to break through the shackles and ascend to the Emperor realm. Over the past dozen years, there had not been any news of him leaving the sect, but who would have thought that this person would actually come to Thousand Leaves sect's doorstep today? Yi Hen did not dare to take this person lightly, because he had a very high chance of ascending to the Emperor realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor realm, no one within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would be a match for him. Chiu Zhe heard this. He smiled slightly and said, My son Chiu Yu is not skilled enough and suffered a great loss at the hands of that young brat. This Sikh came here to invite him to my Sky Illumination Palace as a guest for a few days and teach Chiu Yu how to cultivate while he's at it. They were all young people. We should be able to find some common topics, so please don't refuse, Sect Master Yi. His words sounded nice, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. It was true that Chiu Yu had been severely injured by Yang Kai in the City Lord's mansion that day, but if that was all, why would Chiu Zhe come out personally? The enmity between Sky Illumination Palace and Thousand Leaves sect had been building up for a long time. Chapter 2336. Once they could control the heaven-grade puppet, Thousand Leaves sect would be able to rise to the ranks of first-rate sects. What was there to fear from a small sky illumination palace? When that time came, all the sects and families within 1,000,000 kilometers would have to depend on Thousand Leaves sect for their survival. However, he never imagined that Shi Tsongying would be so despicable and vicious, sending his trusted subordinates to capture those people while he and Yang Kai were away. Once those people were handed over, how could Yang Kai let the matter rest? Thousand Leaves sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques would also be lost. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be finished. Thinking of this, Yi Hen became anxious and angry, shouting, "Shi Tsongying, if you really care about the sect, quickly call those people back." Shi Tsongying coldly snorted. "It's already too late." When he heard that many masters had arrived outside the sect, Shi Tsongying had already guessed what they were here for, and had secretly instructed the elders to lie in ambush and wait for his orders. Previously, when he saw that Yi Hen was still unwilling to hand over those people, he had secretly given the order, but it was obviously too late to say anything now. "You." A mouthful of blood rushed up Yi Hen's throat, and he almost spat it out in anger. He pointed at Shi Tsongying and gritted his teeth. "Do you know what kind of mistake you've made? If even a single hair on those people's heads is lost, this sect master will hold you responsible." Shi Tsongying's face sank. "This sure has the heart of the sect. The heavens and earth can be my witness, the sun and moon can be my witness. Even if our ancestors were standing here, they would feel that this Shi's actions were not wrong." Seeing that Shi Tsongying was still so unrepentant, Yi Hen finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Shi Tsongying looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "Sect master, you're old and no longer suitable to lead Thousand Leaves sect. Your rotten and stubborn thinking will only stop Thousand Leaves sect from moving forward." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed greatly. Realizing that Shi Tsongying was taking this opportunity to seize power and seize the throne, the group of elders all wore terrified expressions, not knowing what to do. Du Xian angrily shouted, "Old thief Shi, since you dare to act so disgracefully, I will clean up the sect on behalf of Master today." He had been standing behind Yi Hen the whole time, so he had seen everything clearly, although he didn't know why Yi Hen valued Kai Yang so much. However, Yi Hen was still his master. His master had been angered to the point of vomiting blood by Shi Tsongying, so how could he remain indifferent? Just as he finished speaking, a long sword glowing with a cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. A curtain of swords rose up and pierced towards Shi Tsongying. Shi Tsongying stood in place with a look of disdain on his face. He extended his hand forward and slammed it down. He said, "As a disciple of the sect, you dare to offend your superiors and attack me. Yi Hen has indeed taught a good disciple." As he spoke, the origin energy in his large hand surged and collided with the sword screen. With a rumble, the sword screen shattered. The palm print blasted onto Du Xian. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. Although the sect defending array was blocking it, Qiuzhe and the others were still able to see it clearly, causing them to reveal mocking smiles. They had joined forces to attack Thousand Leaves sect today, thinking that it would be a tough battle, but they never expected that before they could even make a move, Thousand Leaves sect would begin to fall apart internally. He was one of the elders who had always followed Shi Tsongying, and was also one of the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction. However, at this moment, this elder was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. Not only that, his aura was extremely weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Seeing this person, Yi Hen could not help but look puzzled. Shi Tsongying's expression changed greatly as he hurried forward to support the elder, shouting in a low voice, "What happened? Who injured you? Didn't you go to capture them? Where are the others?" Hearing this, the elder replied in horror, "There is a master among them from the third order Dao Source realm. We were no match for him, so 7th elder and 9th elder were captured." "What?" Shi Tsongying turned pale with fright. He was detained? He could not believe his ears. He looked at the injured elder with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" He naturally understood the cultivation levels of the people Kai Yang had brought with him. All of them were from the First Order Dao Source realm. And there was even an Origin King realm cultivator among them. How could such cultivators be a match for his 3 trusted elders? However, the current situation was that 2 of his trusted aides had been captured, while the last one had fled back here with serious injuries. If not for the elder in front of him being so loyal, Shirt Songying would have thought that he was lying to disturb his mind. Who captured them? Shirt Songying asked in shock. A woman. A woman? Shirt Songying had a stunned expression on his face. Seemingly recalling something, he grit his teeth and said, "Are they pretending to be pigs to eat tigers?" He probably felt that Chiyu was hiding her true cultivation. Therefore, his 3 trusted aides were not strong enough to capture her. However, the elder shook his head and said, "No, I have never seen that woman before. I don't know when she came to the sect." "You haven't seen her before?" Shirt Songying was even more confused before he angrily said, "Even if she is from the Third Order Dao Source realm, the 3 of you shouldn't have been defeated so miserably." He had a look of disappointment on his face, and he was just short of calling this elder a useless piece of trash. That elder said bleakly, "She is definitely at the peak of the Dao Source realm, and her attacks have traces of Emperor intent. If not for that, we would not have been able to defeat her. If not, we wouldn't have been defeated by her in a single move." Emperor intent? Shirt Songying was truly shocked this time. What did it mean to have Emperor intent in her attacks? It meant that she had comprehended a trace of the Emperor realm's mysteries. In other words, as long as that woman was given enough time, she would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. A master from the Emperor realm was someone that Thousand Leaves sect could not afford to offend. Shirt Songying's heart was in chaos. He glanced at Yi Hen thoughtfully. He thought that the woman must have been arranged by Yi Hen to protect those people, but he knew that he was wrong at a glance, because Yi Hen also had a blank look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know when a woman at the peak of the Dao Source realm had appeared. No one would believe that the sect master and vice sect master were completely unaware of such a master's arrival in Thousand Leaves sect. Shirt Songying could not help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling a little frightened. Chiozei suddenly sneered, "Sect Master Shi, your subordinates aren't very reliable. They can't even take down a few petty thieves." Shirt Songying was already feeling annoyed. Now that he heard Chiozei ridicule him like this, he immediately became annoyed. "Palace Master Chio, you can just watch over our sect's matters. There's no need to say anything." Chiozei snorted and slowly stood up from the palanquin. But after this sudden change, she had suddenly turned into such a wretched person. Yang Kai simply couldn't accept it. But it didn't make sense to say that she wasn't Lu Yan, because this little girl did have Lu Yan's aura. Not only that, but her fiery red hair was also perfectly inherited, and the soft red hair draped over her body, tightly covering her small body. Yang Kai only noticed now. This little girl was completely naked, but because of the red hair, he obviously didn't notice it. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, the long eyelashes of the little girl in front of him trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little confused about the current situation, raised her eyelids and looked at the stunned face in front of her, and then slowly sat up straight. When she sat up, her long hair suddenly spread out, revealing her white body, but she was obviously still very confused, with a sluggish face. Yang Kai quickly turned his head, rummaged through his ring, and directly took out a piece of clothing and threw it at her. In a split second, the large clothes covered her tightly. "Master, what are you doing?" The little girl murmured with some dissatisfaction. She reached out and pulled the clothing off her head, but as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she was also stunned, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Then she put her hands in front of her eyes and looked at them in a daze. A moment later, a tragic scream came out of the cave. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and the little girl gradually recovered their emotions. The two of them sat face to face, one with a strange expression, the other with tears in her eyes, and her mouth into a thin line. The little girl was indeed Lu Yan, without a doubt. But they didn't know why she had become like this. At this moment, Lu Yan had already put on Yang Kai's clothes, but the clothes were too loose for her current body size, and coupled with her extremely aggrieved expression, it was enough to melt anyone's heart, and make people couldn't help but hold her in the palm of their hands to protect her. Judging from her appearance, she still bore some resemblance to Lu Yan, but she was a young version of Lu Yan. Her small face was like carved jade, delicate like a porcelain doll, and her skin was fair and rosy. There was still a bit of baby fat on her cheeks, making people want to pinch her cheeks and feel them. Have you seen enough? Lu Yan glared at Yang Kai, with a face full of dissatisfaction. Yang Kai shrugged and calmly said, "Do you know that your appearance is not threatening at all?" Lu Yan's teeth creaked as she gritted her teeth. After becoming like this, even her voice was like a child's voice, crisp and pleasant, no longer charming like before. All right. Yang Kai comforted her and said with a serious expression, "Let me ask you, is there anything wrong with becoming like this?" "No, it's just that I'm not used to it," Lu Yan replied in a low voice. "Can't you change back to your original appearance?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yan said, "Maybe you haven't noticed, but I already have my own body." What? Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly released his divine thought to investigate, but his divine thought was swallowed up as soon as it fell on Lu Yan's body, so he couldn't detect anything at all. It was the same before, so Yang Kai didn't know much about Lu Yan's changes. Now that he heard her say this, Yang Kai wanted to take a closer look, but he couldn't detect anything with his divine thought, so he could only use his hands. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately stretched out a hand to pinch Lu Yan's little face. After a little contact, Yang Kai knew that Lu Yan was telling the truth. She did indeed have her own body, because the feeling coming from her fingers was not pure energy, but a real object. Not only that, Lu Yan's little face was no different from a real person's. It was very elastic and wonderful to the touch. Yang Kai believed that there were few people in the world who could compare with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but pinch her face for a while. Lu Yan slapped his hand away in disgust and said, "It hurts." As she said this, she rubbed her cheeks. "How can it be?" Yang Kai frowned. Lu Yan was a tool spirit in human form, so it was not impossible for her to have her own body. As far as he knew, there was a kind of elixir called the incarnation elixir, which could let a cultivator who had lost his physical body rebuild his body. However, refining the incarnation elixir required the incarnation fruit, which was extinct. Chapter 2338. Lu Yan had only been swallowed by the strange stone, but after breaking out of the shell, he actually possessed his own body. No matter how he thought about it, this was simply inconceivable. Didn't this mean that the strange stone had the same effect as the flesh incarnation fruit? Just how heaven-defying was this? Lu Yan frowned slightly and whispered, "I think I understand a little about this situation. I can't say why, but I feel like this body of mine is a puppet." "Puppet?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Yan gently nodded. "And there are many spirit arrays and mysterious traces of refinement in my body, but these traces are natural and ancient. They should have been refined by an almighty master many years ago." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as if he had suddenly thought of something, whispering, "A spirit-grade puppet?" He had previously heard from Hua Qingxi that thousand-leaf sex puppets were divided into several grades. In addition to the earth-grade and heaven-grade puppets he had seen before, there was an even higher-grade spirit-grade puppet. Moreover, it was rumored that spirit-grade puppets already possessed their own sentience. Not only could they think independently, but they could also gradually grow stronger through cultivation. However, even at their peak, Thousand Leaves sect only had a few spirit-grade puppets, and with the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, no one knew where these spirit-grade puppets had gone. Yang Kai didn't believe it at first, but now, Lu Yan's situation could only be explained by a spirit-grade puppet. That strange stone wasn't something naturally formed, but rather something refined by a certain master of Thousand Leaves sect. It should be the prototype of a spirit-grade puppet, and after Lu Yan's soul entered it, it broke out of its shell and took its current form. It had completed its final form. In other words, this so-called spirit-grade puppet didn't seem to be born with sentience, but rather formed by fusing the soul of a living being with the puppet's body. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. No wonder Yi Chong kept staring at Lu Yan when he talked about the opportunity. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could naturally see at a glance that Lu Yan did not have a physical body, and was just an artifact spirit. There was a prototype of a spirit-level puppet in the cave, which was undoubtedly the best choice for Lu Yan. In that case, if he hadn't seen Lu Yan at that time, perhaps he wouldn't have mentioned this opportunity. It was because he saw Lu Yan that he gave him some pointers. However, he didn't point it out too clearly. It was likely that he was a little reluctant to part with it in his heart. That strange stone was probably the last prototype of a spirit-grade puppet in this world. Perhaps no one would be able to refine it in the future. He naturally wanted to leave such a treasure for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect. This guy was a little wishy-washy and sloppy. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but soon he cast this thought aside. No matter what, it was true that Lu Yan now had his own body, although this body looked a little strange. However, compared to her previous incarnation, it was undoubtedly much better. Having a body and not having one. They were definitely two different things. Lu Yan seemed to gradually become happy, forgetting all the inconveniences that this small body would bring to her in the future. Placing her two hands in front of her eyes, she turned them over and over again with a smile on her face. How is your soul fusing with this body? Are there any signs of instability? Yang Kai asked worriedly. After all, this spirit-level puppet's body was not something that Lu Yan was born with, so if the fusion between her soul and the body was not perfect, it was very likely that it would bring about very serious consequences. For example, the reason why possession was difficult and the success rate was very low was because of the degree of fusion between the external soul and the body being possessed. If a powerful soul wanted to possess a cultivator, it would need to find a body with the highest degree of compatibility with its own soul. Even so, it was not certain that the possession would succeed, and the slightest mistake would result in failure. Hearing this, Lu Yan shook her head and said, "There's no problem at all. I feel like I've just been born, as if this body was tailor-made for me." Wasn't she just born? Yang Kai had seen her break out of the strange stone with his own eyes, which was equivalent to being reborn. However, Lu Yan's words made him feel much more relieved. He was afraid that this body would not fuse smoothly with Lu Yan's soul, but now it seemed that the Thousand Leaves sect's powerhouses had perfectly considered these problems when refining the strange stone, and solved them through some special means. Otherwise, they could have refined a humanoid puppet and then forcibly stuffed a living creature's soul into it. It was precisely because of the experience of breaking out of the shell that Lu Yan's soul was able to perfectly fuse with her current body. Yang Kai was secretly impressed. "Hee, I also have a childhood." Lu Yan's small face smiled like a blooming flower. "Be careful that you don't grow up, or you'll be like this for the rest of your life." Yang Kai poured cold water on her. Lu Yan's face suddenly darkened, and after being stunned for a while, she said in a carefree manner, "Then I'll accept it." After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai finally witnessed the power of a spirit-grade puppet's body. The current Lu Yan could actually increase her strength through cultivation, something that would have been impossible in the past. Previously, Lu Yan was only in human form, so she could only devour fire attribute treasures to increase her strength. The sun's true essence that Yang Kai had obtained in his early years had been constantly used by Lu Yan, and almost half of its energy had been consumed. But now Lu Yan could actually absorb world energy for her own use. Not only that, but Lu Yan also possessed a powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao Source realm. This meant that as long as she was given a suitable secret art, she could cultivate like an ordinary person and become stronger. One day, she would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Now, she was a completely independent individual. The moment she was swallowed by the strange stone, the connection between her and Yang Kai was severed. Lu Yan had truly obtained a new life. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He had planned to wait until he was strong enough to find the flesh incarnation fruit and refine the flesh incarnation pill for Lu Yan, but he had not expected that happiness would come so quickly. If there was anyone Qiuzhe was most afraid of right now, it would undoubtedly be Hua Qingxi. He was afraid of provoking someone he shouldn't, but in this situation, he had no choice but to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, once news of this spread and the sect behind that woman found out, Sky Illumination Palace would be powerless to stop them. So he led his people to this place but was blocked by the many mysterious spirit arrays in the valley. After trying to attack a few times, he was shocked to find that the spirit arrays in this valley were not something he could break. So he could only ask the side. Hearing this, Shirt Songing put on a flattering smile and bowed. Reporting to Palace Lord Qiu, this is indeed our sect's forbidden area. For generations, no one other than the sect master has been able to set foot here. Not even you? Qiuzhe glanced at Shirt Songing indifferently. Shirt Songing said embarrassedly, I've never entered. She knew that her father didn't want her to remove the spirit array. Yi Jinghan was tormented. Although she knew that removing the spirit array wouldn't lead to a good ending and wouldn't improve her father's current situation, she still felt uneasy and guilty when she thought about the elder who had just been killed. She had a feeling that the elder had died because of her, that she had killed him. That elder had watched her grow up and doted on her. He would often play with her when she was young and teach her cultivation when she grew up. But now he had died right in front of her eyes. She could only watch helplessly, unable to lend a helping hand. Seeing that time was slowly ticking away and Shirt Songing was about to kill again, Yi Jinghan was instantly at a loss for what to do. Right at this moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Shirt Songying's face as he moved his hand away from the second elder's head and placed it on the head of the person beside him. Yi Jinghan's face instantly turned pale as her delicate body trembled violently. On the other side, Yi Hen's face was also filled with shock, but he was even more excited. Although he had long heard of Yang Kai's strength from Yi Jinghan, hearing about it was one thing, and seeing it with his own eyes was another. Thousand Leaves sect might still be saved. A sliver of light reignited within Yi Hen's originally dim eyes. Gently patting Yi Jinghan's hand, he said in a weak voice, Jinghan, you've got a good eye. If we're able to escape from this calamity, in the future, you must definitely interact more with young Master Yang. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts and had long since fallen in love with each other, he would have betrothed his daughter to Yang Kai. If such a young man with such a bright future could join Thousand Leaves sect, it would naturally be a great thing for the sect. Yes, father. Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes also lit up, her heart filled with joy. A few days ago, Yang Kai had created a miracle in the city lord's mansion, suppressing so many masters with his own strength that they were unable to catch their breath, and swaggering out of the city gates with his new bride. Today in Thousand Leaves sect, with a master of the Emperor realm present, could he still create a miracle? If Qiyu and the others weren't behind him, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so passive. However, he couldn't ignore the safety of Qiyu and the others. Yang Kai wasn't the only one who knew this. Everyone else saw it clearly. Wan Hongba and the others all looked embarrassed, secretly thinking that Qiuzhe didn't have the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm at all. He was simply a hooligan. But now that everyone was tied to the same rope, they didn't dare to say anything even if they felt threatened in their hearts. You're opening a dye house just because I gave you some face? Old dog, you're so shameless. Yang Kai roared angrily. He channeled his source energy into the myriad sword and met the attack head-on. The tip of the sword cut through all the spear lights, instantly falling apart. Qiuzhe's expression changed drastically. His opponent, a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, was actually on par with him. If he didn't have his companions behind him, wouldn't Qiuzhe be no match for him at all? After breaking through Qiuzhe's attack, Yang Kai didn't stop at all. With a flick of his fingers, a dozen crescent blades whistled through the air. Qiuzhe's eyes narrowed. This time, he could clearly feel that the crescent blade-like, pitch-black energy attacks contained rich spatial power. They fluctuated and changed, making it impossible for him to grasp the trajectory of the crescent blades. Spatial law. Qiuzhe exclaimed. His body trembled as his emperor intent spread out, forming an emperor territory that spanned 100 feet around him. When the emperor territory appeared, he finally figured out the direction of the crescent blades. His spear kept flicking, breaking the crescent blades one after another. In an instant, Qiuzhe was drenched in cold sweat, his expression horrified. When Yang Kai displayed extraordinary combat strength, he didn't panic too much. Even when they were evenly matched, he only felt that Yang Kai was a promising talent. But when he realized that Yang Kai was proficient in spatial law, he had a bad feeling. Spatial law was so strange and unorthodox. Ordinary people couldn't even comprehend it, much less learn it. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. There were many powerhouses in the Emperor realm in the astral plane, but how many of them truly understood spatial law? But this young man in front of him could use spatial law against his enemies, casually flicking out space blades. What did this mean? It meant that his attainments in the Tao of space had already reached the pinnacle. Such a person would definitely have a bright future, and would become a great talent in the future. Wouldn't Qiuzhe be dead for sure once he succeeded in his cultivation? With this thought in mind, how could Qiuzhe still care about showing off? Only the words "cut the weeds and dig up the roots" kept flashing through his mind. He shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you attacking?" Gradually, the second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator couldn't hold on any longer. Their source chi and divine sense were devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Although their bodies weren't damaged at all, they still couldn't escape the fate of death. However, even with all their strength, they couldn't kill even one soul-devouring insect. The vitality of the evolved soul-devouring insects seemed to be extremely tenacious. Even if they were occasionally knocked unconscious by the cultivator, they would soon wake up and rejoin the battle. Yi Hen and the others were stunned. Hua Qingxi and the others were also stunned. Each and every one of them stood on the platform of the array base, looking at this inhumane slaughter. Their feelings were extremely complicated. These people were still flaunting their prowess earlier, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would become cold corpses. How could the impermanence of the heavenly Tao be enough to describe this? The next moment, the 4 heaven puppets suddenly moved, each occupying a corner and sealing off the area. 4 heaven puppets kill. Lu Yan cried out. An invisible connection connected the 4 heaven puppets. A fierce power gushed out from the heaven puppets and poured into the sealed area, forming a murderous aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Qiuzhe was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar as he trembled uneasily. In front of this complex power, he felt that he, who had just broken through to the Emperor realm, was as vulnerable as a piece of paper. Chi-Chi, the invisible power cut Qiuzhe's body like sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his bones were exposed. He screamed in agony. The scene was extremely tragic. He begged for mercy loudly, but Lu Yan was unmoved. She activated the seal even more fiercely, and the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets became even more ferocious. In less than 10 breaths of time, Qiuzhe's flesh and blood were completely gone. All that was left was a skeleton that collapsed with a loud crash. Before Qiuzhe died, the cultivator of the major sects had already been scattered by the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets' kill. This 4 heaven puppets' kill seemed to be a formation set up with the 4 heaven puppets as the foundation. Even Qiuzhe couldn't withstand it for 10 breaths of time, so how could the others? Ruan Hongba and the others exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. It's all thanks to your esteemed sect's heavenly centipede that we were able to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. While they were talking, he glanced at the 4 symbols heavenly centipede and thought about how good it would be if he could bring it along with him. He had personally witnessed the might of the 4 symbols heavenly centipede. Although using it to kill Qiuzhe and the others was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Yang Kai was sure that the 4 symbols heavenly centipede had not even used 1/100th of its might in the battle just now. If the full might of this heavenly centipede was unleashed, who knew what kind of scene it would be? After a short pause, he spoke again. I'm sure Sect Master Yi has a lot of things to deal with after the battle, so we won't disturb you any further. We'll talk about it in detail after Sect Master Yi is done with the sect's matters. Yi Hen naturally knew what he was referring to, and also knew that this wasn't a good time to talk, so he immediately nodded. All right. Jinghan, bring young Master Yang and his friends to rest. I'll pay them a visit after I'm done with the sect's matters. Yi Jinghan led Yang Kai and the others back to the main hall of the main peak before turning around and leaving. There were currently many things to be done in Thousand Leaves sect. Not only did the sect's grand array need to be repaired, there were also many injured disciples that needed to be taken care of. Naturally, Yi Jinghan couldn't remain here. After she left, Qi Yu and the others suddenly turned their gazes towards Yang Kai with questioning looks on their faces. Today's events had happened too suddenly, and there were many things that they didn't understand. Yang Kai said, "Let's talk in my room." A moment later, everyone arrived at Yang Kai's room. Yang Kai smiled faintly and introduced Hua Qingxi to everyone. Although he had previously instructed Hua Qingxi to protect Qi Yu and the others, Hua Qingxi had never shown her face in front of them. It was only when Shi Songying sent people to capture them that Hua Qingxi suddenly attacked and injured them. However, she had never introduced herself, only telling Qi Yu and the others that she was Yang Kai's friend. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they finally understood that Hua Qingxi's actions had been secretly ordered by Yang Kai. Then, who is this little sister? Qi Yu looked at Lu Yan blankly. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yan was a little strange. This strangeness didn't mean that he was dangerous, but rather that she felt that Lu Yan's aura was very different from others. What's more, a little girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old actually had the strength of the third-order Tao Source realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. Compared to Lu Yan, Qiyu and the others felt that they were simply too weak. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain his relationship with Lu Yan, but Lu Yan directly stood up and bowed. Master's servant, Lu Yan greets master. After a pause, she continued, but if master wants to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets to play with, you can only use source crystals to make them move. Understood. Yang Kai gently nodded. If he took the heavenly puppets with him, he definitely wouldn't be able to use the power of the earth veins, but he had the earth vein orb, which was right below the medicine garden, and he also had a lot of source crystals. So, even if he knew that the consumption was huge, Yang Kai still wanted to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets with him. These things could display the strength of the Emperor realm, so they were definitely good things. After an hour, everyone left Yang Kai's residence and returned to their rooms to meditate and cultivate. Today's battle had made Qiyu and the others realize that their cultivation was insufficient. In the territory of Homeland Star, each of them was an overlord, and the cultivation star they were on would tremble with a stomp of their feet. However, in the star boundary, they were just insignificant characters. They desperately wanted to increase their strength. If not for Yang Kai's words, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. The corpse puppet technique was a forbidden technique in Thousand Leaves sect, so why would Yi Chong research it? Furthermore, he had actually refined Yi Hen into a corpse puppet. However, Yang Kai clearly had no reason to lie to him. The fact that he brought Yi Chong's ring out and gave it to Yi Hen was enough to explain everything. After being in a daze for a long time, Yi Hen stood up and bowed. Young Master Yang has shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi Hen will never forget this. Please accept this bow from this Yi Hen. Yi Jinghan also hurriedly bowed in greeting. Yang Kai helped him up and said, Sect Master Yi is being too serious. It was just a small matter. Yi Hen knew that this wasn't a small matter. Yang Kai had entered the sealed world and encountered Yi Chong's corpse puppet, so he must have experienced an earth-shattering battle. However, Yang Kai didn't explain the details of the battle, so Yi Hen didn't know how dangerous it was. Young Master Yang will be a friend of Thousand Leaves sect in the future. If you have any requests, Thousand Leaves sect will definitely not refuse. Yi Hen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Yi, you should first take a look at the things in this ring, and see if they are what you think they are. Alright. Yi Hen was also somewhat impatient to find out if the sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques were in this ring, so he immediately began to break the restrictions on the ring without any intention of avoiding arousing suspicion. Yi Jinghan stood to the side, watching with both anticipation and apprehension. This ring could only be opened with the power of one's bloodline, so the restrictions weren't very hard to break. However, if one didn't have the power of one's bloodline to forcefully break the restrictions, the ring would immediately be destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, a streak of light flashed across the simple and unadorned space ring, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the restrictions had been broken. Yi Hen's divine sense surged, and he began to investigate the contents of the ring, his expression fluctuating endlessly. After a long while, Yi Hen retracted his divine sense and sighed heavily. Father. Yi Jinghan's heart skipped a beat when she saw his expression, thinking that the things in the ring had disappointed him, causing her face to instantly change. Yi Hen waved his hand and said, The lost items are all here. Then why is father sighing like that? Yi Jinghan looked at Yi Hen with a puzzled expression. It was a good thing that they had found the lost secret arts and secret techniques. This meant that Thousand Leaves sect had the capital to gradually grow stronger, and they would no longer be bullied and powerless in the future. Yi Hen smiled bitterly. It's nothing. Jinghan, you can leave first. I have some things to discuss with young Master Yang. It was precisely because he didn't have much time that he came up with such a terrible idea. He wanted to let Yang Kai marry Yi Jinghan as his wife. However, after being enlightened by Yang Kai, his mind became clear and he no longer bothered about this matter. After speaking, Yi Hen stood up and said, "I've disturbed young Master Yang today. This old master wants to take a look at that sealed world, so I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai said, "Since that's the case, please take care, Sect Master Yi." After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Sect Master Yi, I might have something to trouble you with in a few days' time." Yi Hen smiled. "It's this old master's and Thousand Leaves sect's honor that young Master Yang needs this old master's help. When the time comes, just ask. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance." Yi Hen had made this trip for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to ask Kai Yang if he had obtained the lost secret art and secret technique. He was already satisfied with this, and secondly, he wanted to propose a marriage for Yi Jinghan. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Kai Yang. However, after being rejected, not only was he not disappointed, he even breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been aware of the matter between Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, and knew that the two of them were in love with each other. If Yang Kai had really agreed to marry Yi Jinghan, Yi Hen was afraid that he would no longer have the face to face his daughter and disciple. The two of them would definitely hate him for the rest of their lives. However, for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to make such a proposal. Now that he thought about it, he had been a little desperate. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask about Lu Yan, as if he did not see Lu Yan controlling Tianhou. He also did not ask about Lu Yan's origins, or why he had come out of the sealed world with Yang Kai. Chapter 2349. Inside the room, Yang Kai, Qiyu, and the others sat in a circle, listening to them talk about what had happened in the past few months. Actually, there wasn't much to say. Ever since the day Qiu Zhe brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble, but was completely wiped out. This shocking news spread like wildfire. The sects who had suffered great losses and lost their elites were all terrified. A few days later, these sects sent people over to beg for peace, pushing all the blame onto those who died, and saying that they knew nothing about what had happened. Of course, this was nonsense. Even a fool wouldn't believe these excuses. However, these sects had all brought a lot of resources, saying that they wanted to make up for Thousand Leaves sect's losses in that battle. Moreover, they wanted to rely on Thousand Leaves sect, so Yi Hen didn't kill them all. If it were before, Thousand Leaves sect definitely wouldn't have had the strength and confidence to subdue these sects. But now that Tianhou had appeared, the sect had many people from the Emperor realm guarding it, who would dare to provoke them within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Yi Hen made the decision to agree to their request to join Thousand Leaves sect, and let them go. In other words, Thousand Leaves sect was now the only overlord within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. One could imagine that after occupying such a large territory, Thousand Leaves sect's development would definitely flourish. Someone from Sky Illumination Palace came as well? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Qiyu replied, "They came. Sky Illumination Palace's third elder came personally and brought a lot of things. He's afraid that Sect Master Yi will eliminate them completely." Yang Kai smiled. "Then Qiuyu is willing? Qiu Zhe is his father. Qiuyu probably won't let him die in Thousand Leaves sect, right?" Guizhu replied. "So what if he's not willing? Sky Illumination Palace wants to curry favor with Thousand Leaves sect. They've already expelled Qiuyu. They even crippled his cultivation. Now he's no longer the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He's just a person waiting for death." Yang Kai sneered. Sky Illumination Palace's third elder is truly vicious and merciless. Yang Kai didn't know who this third elder was, but he guessed that he was afraid that Qiuyu would seek revenge in the future, So he crippled Qiuyu's cultivation and expelled him from Sky Illumination Palace. There was nothing wrong with what he did. If they wanted to protect Sky Illumination Palace, they could only show weakness to Thousand Leaves sect. Qiuyu was Qiuzei's only son, and since his father had died in Thousand Leaves sect, he naturally had to avenge Qiuzei. Thinking back to a few months ago, Qiuyu was still flushed with success, but after a few months, he had actually become a stray dog. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. On the path of cultivation, a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. If it weren't for Qiuzei and the others being too overbearing, how could those sects have fallen to such a state? Young boy, we have something we want to discuss with you. Io suddenly said. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at them in confusion. Qi Yu and the others glanced at each other before Gu Songyun said, Big brother, please speak. Guizhu nodded and said, It's like this. The few of us had a simple discussion. I wonder what sect master thinks about joining Thousand Leaves sect. You want to join the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai raised his brows. Guizhu said, That's right. Sect master Yi had also mentioned this to us before, but we didn't agree because you hadn't come out of seclusion yet. So we wanted to ask for your opinion. Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked, Do you really want to join? Qi Yu smiled bitterly and said, Ever since we entered the star boundary, we've been suffering from the cold and warmth of the world. If it could cause injuries to regress by a few decades before being removed, then the effects of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill would be too heaven-defying. As for the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill that Yang Kai had taken out, it had the effect of at least 50 years. Yi Hen simply could not believe that he would encounter such a good thing. Just as he was complaining about how time did not wait for him, and how he did not have enough time to fulfill his ambitions, Yang Kai gave him a Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. For a moment, he was so excited that he could not control himself. He did not suspect Yang Kai at all. This was because he knew that Yang Kai had gone to the Four Seasons realm and the Flowing Time Temple. The main ingredient of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill, the Flowing Time Great Emperor Fruit, came from the Flowing Time Temple. Yang Kai had obviously obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor Fruit before, which was why he was able to refine this spirit pill. Although the effects of this Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill only lasted for a few decades, for the current Yi Hen, this spirit pill was the best spirit pill in the world. Even if he had to give up everything he had, he would be willing to buy it. Yet, Yang Kai had directly given it to him. Wasn't this the so-called timely help? With this Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill, what did he need to worry about? He only needed to enter seclusion for a few years, and then break through to the Emperor realm. Moreover, he was 90% sure that he would succeed. A beautiful future was slowly unfolding in front of him, and he could almost see the moment when he led Thousand Leaves sect to its former glory. After being excited for a while, Yi Hen slowly calmed down. After standing up, he bowed deeply to Yang Kai. Yi Hen has repeatedly received great kindness from young Master Yang, and is unable to repay it. Yi Hen hereby swears that Yi Hen and Thousand Leaves sect will treat young Master Yang as our best friend. If you have any requests in the future, Yi Hen will not refuse. If I violate this oath, Yi Hen and the descendants of the Yi family will be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Yi Hen made this oath very quickly and resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. Before Yang Kai could react, Yi Hen had already finished swearing the oath. In the next moment, an invisible force seemed to pour into Yi Hen's body, branding his knowledge. See. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yi, there's no need to do this. He clearly knew what Yi Hen's oath was about. It was a great heart demon oath, and Yi Hen swore it with his own Tao foundation. There was no possibility of him going back on it in the future, and if he violated it, he would really be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Moreover, This great heart demon oath was not only related to him, but also Yi Jinghan and the future descendants of the Yi family. The reason why Yang Kai took out the flowing time Great Emperor pill and gave it to Yi Hen was mainly because Qi Yu and the others were here. Although Thousand Leaves Sect's Tian Ho could now be used, Thousand Leaves Sect's greatest weakness was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, so it was inevitable that others would underestimate them. From Qi Yu and the others' point of view, Yang Kai also hoped that Yi Hen would be able to break through to the Emperor realm and protect them. Therefore, Yang Kai had refined the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit into a Flowing Time Great Emperor pill a few days ago, and made up his mind to give one to Yi Hen. How could he have imagined that Yi Hen would actually reciprocate in such a way? Yi Hen slowly shook his head. Young Master Yang has given my Yi family and Thousand Leaves sect a new lease of life, so what harm is there in making a simple oath? Rest assured, young Master Yang, this old master will take good care of Qi Yu and the others. I won't let them lose a single hair. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance. With Yi Hen's great heart demon oath, Yang Kai was completely relieved. He knew that unless Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, Qi Yu and the others would definitely not be in any danger. With Thousand Leaves sect's current foundation, unless the top sects personally took action, no one would be able to destroy them. By the way, Sect Master Yi, I would like to ask you about something. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Yi Hen replied, Young Master Yang, feel free to speak your mind. May I ask how much Sect Master Yi knows about a sect called the Netherworld Sect? 3 days later, Yang Kai set off from Thousand Leaves Sect. After Yi Hen obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately went into seclusion. It was likely that he could not wait to refine the medicinal efficacies before continuing to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. Yi Jinghan, Qi Yu and the others sent Yang Kai off, sending him off 1,000 kilometers away. Qi Yu and the others were naturally reluctant to part with Yang Kai. After all, they had finally reunited in the star boundary, yet Yang Kai was about to leave again. However, everyone knew that Yang Kai was concerned about Xiao Xiao, so they did not stop him, only reminding him to be careful. Yang Kai naturally kept this advice in mind. In the wilderness, Yang Kai came to a stop, glanced at the crowd, and said, Everyone go back. I'll come to see you another day. Gui Zhu grinned meaningfully. Sect Master, you have to be well. We're all waiting for you to establish another sect in the star boundary. When that time comes, we'll all go and help you. Yang Kai nodded. That day will come. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chai Hu, a complicated look on his face. Senior Chai Hu, do you want to do it or should I? His question seemed to come out of nowhere. However, no one showed any astonishment on their faces, as though they knew what he meant. Chai Hu gave a faint sigh before replying, Let me do it. Have a safe journey, Sect Master Yang. Then, I'll bid you farewell here. We'll definitely meet again in the future. Yang Kai cupped his fists, before summoning his wooden boat, and flying off into the distance. Right at this moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from behind a small mound nearby. Wrapped in this stream of light was a delicate figure. At a glance, one could tell that it was a woman. As soon as this person came out, she waved a long sword in her hand and stabbed it towards Yang Kai while shouting, I'll kill you. Yang Kai shot an indifferent glance at her, sighing softly in his heart. He had no intention of taking action against her. The person who had ambushed him here and wanted to kill him by surprise was Luo Bing. After not seeing her for a few months, Luo Bing no longer had her former beauty and innocence. It would be fine if the city lord of Marsh City didn't provoke him, but if he really did, he wouldn't mind turning this city upside down. Lu Xianyun was stunned in place as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know where Yang Kai got his confidence from. At this moment, she wanted to check Yang Kai's cultivation, but when she swept it with her divine sense, she was shocked to find that the aura in Yang Kai's body was fuzzy. In other words, with her strength she couldn't detect Yang Kai's depth at all. Lu Xianyun was completely dumbfounded. At that time, when she and Kai Yang had separated, their cultivations were about the same, but after not seeing each other for a few years, she couldn't even detect Kai Yang's cultivation. It was clear how big the gap between the two was. "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash, but I still have to help you vent your anger." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lu Xianyun pursed her red lips, knowing that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. Feeling touched, she whispered, "I came here to sell something, but the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low. I didn't want to sell it, but they forced me to." "They're going too far." Yang Kai's face darkened as he asked, "What are you selling?" "I'm not sure. It's a spirit flower that I got by accident." Lu Xianyun looked ashamed. She didn't even know what she was selling. She just felt that the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low, so she didn't want to sell it. However, she didn't expect that the other party wouldn't return it at all. After she argued with them, they actually attacked her and injured her. "What price did they offer?" 10,000 low-rank source crystals, Lu Xianyun said softly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Come with me." Saying so, he led Lu Xianyun to Endless Treasures Pavilion. As soon as the two stepped into Endless Treasures Pavilion, the manservant who was busy at the counter immediately greeted them warmly, but when he saw Lu Xianyun following Yang Kai, the polite smile on his face suddenly disappeared and he glared at Lu Xianyun coldly. "Why are you here again, slut?" The manservant looked like he was only a first-order origin king, but facing a first-order Dao Source Realm master like Lu Xianyun, he didn't feel the slightest pressure and instead directly cursed her. Obviously, he didn't put Lu Xianyun in his eyes because of his background. After cursing, he smiled contemptuously at Yang Kai and said, "You even brought a lover here. It seems you haven't died yet." Asterisk pa. Asterisk as soon as the manservant's voice fell, Yang Kai slapped him. The gap between the manservant's cultivation and Yang Kai's was not small, so how could he avoid this slap? He didn't even see what was going on before he felt a sharp pain in his cheek, and immediately flew high into the air. In midair, another series of slapping sounds rang out as Yang Kai continued to slap him. At first glance, this manservant was a bully who looked down on others, calling them slut and lover, so how could Yang Kai give him a good face? A dozen slaps flew out, and even though Kai Yang didn't use much strength, it was enough to make his opponent dizzy. When he fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and all of his teeth were knocked out. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, the cultivator walking on the street in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion saw it, and all of them suddenly widened their eyes and looked inside in amazement. They thought, "Who is this idiot? How dare he hit people in the Endless Treasures Pavilion? I'm afraid he won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." It was human nature to watch a good show. So many cultivators suddenly appeared in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion's door, all of them looking inside, wanting to see how Yang Kai and the others would die. Lu Xianyun was also dumbfounded. Although such an injury was not incurable, it was necessary to find some extremely precious pills. Not to mention that these things were impossible to find. Even if they were, he didn't have the ability to buy them. "You dared to injure my junior sister, so what's so strange about crippling your cultivation?" Yang Kai looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Why don't you kill me?" the bald man roared. Yang Kai sneered. "Wouldn't killing you be letting you off too easily?" The bald man's face became even paler. He knew that Yang Kai was right. Killing him would be a relief for him, but crippling his cultivation was the cruelest punishment for any cultivator. Lu Xianyan caught it subconsciously, but she was obviously still in a daze as she looked at Yang Kai with a blank and shocked face. She couldn't understand how Yang Kai had become so strong in just a few years. The 4 First-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators were instantly killed by him, but the burly bald-headed man and the head shopkeeper were not ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, the two of them were still as laughable as children in front of Yang Kai. They were beaten to the point where they didn't even have the strength to fight back, and their cultivations were practically crippled in a single exchange. Thinking back to when the two of them were forced to join the Blue Feather sect, and relied on Bian Yuqing's wings to survive, Lu Xianyan couldn't believe that they were the same person. "Brother, have you broken through to the Emperor Realm?" Lu Xianyan asked stupidly. "It's still early," Yang Kai smiled faintly. Lu Xianyan was even more shocked. If he was already so ferocious before breaking through to the Emperor Realm, what would happen if Yang Kai broke through to the Emperor Realm? She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, but now compared with Yang Kai, she found that her cultivation aptitude was so poor. "Is it still here?" Yang Kai asked again. Lu Xianyan hurriedly checked it, and after a short while, she took out a jade box from her space ring and said with a smile, "It's still here." This jade box was the box she had used to store the spirit medicine. She had personally placed a restriction on the jade box, which had yet to be lifted. It seemed that the head shopkeeper of the Endless Treasures Pavilion had not had time to open the jade box after obtaining it. "Leave the ring as well, take it as compensation from head shopkeeper." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said sarcastically, "Head shopkeeper isn't a stingy person." Hearing this, the head shopkeeper, who had collapsed beside the counter, almost fainted. There were a lot of good things in his ring, including some precious treasures purchased by Endless Treasures Pavilion, some treasures intended to be sold, and some things that were inconvenient to display in public. It was not an exaggeration to say that his space ring was priceless. Now that Yang Kai wanted to snatch his ring, the head shopkeeper felt like his heart was dripping blood. But now that the situation was beyond his control, even if he wanted to resist, he didn't have the strength to do so. This isn't good, is it? Lu Xianyan had never done such a thing before and couldn't accept it for a while, feeling like her morals and bottom line had been challenged. "There's nothing wrong with it." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Many of the things in here were taken by force. If they can rob others, why can't they rob others?" "Then all right." Lu Xianyan happily put away the space ring, no longer feeling any psychological pressure. Thinking about it, if she hadn't coincidentally encountered Yang Kai this time, she would have been robbed. Not only was she robbed, she was also injured. The people of Endless Treasures Pavilion bullied the weak in Marsh City all year round, so they must have done a lot of bad things. There was really no need to feel any pressure about robbing such a person. She could just treat it as upholding justice on behalf of the heavens. "Boy, you have guts, but you are destined to not live past tomorrow. The City Lord's master will not let you go." The head shopkeeper's cultivation was now crippled, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Smashing a broken jar, he glared at Yang Kai with a face full of resentment. While speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned viciously. "When the time comes, this old master will eat your flesh bite by bite."